been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resine, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our Leverage and Legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana Wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of Wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa united, legacy starts now.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow. Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Kia ora, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in to day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League National Series 1 here at Trust Arena in West Auckland. My name's Jack Senning and it is my pleasure to be bringing you another jam-packed day full of Ford Futsal Super League action. Up first on the schedule at 10 AM, we've got Southern United playing Waikato Rapids in the first game of the day. Pretty action-packed game there. 3rd place versus 5th place currently as it stands. And later in the day, we'll be looking at 5 games across the day. Every game kicking off on every 2nd hour here today. A few changes to the streaming schedule. Mainly the 3rd game of the day is now going to be Bay of Plenty Surge versus Hawke's Bay Futsal, as opposed to Canterbury United Pride versus Papakura City. But don't worry, that game will be played on Monday, so you will not be missing out any of the action there. Looking forward to a very exciting day of futsal here at Trust Arena. We're going to throw it over to our commentator for the morning, Mark Watson, who's going to have a look at the team lists for this first game.
Yes, certainly an exciting day to look forward to. This first up game should be an absolute cracker though. Looking forward to it. Southern United up against the Waikato Rapids. Both teams desperately looking to try and win this one to try and secure a place in those semi-finals. Disappointing news for the Southern side that Oban Hawkins, a member of the Futsal Whites, unavailable due to a concussion he picked up last week. So he will be a big loss for a team, as I said, who are desperate for a win over their northern rivals. On court, we do see the Waikato Rapids. They've been out here for a while, just gone back into the changing rooms and come back out. They're an animated side. They're a side that like to play quickly, like to play with attacking flair. The likes of Davis Vava from Zimbabwe coming off the bench. He is the complete player and he does bring real impact. Starting 5 will be Steele, Martin, Eriksson, Sharplin and Ben Borden out of Australia. Incredibly well coached through Jet Lim, who will bring last year's experience to the table as he looks to try and build this young squad. And here is the team from Southern United, well led by their captain Fraser Hunter. In goal, he is remarkable, he is incredibly talented. The Japanese influence of On Watanabe, Sean Cooper, Hewson and Kitley. And again, they say individuals will win your games, squad will win your championship. You run through the likes of Willett, Wall and Wink. It is a very good Southern United men's squad. Small crowd, but a vocal crowd starting to build. A lot of the crowd tend to sit behind our cameras. It doesn't always necessarily give you a feel of the atmosphere that futsal does produce. 2 20-minute halves. The ball goes out, the clock stops. So it is 40 minutes of fast-paced action, no time wasting, and very good officials too. And Anthony Riley, Cameron Khrushchev will be in action today. So now we go through the formalities so long associated with futsal, where both teams will acknowledge each other before they cross the white line and the battle will begin. Goalkeepers absolutely vital in this. Remarkable athletes. The Waikato fans here, a small group. Each team is allowed 5 fouls a half. If they concede more than 5, every foul after the 5th will mean their opponents will get to go to the 10-metre penalty line and have a shot. However, at the end of the half, those 5 fouls will be removed and we will start that again. So discipline key. Do not want to be giving away fouls early and suddenly find themselves under a little bit of pressure. And there is Fraser Hunter, the goalkeeper for the Southern United side. Southern today, of course, playing in the blue and the gold, the colours of Otago. And well, Waikato Rapids in the candy stripe Not dissimilar to maybe what you might see with, say, Southampton or it's sport in its own right, the sport of futsal, huge globally. So just confirming that Fraser Hunter on Watanabe, Sean Cooper, Adam Hewson and Nicholas Catelli are the starting 5 for Southern. It'll be Steele, Martin, Erickson, Sharplin and Borden, the starting 5 for Waikato. And we are underway. And so both coaches will be just using this opening 5 minutes to get just a little bit of an idea of how their opponents are setting themselves up offensively and defensively. We see immediately the first shot of the game, but no real cause for concern for Fraser Hunter. And so now the Southerners will get their first chance. Lovely little deft touch, looking to go down that left side, just couldn't quite find the intended target. And Carlos Herman. There's Herman in the 15 shirt, so not officially down on the starting 5, but clearly has started. So the first set piece will go the way of Southern United. A lot of work goes into this area. Good scoring opportunity. Looking to try and come across, looking to thread the needle. Tries to draw 2 defenders across and open up some space on the other side. Lovely footwork, lovely little turn and go. The foul comes. That's really good from Watanabe, showing his silky skills, that little deft touch. Draws the 2 defenders. And just showing how dangerous he can be. Go across, the shot comes the left foot, but well blocked. Great enterprise being shown though. Michael Sanham with the shot in the number 7 shirt. Oh, lovely little back heel, but can't find the intended target. Now opportunity for the Rapids, but great defence at both ends. Watanabe now looks to find Sanham. Sanham still in control. Can he get the cross? And the ball will be a corner. So, Southern United get another opportunity, another set piece. It has been a frantic start. And now the shot does come. Little ambitious, but Watanabe continues to put the pressure on this Rapids team. Now, chance looking to cross. Now they break out here. Chance for Southern, but picked off beautifully again by Sanham. Sanham now. Oh, great vision. He saw Cooper open. Cooper just couldn't quite get there. Patrick Steele here, the goalkeeper for the Waikato Rapids. He'll be asking for more from his defenders. And they're going to use him almost in that 5th man role at the moment, just to try and get himself out of a bit of trouble. Now chance here for the Rapids. But again, Cooper comes across for Southern. Now the shot, good save. Fraser Hunter. Saw him warming up and players having shots from similar angles, and he seemed dialed in. Nope, the referees say play on, so that's good. Cooper switches the play. But well picked up and well read by the defence for the Waikato Rapids. So Watanabe, what a talent he is, causing all sorts of problems in the mid-court for this Rapids side. Now, first now chance, scoring opportunity off the left foot. There's a crack on the half volley. Just never really was balanced enough to be able to bring that down and hit it with the velocity that was probably required. So this Michael Sanham and Watanabe combination, very, very effective for Southern United. Really, for Waikato, just got to just slow it down, be patient, just look to build. Looking to use the long ball a lot. Now they do have an open shot. The shot does come just wide, so playing the element of surprise. Lovely. Sees the player open. And Maxwell Eriksson with the right foot. Shows plenty of enterprise, but it goes wide. Watanabe again, this time fancy footwork, couldn't quite control it. Interesting to see that Carlos Herman is in that fixo position for Southern. Now he moves up into that pivot role. Opportunity comes, great goalkeeping though, brilliant from Fraser Hunter, came out and just shutting the angle down. Decisive in his approach. Certainly it looks at the moment that in terms of cohesiveness collectively, probably the advantage lies with Southern United, but where the Rapids are very good is on the counter. The element of surprise. Nicely done. That's good defence from the Rapids. And that's what we talk about, the element of surprise, but this time Herman gets back and takes things back under control for Southern. So really good again from Watanabe. Look at the fancy footwork. This time though, just not enough weight on the pass, but they get themselves out of just a little bit of trouble. Watanabe though, he's got to be careful here. Certainly not afraid to get up in his face, are they, the Rapid? Very much that man-on-man. And the shot comes. Once again, Fraser Hunter down. So two contrasting styles here. Oh, lovely. Just threads the needle nicely. Watanabe needed the pass to go a little bit earlier. Perhaps just one touch too many. There's not quite enough weight on it. And head receiver. Oh, the volley over the top. So Patrick Steele, goal keep for the Rapids, gets play back underway. Put Vava on, good player. Now he moves forward, but Vava, you can see him making that run, the man from Zimbabwe. Here he is now. Oh, lovely little over-the-top chance. Gets grabbed, though. And that might just be a yellow card, and goalkeeper comes down heavily. Fraser Hunter. Like to have a look at a replay of that, because that looked very much like the man-on-man situation here. Comes a long way out. And so Aidan Robson in the number 4 for Waikato. Did get his boot high, didn't he? Did get up high, but the referees have said, yep, foul has been committed. What can they do here? We've seen Vava already likes to get under and play that little lob and take the pace off it. And they now do go to Vava. He'll turn, will he shoot? Can he get the shot in? No, the wall of defence is there. Got to come forward. Oh, they work him over. 2-man up on Robson. They genuinely consider him to be a threat to the Southern team. Oh, great battle. It's physical. It's fast. It's what we expected. Patient build up, but just look at this press type defence coming from Southern. Not afraid to get up into their opponent's half and put pressure on. Danger is, though, that if the ball does go forward, you can open yourself up defensively. So Maxwell Eriksson. Oh, great shot from distance. Well drilled that. Picked up at the last second by Patrick Steele. That would have been an absolute screamer. Just have a look at that replay. So Michael Sanham playing in that fixo role at the moment, sitting there in the back in that diamond formation. Adam Hewson in the number 10 shirt. And lovely little pass finds Diaz, one of the Brazilians. Diaz. So almost 7 minutes is Vava. Davis Vava, he made a big impact in Forward Super League last year. He's got that physicality too, Vava. And so it'll be Southern's ball. João Paulo Diaz. Now chance, lovely little flick opportunity here. The cross goes across, now the shot. But they will go across and it will be a penalty and a yellow card. Superb from Southern. Really well worked here. Lovely little flick. That is superb from Sanham. And then the cross. Heavy challenge. And so, scoring opportunity now. Michael Sanham up against the goalkeeper Patrick Steele. And he does score, and it is Southern who lead by 1-0 over the Waikato Rapids in a really well-worked move. And it was Sanham with the little back heel which created the opportunity initially. And so with 6.5 minutes gone, the Rapids find themselves down by 1. Good enterprise being shown here by Aidan Robson, but they take it off him. And Rogers now in the number 5 shirt for the Rapids. Looking to try and take control, but look at this press defence just pushing them further into their own space. Now starting to get physical as well. Opportunity here, Vava, if you could just get that ball through. Good pressure being put on by João Paulo Diaz. In that pivot role. And very much momentum is with the Southern boys at the moment. So Sanham. Building a lot of their play around Sanham at the moment. Now Vava, he needs to be quick, he needs to get rid of it. He doesn't. Good challenge, fair challenge too. Sanham is everywhere, the big man in the number 5 for Southern. Vava, this time the little through ball opportunity comes. Sanham, and just wide. That's where the danger. Caden Rogers coming so close to tying it up at 1 each. As now the Southern boys ring the changes, bring on a new line of players, which includes Sean Cooper in the number 8. Number 6 is Cooper Wank. Now chance here, they got 3 on 2, they have the overlap, the pass comes, just not enough weight on it, and suddenly it's at the other end, shot comes just wide. It is wall-to-wall action. It is a stunning first game up here on day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Great skills. That is superb. To try and go long. Nice control. Just turning the ball over too easy. Another big shot comes. So another set-piece opportunity for the Southern side, but well read, well picked off. Chance here, they look to thread the needle, they find it. One-on-one situation, looks to try and cross, goes himself, but again now, it is the boys from the south. Well controlled and well handled in the finish by Casey Sharpling. And now a shot from distance over the top, chance to take it to 2. Watanabe finding some humour in it. Yeah, good enterprising chance here. Oh, desperation being shown by the Southern boys in defence, because that was a real opportunity. Set up by Maxwell Eriksson in the number 10 shirt for the Rapids. Oh, lovely little chance. We'll take it down. We'll have the shot. Turns on the left foot, a little ambitious. But that's what futsal does. It encourages ambition. It encourages innovation. Far post is the call. Takes the corner quickly. Happy to go back. On both sides. Good pressure though, coming in defence. And they turn it over. It's good from the Rapids. They turn. But said that he was holding. I'm sure Maxwell Eriksson agrees with it. Very good officiating by Anthony Riley and Cameron Khrushchev. Just the one goal in it at the moment. Southern leading, penalty. Now chance. Game picked off. But just showing how dangerous he can be is Casey Sharpland. Number 18 shirt in possession at the moment. Just surveying his options. Lovely little ball, and the shot comes from wide, and it's that element of surprise which is what makes the sport so unique, and that was another example of it. Just when you think surely not, pulls the trigger. Have a look at that, not far away either. I think Maxwell Eriksson thought, oh, I could have been on the end of that. So the benches will become more and more important as this game continues to go on. Such has been the frenetic pace in which it's been played. Fatigue levels will kick in. As Patrick Steele gets it underway, looks to go long. It's very much been a tactic too for the Rapids. They probably don't play with as much width as what we've seen, or with as much shape perhaps as the southern side, but I think that's more because the southern side just not allowing them to. Oh, a chance here. Again, we talk about that quite physical man-on-man marking. Happy to play it back, happy to be patient, happy to go left and right. Good defence being shown though by the Rapids. A lot of urgency. Patient build up. Referee say that's okay. So turnover possession, through ball shot comes, chance here, real chance, and it goes in. Superb, brilliant. Well done, Casey Sharpland. He's been in the action. And just like that, we're tied up at 1. Yeah, lovely ball being thrown by, put through. And Maxwell Eriksson. Casey Sharpland, the two players involved. Another chance here. Oh, good goalkeeping. Starting to turn a bit of possession over, and the Rapids have just sort of woken up, and we just have seen that little bit of a momentum shift. Great intensity there from Sean Cooper in the number 8 shirt. So Sharplin. And now the volley, couldn't quite bring it down. But the southern side now under a bit of pressure. Very much a shift in momentum. A really nice piece of play earlier there from Maxwell Erickson, feeding Casey Sharplin. That combination working nicely. They tie it up at 1-1. Now this where Waikato have got to be careful. They're sitting on 4 fouls at the moment. Still got 8 minutes to go. If they're to concede another foul, every foul after that will then go to a 10-metre penalty shot for the southern side. Here, opportunity, chance. Another good chance, big shot, well blocked. Desperate defence being shown. Ethan Martin this time for the Rapids. And now looking to try and maybe play a little bit of opportunity. Can bring it down. Looks to then for the cross, but defence was back. And so Southern, the first time playing that long ball, trying to play a little bit the way the Rapids have been playing up to this point. Barber. There's 2 defenders. Be an offload. Oh, little flick. That little 1-2. That's the innovation of futsal. That's what makes it such an appealing game. And now the veteran George Willett comes on, 39 years of age. And we've gone back to Sanham as well. So deciding that they need to maybe be just a little bit more physical, bringing a bit of size onto the court. That's what the bigger players can do. They can tend to lean a little bit more on the defenders, just hold them up. And for their players to come forward. So Vava wants to play that little distribution game with a little deft touch. Just at times hasn't quite had enough weight on the pass though. Good patient build up here from the Rapids. But turned over, chance now. Can he just thread the needle? Looks, has a shot with the left foot, superb! That is one of the great goals that literally came from nowhere. Lewis Wall, wow! And suddenly, It is the southern side that lead by 2. Have a look at this. This goes on the outside of Vava. Lovely shot and just bang. Just did not hesitate. Had such little room to work with. Now the Rapids will look to try and respond. Much better defensively at the moment from the southern side. They seem to have just come in, holding their line a little bit better at the back. In the first sort of 10 minutes, they were really pressing high in defence, but they're opening themselves up a little bit at the other end in doing so. Now Vava looks to try and thread the needle, can't quite do it, not quite enough weight, but great intent from the Zimbabwean. But Wall has made a difference since coming on in the number 4 shirt. Big man, here he is with the ball at the moment. Great control. So just under 5 minutes remaining in this first half. Day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Vava. Looking for a little bit of trickery, comes in, gets the cross across, oh, and so close to finding. Chance here, this is good. Connor Cloetti. To maybe bring it out onto this left-hand side. Switch the play. But happy to go through Vava. Still playing down this right-hand side. But picked off to Cloetti. Chance. Over the top, corner will come. This time Aiden Robson with the shot. Now back in control, Vava. Good skills being shown. Oh, now opportunity just over the top from Vava. Couldn't quite get over the top of it. Tell you what, Cloet has been very good since he's come on in that number 3 shirt. Now, Watanabe. Dangerous with ball at foot. Southern, they look to try and press. Good play here. Again, great cohesion. The big shot comes, a little ambitious. Another opportunity. And the intended receiver, Aiden Robson. So both sides now desperate to try and score before half-time. For Southern, making it a 2-goal buffer. And clearly for Waikato, bringing it back in to the contest. And now chance here, really good futsal, just couldn't get that final pass away. So, Sean Cooper in the number 8. So 2.5 minutes remaining. Oh, turned over. And foul called. So, that might just be the 5th foul on Waikato, which means that following this, that will mean every other foul from now on will then go to the 10-metre penalty mark, which you can see at the top of the black D there, a little white dot. Just in front of the black D. That's still a set-piece opportunity. It'll be Cooper Wink. He'll step up to try and create some magic. Watanabe there waiting and poised. And he has a drill and he almost sneaks it through, finds a way, comes out, chance here. Great intent, just couldn't quite execute that final pass. Timeout has been called, so the first timeout from both sides. So what will be the instructions? Jet Lim. He's just got his 4 court players around him at the moment. He has clearly seen something. He wants to see a shift in the way they're doing things. Got to say that Benjamin O'Farrell, the coach for Southern side, he's pretty happy with what he's seen. Referees today, Anthony Riley and Cameron Khrushchev. So, 2 minutes 20 remaining in this first half. It's been a wonderful, wonderful battle so far between two very good sides, slightly contrasting styles. Goes down the line. Nobody, but the intent was right. The intended receiver, I think, was Watanabe. Slight breakdown in communication. So, number 19, Benjamin Bourdain, or Ben Bourdain of Australia, is on court at the moment for the Southern Rapids side. Good defence from the Rapids, really putting Southern side under pressure, but they've come away with it now. And it will be Hewson. Adam Hewson with the shot, just wide. He looks to the heavens and says, I should have done better. A real opportunity to extend that lead to 3-1. Let's have a look at Hewson here. Lovely interplay. A nice little 1-2. And Hewson just puts it wide. Now the long ball, but to no one. It is frenetic. End to end. The venue is Trust Arena in Waitakere, West Auckland. If you are wanting to watch some world-class futsal, get yourself along, free entry. Now the shot comes. Oh, great save again, this time by Fraser Hunter. The Rapids not afraid to attack from anywhere, any distance. Referee says no, we'll start that again. Just got to be a little bit careful here, Eriksson. Tall figure there in that pivot role for Waikato. No chance. Oh, they got read this nicely, but here still opportunity. Can they get the cross across? Just a little bit too much weight on the pass from Borden. Now, got a bit of space down that left side. Rapids close it up. Now they've got an opportunity to open it up. Eriksson, oh, lovely little through ball. Chance comes. Superb again from Fraser Hunter. Just comes off his line, shuts the angle down. But I've got to say, the Maxwell Eriksson, Casey Sharpling combination is working brilliantly. Game just starting to lose its shape just a little bit as we run the clock down towards this end of this first half. And now looking to go long. So Adam Hewson has been very good today. Hewson built a lot of their play around him to the southern side. Watanabe looking for Hewson. Hewson gets the pass across and Watanabe there. And they'll take a corner from it. So that combination working well with just 23 seconds remaining. And now Hewson drills it with the left foot. Good piece of goalkeeping, this time from Patrick Steele. Houston again just couldn't quite get on it. Now chance, they break away, need some help. Good defence, but they'll maintain possession. Maxwell Eriksson again causing all sorts of problems. And they look to try and find him. Now he turns and almost finds something out of nothing. Such is the danger. Alongside of 11 him now is George Dixon in the 11 shirt. Pressing very high in defence are the Rapids and almost exposed at the other end with just 5 seconds remaining in this first half. It is tied up at, well, in fact, it's 2-1 in favour of the southern side. They look to go long over the top. 2 seconds remain. And looking to try and get a touch on that was Watanabe, but it has been an enthralling first half of futsal between Southern United and the Waikato Rapids here on day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League. We'll take a break. We'll come back shortly with the second half.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
We're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
Live from Trust Arena in Auckland's west, an intriguing game here on day 2 of the Men's Ford Futsal Super League. Two teams, the Southern United side out of Dunedin and the Waikato Rapids team. And it is the Southern team who lead by 2-1. Two contrasting styles, but two very, very even teams. Jet Lim there, the head coach for the Waikato side. Just addressing some of the negatives perhaps that he's seen, but also reinforcing a lot of the positive play. And equally on the other side, we've got Benjamin O'Farrell, who is the coach for the Southern United men's team. And he is getting the players to speak a little bit more perhaps, and bringing in Patrick Steele, their goalkeeper, to also, in fact, Fraser Hunter, to see what Fraser has seen in goal. Fraser is an outstanding goalkeeper. Patrick Steele, of course, the goalkeeper for the Waikato Rapids. There is Benjamin O'Farrell. He'll have Oban Hawkins alongside of him too. Oban unfortunately picked up a concussion last week. He is a member of the New Zealand futsal team, Futsal Whites, but unable to play due to concussion protocols. So this time it will be the Southern United side who will be playing from right to left. The Waikato Rapids side, who are in the candy cane colours, will be playing from left to right. So Casey Sharplin, Ben Borden, and the 18 and 19 out there, alongside of Maxwell Eriksson, who acts in that pivot role up front. Danger player. They do get underway. We see Sean Cooper in the fix-it role for the Southern side. And number 8 shirt. So Southern, opportunity, big left foot shot, great effort too, pulled the trigger from some distance. Cooper Wink already scored an absolute beauty earlier today to allow the Southern side to lead by 2-1. Now Watanabe with the set piece, the man with Japanese origins. But he's picked it off, he's turned it over. Now they need to move quickly here, the Rapids. But well read in defence by Sean Cooper. In fact, number 6, I should say, not number 8, Cooper Wink. So it will be interesting just to sort of see the contrasting styles in this second half, whether or not they maintain a similar sort of shape and style of futsal, or whether there are just some adjustments off the back of those half-time speeches from the coaches. Oh, good aggressive play here from the Southern side. Oh, great skills, still in control somehow. Trying to thread the needle, but they turn possession over now. Got a situation, 2 players decides to go himself, almost the element of surprise. It was probably a good decision in the finish by George Dixon. Yes, he had players out to his left and right, but I think that's what Fraser Hunter was expecting. So Adam Hewson looks for the little flick, the shot comes. Good from Watanabe. Cooper Wink acting in that fixo role at the back for the Southern side. Now just number 6 shirt for Southern on the blue, just pushing a little bit higher. And now they look for the long ball, but to nobody. Has been a feature of their play for the Waikato Rapids. Looking to try and turn Wink again with another absolute bullet this time. Can they surely? No, they find a way to defend that. Oh, desperation stuff from the Rapids. How did that stay out? Comes free here. I think he thinks right there. Brilliant piece of goalkeeping from Patrick Steele. Just does enough to then allow the likes of Casey Sharplin to come back and help on defence. Now Watanabe. Chance across there on that left side. Now they can open them up here. Going to need to go quickly. Switching play. He has been superb, Cooper Wink, since he's come on. Absolute cannon of a shot. So is this man, Patrick Steele. Well, chance. Just couldn't quite find his intended target, Maxwell Erison, and the number 10 for the Rapids. So both sides making changes. So number 4 coming on is Aidan Robson. Number 5 there for the Rapids is Caden Rogers. So Aidan Robson, Caden Rogers on. Just surveying their options before making the decision. Oh, good skills from Vava. Oh, great pass chance here. Oh, that would have been a stunning goal, but that just showing the brilliance of Vava. And I think that's what he perhaps needs to do at times. Sometimes it's maybe one too many touches, but you just saw just how lethal and dangerous he is. Here he's on the ball again, trying to hold the defender up. But Southern come away with it. And there's much better passage of play from the Rapids. Good play. Peppering down this left side, picked up by Houston though. Oh, Houston, he's all class, he's all quality. Great battle in the middle, and it's Houston who wins it though. Can he thread it? Can he find his player? He does. Now chance comes. The shot surely brought down. And so a foul call. And with that, they ring the changes. The big men now come onto court, including Michael Sanham, Lewis Wall. So Michael Sanham. They do here, do have a player across the far side that is open. And Paulo Diaz, the Brazilian, he just decides to drill it. Almost effective. More than happy at the other end is Fraser Hunter, just to let the ball run out. Give a chance for his troops to just get back and get themselves organised. Bit of pressure defensively there from the Rapids. Ethan Martin, their captain. Haven't seen a lot of Martin for the Rapids. And a lovely piece of play there from Aidan Robson. Just really trying to get the cross across, but forces the corner, forces another set piece. Now Vava. And the chance here for Vava. Can he get the shot in? Can he get the shot in, Vava? Good skills. Just needed just that little bit more time. So some great trickery from both teams, from all players. Just over 15 minutes remaining. Still anybody's game. See, oh, it just slips a little bit, maybe just a slightly wet surface. Chance now for the southern side. They come back through Lewis Wall. Switching play nicely. So another foul committed. Each team is allowed 5 fouls per half. After that, if you commit a foul, your opponent will automatically go to a 10-metre penalty shot. So it's about discipline. And you find the Southern United side with 2 fouls. Waikato side with just the 1. Go long. Really, really good futsal from both teams, both offensively, defensively at the moment. Rapids looking to try and level. Go through Vava. We haven't seen him really sort of hit. He's a player who likes to hold the defender up. He's a player who likes to create the illusion. Oh, chance comes, and that is a brilliant goal from George Willett, the leading goal scorer in the history of the Super League, 39 years of age. And how apt it is, the veteran. Just have a look here. Lovely play, big through ball, and just one touch, didn't hesitate at all. And just like that, Southern United lead by 3-1. Now can the Rapids hit back here? How does this now change the mindset for the Southern side? At what point do they decide to maybe bring on the defensive players and man up a little bit more and play more of a defensive structure? For the Rapids, well, they need to take their opportunities. Here is one, the shot comes in just wide from distance. Kept it low though. Yeah, getting himself out of a little bit of trouble here. Slowed it down, gone back through to George Willett. He's an uncanny looking character, Willett. Had a chat to him prior to the game, bit of a character. Very much the veteran. Big engine on him. Got to be fit to be able to play this game at this level. It is tough aerobically futsal. Breathing through your eyelids at the end of it. Try and construct something here, going through Ethan Martin, their captain. So Martin conjure up, lovely ball, brought down. Penalty call. In fact, it will be a free kick. Let's have a look here. Just threads the needle, and definitely a big shove in the back there from Michael Sanham. So just outside of the area. So Ethan Martin, the captain, looks to try and step up. The thing is, they're big men. You've got to have courage here in this wall because this is a hard ball and this will be hit at terminal velocity. So it is the captain, Martin, looking to try bring it to 3-2. Now, what trickery do they bring in here? Expect the unexpected. Vava with the left foot. Here's another shot off the rebound, but the wall worked effectively, and now it is a yellow card. And it will be penalty, is it? So just trying to get some understanding. It might be the veteran. In fact, they will go back to another direct free kick. Just be for a little bit of the theatre afterwards. It's got them into a bit of trouble. So do they look to repeat it? Fraser Hunter, the goalkeeper for Southern United, calling the shots. What does he see? Do they do something different here? They do have another shot. This time it goes wide. They'll pick up a corner, another set-piece opportunity. Shot comes across. Southern preparing to make changes. I see Cooper Wink on the bench is about to come on. He's been magnificent. So 13 minutes gone. Still 3-1 in favour of the Southern side. We've just got to be careful. They've got 3 fouls now with 13 minutes remaining. Can't get involved, can't get too much of a man-on-man type defence. Just control their discipline. It was immediately a message that came from the coaches. Now the fatigue levels do begin to kick in. Go across court. Interesting that we are seeing a bit of a man-to-man defence there, though, from the Southern side. Not sitting back, not a zone-type defence, but just getting up on their opponent, forcing the distributor to think twice about passing. So now they look to try and drop back and play it out. And here is another chance for the Rapids. Another foul committed, and that will be the 4th foul for Southern. So getting themselves into foul territory here. Got to be careful. Maxwell Eriksson. Third opportunity, just a little bit further out. What can they conjure up? They do look to conjure up. The shot comes wide and over the top, but another nice little piece of innovation. So Casey Sharplin and the number 18 shirt calling the shots then. Isaac Bates also on in the number 2 shirt. So bringing on some of their attacking flair here. They know they need to score. Good piece of goalkeeping too. Realised that they were a little bit exposed at the back and came off his line. The other shot does come again. Off the left foot. Just got to say, Jet Lim, the coach for Waikato, not happy with the way his players have been brought down constantly. Chance here, turns, shoots. Superb from Eriksson. Just didn't quite have the angle. Held the defender up. Good defence once again from the Southern side. Now they take it quickly, they go back. And it's not out. And Watanabe looks to bring it forward. Now they've got 2 defenders back. They've got an overlap if they can use it quickly. The shot comes, does it? It does, but it's not strong enough now. A second shot. Once again, Fraser Hunter, the goalkeeper, did incredibly well in difficult circumstances. Five fouls on blue is the call. So any foul from now means that Waikato will go to the 10-metre line. 10-metre penalty, and we'll have an opportunity to go one-on-one against the goalkeeper. Oh, nice, but well read, Watanabe. So How do this Rapid side exploit that foul situation? They look to go at the defenders one-on-one. Oh, lovely skills. It's just such a wonderful game to develop your general footballing skills, futsal. Every young person should be playing this if they've got any ambitions of wanting to make it a football. Just encourage his footwork. Here we go. Eriksson goes down the right side. Lovely touch. They work him over though, but he still manages to hold it. 2-on-1. The foul is not called. And he was wanting the foul. He wanted to go to the penalty line. I think he did really well there to try and milk that, but referee's all over it. Go long, tries to get the touch on it, does Watanabe. Now they've got to turn quickly though, Southern, because they're going to find themselves under siege here again from this Rapids team who are desperate to score. And now another chance, the shot, lays it off, brilliant, great futsal, well done to the Rapids. Did everything right, just not quite right on the final execution here. That's just a beautiful layoff, great left-footed shot. Casey Sharplin really controlling things in that number 18 shirt. Isaac Bates, number 2 shirt, on court at the moment. Oh, looking for the foul, he gets it too, so they will now go to 10-metre penalty. He milked that, the referees were happy to give it to him. And that is the danger when you lack discipline, and now a real chance. They're not happy with it. They felt that he milked that. I'd like to have another look at the replay. Let's just have a look here. So it is Maxwell Eriksson. He gets it, he turns, he does get a little shove in the back, and then he milks it for everything it's worth. And so Sean Cooper goes against him, the big man, and now chance here for Eriksson up against one of the best in Fraser Hunter. Just to take it to 3-2, but it is a long way out. It's not a big goal surface. Very much looking like Jersey Dudek. He does, and he hits the upright, or he hits the post. And somehow Southern survive. Look at the velocity on this. Just hits that right upright. But this is where discipline is going to be so important now. Oh, good skills. Great skills. Almost threading the needle, almost finding Cooper Wink. And at the other end, Isaac Bates throwing himself across the court. So just under 10 minutes remain. Fascinating game. It has had everything. It's shown every different skill set, style and aspect that makes futsal so incredibly unique. Just build patiently from the back. Just lost a little bit of weight on that pass in the finish. Got plenty of time though, 9.5 minutes. But they do need to be the next team to score to the Rapids. Then it'll be interesting to see what impact that has on the Southern side and the way they then approach this game. A little clearer when you're defending a 2-goal lead. A bit jittery when it's just a 1-goal lead. Shot now here from Eriksson, just pulls it over the top. But just very good, isn't he? At just turning on his defender, just holding them up and just giving himself that little bit of time then to pivot and shoot. Goes long. Not panicking at the moment, the Rapids. But you can just sort of see really now just putting a defender permanently on Ericsson. And that job has been tasked to Sean Cooper for Southern. Everywhere Ericsson turns, Cooper is there. At his toes, at his heels, at his knees. Go over the top. Just a little bit of, starting to get a little quiet. Just need to start that communication. Keep talking. Keep believing. If you are supporting the Rapids side. Oh, nice from Watanabe. Just couldn't quite get it through, but the intent was brilliant. Now a chance here. Has a shot. Cannon of a right foot by Ben Borden, the Australian. Fava coming on in the number 6 shirt. He will cause problems. And more changes now being made by the Southern side. Fresh legs required. And Michael Sanham, look at him, big player Sanham. Trying to draw the foul too. Got to be a little bit careful, quite casual in that approach, but good understanding with Fraser Hunter, the goalkeeper. And nicely done by the other goalkeeper at the other end, Patrick Steele, coming off his line when needed. Got to be careful they don't open themselves up here though. Looking to play down that left side, but a wayward pass. So Ethan Martin, their captain, acting in that fixo role at the moment, looking to try and control things. There's Benjamin Wallace in the number 9 now, coming in, and the shot does come from Vava. You'd like to see him shoot a little bit more. And good skills here, great skills. They open themselves up, chance here to make it 4. And that's the danger when you press high, on attack. You can open yourself up at the back. Oh, turn, great skills, gets a shove in the back, the foul does come. So Waikato now move to 4 fouls. Another set piece opportunity here for the Southern side. Sanham will step up. So number 11 across there is João Paulo Diaz, the Brazilian. And just out to his right as well, there's the cannon that is Lewis Wall. Looks to have a shot himself. Goes across the face. They'll still retain possession. Oh, good ball, good futsal. Sometimes it doesn't always come off, but you've got to admire the intent, the skill set, the ability to think under pressure. Still 7 minutes remain. Both sides under a bit of pressure with the number of fouls that have been given away. Such has been the physicality and the frenetic pace this game's been played at. And so much. Here's Wall again. Brought down, and that will be a 5th foul now for Waikato. And a timeout will be called just to try and maybe settle things down. Oh, milk that too, but that's what it's all about. Referees have been consistent though with their rulings. That's all you want in a referee is consistency. And they have been excellent. Grushaw and Anthony Riley. So any foul now could mean disaster for both sides. And shot does come. Now, it's messy, but that is pressure. Lovely ball. Asking for the foul, asking for the ball out. So both sides pleading. There is Cameron Grushaw, the referee down, the second referee on that far side. Oh, good, brilliant. But can't quite come off. This game just losing its shape a little bit. Such is the pressure. Oh, wonderful skills. How does he get away from 2 players? João Paulo Diaz, the Brazilian. Big Michael Sanham there. Interesting now with both teams now can't afford to give fouls away. Now they do play this defensively because discipline crucial now. Oh, goes down and does pick up the foul, and so they will go to a 10-metre penalty. Have another look at the replay. I think it's Sanham who, look at this, he's coming down, so he's got Vava there, comes across. Yeah, I think foul every day of the week in any form of futsal or football. And now it is a chance. So from a similar position, about 3 or 4 minutes ago, Davis Vava hit that right upright. Can he now go one better than this very good goalkeeper in Fraser Hunter? This to take it to 3-2 with 6 minutes remaining. And he does this time. He does this time. He goes the same way. 3-2 is the score, 6 to play. This is just a bullet. Oh, nicely picked off again. Here is Vava. Can get it across. Close to tying it up. Nice combination. Ethan Martin and Vava causing havoc. Sub's been made. Adam Hewson comes back on in the number 7 shirt for Southern. As does Cooper Wink. Sean Cooper in the number 8. Going across, part the right-hand side. Slight breakdown in communication. Timeout has been called. So 5.5 minutes remaining. The score remains Southern 3. Waikato Rapids 2, so we will update that scoreboard for you. two referees, Anthony Riley there on the right and Cameron Crucial on the left. Really high standard of officiating. So 5.5 minutes remaining. Both teams on 5 fouls. Any further fouls committed and their opponents will go to that 10-metre penalty line. So this game might just simply now come down to discipline. Simply just come down to discipline. So they're playing a 5th man option already. A 5th man option already. So Vava is their 5th man. And what we mean by that is they pulled their goalkeeper. And so Vava can act as goalkeeper as long as he's inside the area. It's high risk, it's high reward. They're wanting the overlap. Interesting tactic with still 5 minutes remaining. The moment they give possession up though, it'll be a quick turnover. Vava will leave, the shot comes just wide. So fascinating tactics here by Jet Lim, I like it, but immediately we see the tag and the change, and so Vava comes off and Patrick Steele goes back in. Now, opportunity here, they turn it back over. Can they control it? Shot comes just wide, corner. And so, Vava back on. Steele comes off. I like this, I like the attacking approach here. Looking to go long, but well read. And possession now goes the way back of the Rapids, and they will go to that overlap, and this is Vava. So he's got that slightly different coloured shirt on. He can play goalkeeper. The danger here is you don't want to turn possession over quickly. You've got to be smart in how you play this. That's why you won't see a lot of quick, subtle, intricate play through the middle in case it finds the defender and then the goal is open at the other end. Now they use Vava. Lovely little chance now. And they still get the ball back. It's good here from the Rapids. Equally though, sort of seeing Southern get too caught up. They're happy just to sit back a little bit, maintain their shape defensively at the back. Patience is the call coming from the Rapids bench. They will still get the ball. Now Fava go across to Martin. Martin to Fava. Fava, good switch of play, good pass from Fava. They find it along, shot comes, another corner, another set piece. Maxwell Eriksson. They've got their guns on court at the moment. Oh no, now this is the danger here. The long shot, and that it is. High risk, high reward, and that is the danger. And from that turnover, it is the Southern side who extend their lead to 4-2. And just have a look here, just not what was required. Maxwell Eriksson. And so 4-2, happy to still play with the man up. I think now we've got to perhaps look at trying to force the foul, go at the players. And you can just see that Southern are happy to stand off. They'll be happy now just to allow the clock to run down, because as long as the ball's in play, that clock is ticking down. Fava. He's got to decide where he wants to go here. Oh, almost. County turn, has the shot. Danger. Danger. Goalkeeper will come back on, so they're arguing that. So Jet Lim, coach, has been cautioned. Just got to be careful. Very animated. We've all been there, haven't we? the heat of the battle, we can all become a little irrational and you think things perhaps don't go our way. But he's a class man, Jetlam. He just wears his heart on his sleeve, as do all the coaches and the coaching staff. Now, frustration creeping in. Chance now. Good futsal here from the Rapids. But good pressure being put on by Watanabe. And now they put the long ball through. Looks to try and turn. Does Eriksson? Can't quite get onto it. They're happy just to go back at the moment to standard formation. So 2.5 minutes remain. Oh, great skills being shown here by Houston. Has the shot. Oh, brilliant from Vava, acting as the goalkeeper. That's not an easy thing to do. Can they do it a second time? Yes, they can. They're scrambling, and somehow, the Rapids hang on under extreme duress. Timeout has been called. Anthony Riley having none of it, wanting greater discipline from both sides, the referee. I just heard the coach for the southern side, Benjamin O'Farrell, saying definitely not over. Let's not get complacent. Let's work hard for the next minute 56. As I said, there is Cameron Grushaw on the left. Anthony Riley on the right. You can just sort of see how hard these guys are working too, such as being the frenetic pace, end-to-end stuff. Go across. Oh, has a shot here. Houston. Down the line. Just couldn't quite control it. Fatigue just starting to kick in. He's been good today, Casey Sharpland. In the 18 shirt. So 1:44 remaining. They trail by 2. Both teams, though, have 5 fouls. So discipline absolutely vital. Gets a little shove in the back. Referees say no, we'll play on. Vava acting as that 5th man, as we see the goalkeeper there, Patrick Steele, come off. So we've got to hold on to possession here. Vava moving it quickly. Just look at the way that sort of got that block defence, just blocking down the middle, not coming too wide with the defenders. Happy just to tie the middle of the court up with the 4 defenders at the moment. Nice square formation. And now trying to pull the defenders across as we get yourself into danger, winning possession over, not having a goalkeeper at the other end. I just wonder too at what point though perhaps the Southern United side will be happy just to turn the ball over with this 5-man formation that the Rapids are wanting to play, because as long as the ball's in play, the clock is going to run down. So just let them have the ball, just use the shot clock. They lead by 2. I think that's what we're going to see here. Fava, now chance. And Just 40 seconds remain to find 2 goals. Looks like this game is very much going to go the way of the Southern boys, though. It's been a fairly even contest. Just 20 seconds remaining. I think that maybe the Southern side believe that it is theirs. And now, big wayward shot from Fava. And they will now see back to the standard formation while they're on defence, with Patrick Steele coming back on and Fava coming off. They'll go long. Hawke continues. That's all Southern will do now. They'll just be happy to sit back, let this team have possession and just run the clock down. And there it is. So it is Southern United who have got up to beat the Waikato Rapids by 4-2 in a fascinating, intriguing and exciting game of futsal here on day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League. We will try and get reaction from the winning coach in one moment. Jack Stenning standing by, but both teams acknowledging the quality of this game of futsal. You sort of feel that if they were to play again, that maybe the result could go the other way, but they just took their opportunities, did the Southern side, and it was their veteran, their big man, George Willett, who actually, at 39 years of age, scored a goal that shifted the momentum in that second half. And so you can understand the popularity of the sport when you've just watched and witnessed such a wonderful spectacle. Well, Jack Stenning is standing by with the
huge win there for you guys. Real tough, hard game.
Side.
Tell us, how it feels to pick up such an important win
Jack.
Early on in the competition here.
Yeah, really good. I mean, we struggled a little bit yesterday, so it was sort of a must-win for us. Just to keep our weekend on track and stay in that top 400. So yeah, really good.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously looking at the game there, was quite a solid defensive effort from you guys, but also going forward. Can you tell us a little bit about the game plan heading into that one?
Yeah, I think yesterday we created a lot of chances, but they're sort of half chances, and we stopped playing at times. So it was sort of to get on top of them right at the start, and we held the ball for long periods in that first half, and then sort of went in at half time 2-1 up. So that really helped us, and that was sort of what we wanted to do from the get-go. So,
well, yeah, congratulations once again, and all the best for the rest of the competition. Cheers. All right, well, that's game 1 here, day 2 of the National Series 1 in the Ford Futsal Super League. Don't go anywhere.
Getting up and beating the Waikato Rapids in an enthralling game. They win it by 4-2. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more here on day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinner represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngatahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa United, legacy starts now.
Welcome back to Trust Arena in Auckland's west side of the city as we bring you action from day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Our game up next is the Might of the Hawke's Bay up against the home team Auckland City. Going to be joined in commentary with a member of the New Zealand Futsal Whites, Oban Hawkins. Lovely to have you here, Oban. The standard of futsal you've seen so far, you've got to be impressed.
Yeah, really impressed. I think especially from this Auckland City side that we're about to watch. They have been the top team of the competition, but then obviously a lot of teams have been pushing them as well. It's been great futsal. It's been great to see.
Well, I tell you what, if this game lives up to the game we've just seen, where your current side, the team from the south, ended up getting over the Waikato Rapids, it's certainly going to be entertaining. Let's just reflect a little bit on that game because it was physical, contrasting styles. Both teams on 5 fouls towards the end. But your southern side got up and won it by 4 goals to 2.
Yeah, got up and won it. I think it was a very even game. Both teams had quite a few chances. I think what separated the two sides was Fraser Hunter in our goal. He was superb in goal. And then our 5th man defence at the end managed to hold on, pinged one from over half court in Watanabe, finished it off 4-2. It was a good victory.
Okay, let's just preview this. Both these teams today. You've got a younger brother playing in this, Dom Hawkins. But when you run through the starting lineups of both the Hawke's Bay and the Auckland City, so let's start with Hawke's Bay first. Where are their strengths?
I think Harry Lack, number 6, he's a great player. He typically plays their fixo role. He's quite a strong player, wins the ball from deep, drives forward, got a really powerful shot. He's been very dangerous this Super League so far.
And Auckland City, you can't mention Auckland City without mentioning the influence of the Twig family.
Yes,
Denny
definitely.
Twig, Sam Twig, Art Twig, and often we see all three on court.
Yeah. They're just great together. I think they've obviously been playing together since they were very young boys in Thailand. But you can just see the chemistry which they play with. They move fast, and then obviously with Pickin as well. They all 4 very similar players and just kind of complement each other very, very well.
Yeah, we just saw our 3 referees too, Chris Sinclair, Philip Rogers and Jacob Porter, 3 New Zealanders, and the officiating has been excellent. It's been consistent, and that's all you want from your officials is consistency.
The most frustrating thing is when there isn't consistency. But so far, from what I've seen, they've been incredible. No complaints so far.
Now, you were out of action today due to picking up a concussion last week, so under concussion protocols.
So just had to miss this weekend. Probably stay away from football next weekend and then be back for Series 4, rest up, and should be good to go.
And so you're making your debut as a commentator?
Yeah, looking forward to it.
No, it should be good. So I would imagine that these teams... a question I've got for you, I mean, clearly there is different patterns and formation that teams can play in futsal, but you still have to understand, I guess, the quality of the individuals you have and the skill sets they have, and factor that in as well.
Definitely. I guess I think a big thing which kind of plays a part in terms of the style in which you have is whether you have an out-and-out target. So you're kind of your big man up top, you can say. If you have an out-and-out target, then you can really have him stay up top, look to feed balls into him, and then run off that. Whereas if you've more got 4 kind of smaller, it doesn't have to be smaller, but quicker players on the court that are able to kind of run around and kind of all move in tandem, then you can kind of, that really changes up the style in which you play. And I guess we see that especially with the Twigs and Pickin.
Yeah, and we saw that with that Waikato team with Ericsson very much forward. Very good at holding that ball up. And so just that starting line up for Auckland City will be Vaughan Somerville in goal, Sean Morgan, big man too, Stephen Ashby Peckham, their captain, Josh Margetts and Adam Paulson. And for this Hawke's Bay team, it will be Liam Percy Fish in goal, or Fish, Harry Lack, Dylan Cozens, Cameron Emerson, and the number 11 shirt, Simon Stallard. But key part is clearly the bench and how you use the bench.
Definitely. I think that's where Auckland City are really, really strong this year. Auckland City have 3 4s, which they kind of rotate in and out, and they kind of don't lose any quality when they rotate their 4s. That's kind of the worry with futsal, in terms of you might have a starting 5, which is just incredible, but when they have to play a bulk of minutes because your bench depth kind of struggles, that's when things can kind of start to go bad.
And the big thing too, when you can bring a player like Eduardo Espinosa, and he is a danger man. And so we've got the Auckland are going to change strips. They're going to be in, can we describe that as candy yellow? Yeah, candy stripe yellow.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Here he is, big Sean Morgan, the big number 2. So it'll be the Auckland City side who will be playing from left to right. The Hawke's Bay team playing from right to left, and almost playing in the colours of Auckland. So hopefully we as commentators don't get too confused.
I think with the opposing styles, we shouldn't get too confused.
Yeah, I'll get you just to elaborate on that, the opposing styles. So let's just talk a little bit about what you're expecting to see from the Hawke's Bay side.
Yeah, I expect Hawke's Bay's quite a physical side. They tend to hold off a bit deeper, try to get in your face when you kind of start to advance. They won't look to keep the ball a lot. They'll look to go on the break, whereas Auckland City, their strength is with the ball. So they'll look to have a dominating possession and then try to build up attack from there.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit from the Rapids this morning. They tended to sort of go on the counter-attack a little bit more, that sort of, football term, a little bit more of the long ball. So here we go. Final moments, big game here for Auckland City. Number of games behind Capital, but it is Capital who are top of the table at the moment on 19 points, and Auckland City have played 6 and they sit on 16 points, so an opportunity to, I guess, go alongside of the Capital side, and both those teams played yesterday in a very good 2-2 draw. So set to go, 2 20-minute halves. By the time the ball does go out, the clock will stop, so no time wasting. So it'll be Hawke's Bay who will get play underway in this fixture here at the Ford Futsal Super League. Opportunity for both coaches early on to gain some sort of understanding of what their opponents are doing, both offensively and defensively, type of patterns that they're looking to play. So to see that long ball from Hawke's Bay immediately. But getting across and defending well, the Auckland City side. Number 11 is Simon Stallard. Automatically using their goalkeepers. They're starting to see some innovation. Shot comes just over the top. Really good first up play. Great effort. Great opportunity there for Cameron Emerson.
Yeah, great start from Hawke's Bay there. Auckland City obviously pressing, so Hawke's Bay used the keeper to spread them out, gain the extra man, built up really well. Good shot, just wide of the goal.
And now Morgan. Going to try and hold on to the ball to try and just use it here nicely. Patient build up from the back. Oh, good pressure, poor pass, just not quite enough weight on it. Now another opportunity. So number 11 is Simon Stallard there for Hawke's Bay. Number 16 is Adam Paulson for Auckland City, who are in the candy yellow. Starting to come up this right-hand side. Two defenders do come across, which opens it across the far side. Good piece of goalkeeping from Liam Percy-Fish.
Stephen Ashby very dangerous going down that. Very dangerous going down that flank. Right foot or left foot, typically left foot, but wrapped his right foot around that one really well.
Morgan holds defenders up. Morgan, and a little bit of a toe hack coming from number 16 for Auckland City, Adam Paulson. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You've got a player of physicality of a Morgan, you can bring him off, and you can bring a player like Exposito Espinosa on and replace like with like.
Talk about physicality.
Yeah, Golden Boot winner last year in the Resine Golden Boot, playing for East Coast Bays.
I think he'd like to tell you he was the MVP as well. Had a chat to him.
Number 16 is Paulson. So, what are you set piece here? What are the expectations at set piece in futsal?
Set piece, I think the key thing is you just want to get a good shot off. Obviously, futsal, it's all about getting shots off, and set piece is a great time to kind of work something, get a free shot, and just test out the keeper.
Yeah, it's a game where you just can't blink. You just expect the unexpected. It actually reminds me a lot of, we're looking at futsal and people may be new to it, and that's where we're often trying to reach. It's sort of, there's a combination, there's a bit of basketball involved, a bit of water polo too, where you're just waiting for that opportunity, looking for that entry pass, but expect the unexpected. I am just amazed at the reflexes, how quickly these players can turn on a pivot, and their ability to shoot with left and right foot.
I think we saw that with Auckland City yesterday with D. Hawkins. That ball through from Exposito just out of nowhere against Capital. Kind of turned the game on its head.
Chance here, so good pressure, good press defence coming from the City side. They look for that long ball, so the intent was right, execution wasn't quite there, and good to see Dylan Cousins acknowledging that intent. And now goes and beats his man on the outside, looks for the cross, and Morgan almost gets a foot on it. What are you noticing here in the way that Hawke's Bay are setting up defensively?
Getting a little bit higher than what I thought they would be, especially from goal throws and things like that. They're trying to push on. As they get back in, they're showing those flankers the line, which is dangerous when you have a man like Morgan at the back post.
Goes across the face. And certainly both sides at the moment will just be settling in. Some players will maybe just wanting to get their heart rate up. It's amazing you can turn up and just feel a little bit flat and just going to get the sweat up. Right, so Hawke's Bay. Picked off. Chance here. They're going to open it up. They've got a man. They just maybe listened a little too slow. Needed to maybe just deliver that pass just a little earlier. Dylan Cousins, he is very much a target, isn't he, on that right-hand side?
Definitely. It's a great break, actually. They're looking dangerous on it.
Chance here. Another chance, another opportunity. Looks to try and turn and go. Yeah, gets the shot off, and that's what we talk about. Expect the unexpected. Looking to just slow it down. No, another poor pass, just turns it away and over the top. Missed opportunity. Well, you'd have to say at the moment that momentum is with Hawke's Bay, but it's probably more through some unforced errors.
It's a great start, especially Emerson up top, looking extremely dangerous. Won the ball a couple of times, got good shots off. As we see again, he's a big boy. As Auckland City try to penetrate that ball into the middle, he's getting in the way, doing very well.
Yes, they're going to need to make that adjustment, aren't they? Can they afford to play through the middle? Because they are losing possession too often. There's a lot of pressure through. And maybe this is just really good coaching coming from Jeff Robson, their coach, saying, hey, look, these guys are going to look to play through the middle, so let's just shut that channel down. Force them to have to play a different style. And we see it again. So good pressure from Hawke's Bay early. Hawke's Bay come into this with having played 6. Currently sit on just the 1 win.
What a win that was, though. I'm not sure if you saw that, Mark, but it was the last kick of the game 2 weeks ago.
Who was that against?
Against Canterbury.
Oh, the mighty Canterbury.
It was a 6-all. Canterbury went down the other end, had a shot, looked like scoring, then Hawke's Bay sprinted down. Last second shot as the buzzer went off, 7-6.
So now they continue to push. Lovely ball towards the defenders, but can't maintain possession, so it's scrambling defence from Hawke's Bay. And so Mustafa. Long chance. Got to say, Stephen Ashby-Peckham, he's just that calming head, isn't he? Such an experienced player. Just look a bit aside when he's on.
Yeah, definitely. Steve has a very good chat, knows exactly what he's talking about, and is a calm leader in the dressing room and on the court.
So they continue to ring the changes, bringing on different lines. So number 14 here for Auckland City is Aylock Powdell. This is a game where they do like to use that almost 5th man. It's not the goalkeeper being replaced, he's acting as an on-court player. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 2 of the Futsal SuperLeague. This game between Hawke's Bay in the blue and Big heavy foul. And what do the referees say here? He's gone down hard too. Plenty of concern being shown. And it can be the gladiatorial nature of futsal at times. No real intent in that, but still falls heavily. And that is Benjamin Amadi, I think. Just have a wee look here. In fact, no, my apologies, but it was Jacob Riley for Hawke's Bay. I was just a bit confused. Still expect to see Auckland in the blue and the white and Hawke's Bay in the yellow. Yeah. So number 6 will be Harry Lack. He's going to look to try and step up. Got options out to his left and right. Can somehow see a way through here. Expect the unexpected. And he just drills it. You've got to have courage under fire. Boy, you've got to have courage in that defensive line and that wall. Now they look to try and counter at the other end, do City. It is Hawke's Bay who scramble back in defence through Jacob Riley.
Gutsy save from Somerville. He's been excellent this series so far.
To try and turn. Vaughan Somerville in goal for City.
I think goalkeeping in futsal might be one of the scariest positions in sport, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm blown away though by the athleticism of them, and this is where it actually reminds me a lot of ice hockey. It's almost the first player you pick, the first area you want to be strong in as goalkeeper.
Yeah, definitely. And I think in New Zealand we're blessed with a lot of great goalkeepers. If you look across the teams, always have 2 great goalkeepers, 2 keepers that can kind of on their day call excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that with the Papakura women's side yesterday too, having picked up a number of the East Coast Bays players. Nothing better than competition for places. It was a challenge for coaches and managers to maintain unity as well. As we do a little shove in the back, and they said that's okay. So Riley Kleinhardt saying, hey, I'm not going to tolerate.
Just a little bit more strength needed from Hawkins.
Nice skill set being shown. The game's just lost its shape at the moment. Need to take it and slow it down here. Be patient in their build-up. Another sort of unforced error.
Yeah, sloppy passes from Auckland City. We haven't seen that so much this season. A little bit of pressure from Hawke's Bay in their faces. Kind of struggling to deal with it a little bit.
Young Dominic Hawkins, number 20, tells me he's the best futsal player in his family.
He would be wrong. He would be wrong.
His brother sitting alongside of me. So Owen Hawkins, thus the little in joke. Now chance here for City. The shot comes. Better enterprise. That's an opportunity from Thomas Pickin. Boy, it's a great bench, isn't it, for Auckland City. And you've got the likes of Pickin, Antomov, and you've got the Twig brothers, Amadi. Oh, just didn't quite get over the top of it. Would have been spectacular. Would have made the high right rail, that big man, Eduardo Exposito Espinosa. He is capable too.
He would have been thinking about the Instagram post before hitting that one.
Good play, great futsal, chance comes, oh great piece of goalkeeping, well done to Liam Percy-Fish. But really good enterprise being shown here by Auckland City.
He would have been, Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, incredible in those positions. Tight positions in and around the D, defenders dive in, the way he can manipulate the ball, get a shot off, it's incredible for someone his size.
Well, you've only just got to get your arms out a little bit, lock them in, and he's just a wall to get around, isn't he? Very good holding up the defenders. Turn comes, shot comes. Now, you feel there has been a momentum shift here, that City are now just starting to get into their rhythm.
Yeah, pinning Hawke's Bay in. Hawke's Bay aren't getting as high up on the court, pressing them in, not getting as much kind of in their face defence. And Auckland City are starting to capitalise.
So another set piece opportunity, the shot comes.
You notice as Emerson has come off, Auckland City have been able to find that pass through to that top man a little bit more, and they're really starting to find some success from it.
Yeah, where they were getting picked out when they were trying to go through that. So is Emerson the key here? And if it's not Emerson, they find a suitable replacement who can do that job. Looking to try and pulls it back. Great play. Corner called. Really good enterprise being shown by Thomas Picken again in the number 6 shirt for Auckland City. We have just joined us, Auckland City in the yellow and white. It's Hawke's Bay in the blue and the white. Turning, looking. Holds the defender up, waiting, draws it. Esposito, oh, lovely skill set. And I think they felt possibly opportunity wasted by Amati, but that combination working well too. We talked about Esposito in those tight situations, and that was a great example of it, just showing that Brazilian trickery.
Esposito, Espinosa and Amati are very good friends off the court, and you can see the chemistry on the court as well when they play.
Oh, chance now. Oh, just wide. Came off the defender, Harry Lack. Corner. It was always a corner, wasn't it? The officials today are Chris Sinclair, Philip Rogers and Jacob Porter. And so ringing the changes here. I'll get you just open to just talk to us a little bit about the interchange. Is it one player most of the time, or is it generally a line of players like you see in hockey? I mean, what sort of did the general consensus, what sort of the standard?
I think it definitely depends on the coach. It depends on the team.
Chance here. Okay, well picked up.
Yeah, it depends on the coach, depends on the team, depends on how much depth you have. If you're kind of injuries and those kind of things. Auckland City, like you say, incredible depth. So they typically go for a 4-4 change, try and get players off and on, and have as many breaks as possible.
Oh, wow, what a save. What do they say? Is that a goal? Is that crossed the line? That is one of the great saves, if it is, from Liam Percy Fish. What is the referee called there? Let's have a look at this, because Esposito Espinosa across the far side, it just doesn't come down, he heads it. Wow, that is good goalkeeping.
Just incredible athleticism. You talk about goalkeepers earlier. Man, unbelievable from Percy Fish.
Big man, he's had a big influence since he's come on though, Eduardo Esposito Espinosa. And great piece of defence too, sliding tackle from Amati.
A play like that in futsal is so big for the game. It gets the boys up. People start to fizz, a little bit more confidence. So yeah.
Somewhat of a wayward shot there though by Josh Margetts. Not Margetts, my apologies. It is of course Alexander Eaglestone. Apologise for sort of looking at the blue and the white and confusing the two teams.
Margetts was a former man from this region, having said that. So he'll be enjoying taking on these guys.
There he is. Esposito Espinosa. Oh, great pass. Chance coming, surely. And it is in, just like that. City make it 1-0. And it is that wonderful combination again between Eduardo Esposito Espinosa and his good mate, Baram Amati.
Yeah, it's great play. Esposito Espinosa makes the run through the middle, not tracked by the Hawke's Bay players. Plays it through and Amati almost tackles it into the goal. It's not his prettiest finish, but goes down on the stat sheet.
No, big difference, but you're right. You know, they are finding just space up through the middle now, aren't they? And they need to address that Hawke's Bay. They're just getting picked apart at the moment. It's just starting to look a little bit too easy. Amati. Immediately finds Dominic Hawkins in the number 20 jersey. They certainly bring the flair and the colour, don't they? South Americans. It's a sport that is just so conducive to their mindset. Brazilians, when you think of attacking, you think of flair, you think of innovation, you do think of Brazilian football, and you can understand why. The origins and the roots of the sport come from that part of the world.
Yeah, I think that's where they get a lot of their flair from, to be honest. A lot of their players play futsal at a young age.
Well, both myself and Brendan Telford said that, putting futsal and football, I'm surprised that a lot more young kids in this country don't start here, because I think this is where you learn that ball control. You've got a flat, hard surface, haven't you? You're not playing with your feet 6 inches below the surface in the mud.
Those 8 a.m. Saturday mornings.
Yeah.
Parents with the gumboots on.
Yeah, they go across the court, looking to try and push. Just a little bit too much weight on that, but that's really good. The intended target was Amadi. And we saw Thomas Pickens, he had the vision. Didn't have a little bit too much weight on the pass. So it is Auckland City who lead Hawke's Bay by 1 goal to 0. And what can you tell us about Baram Amadi?
Baram Amadi hails from the Waikato, so he played quite a few seasons from the Waikato. Actually, interesting fact, he started as a goalkeeper.
Did he?
So when he first came to New Zealand, from I believe Iran, he came as a goalkeeper. So first photo I've ever seen of Byron is him with his goalkeeper gloves on, and then I think decided scoring goals was a little bit more fun, and went and plopped himself up top, and has been there ever since, and has been prolific ever since, to be honest.
The other question I'll ask too, no East Coast Bays this year, a lot of those players, many of them have joined Auckland City in terms of welcoming them into the side. From your understanding, it's been a good transition?
Yeah, I think it's been a great transition. I mean, futsal is quite a small community, and so everyone knows each other really well. And I think in terms of just bringing together two clubs, it's just made that competition for spaces so high and kind of pushed each other so much more than what you could potentially have in a scenario where you have a squad, but it's a guaranteed 14 every single week.
So now another set piece opportunity. City, what can they do with it? Looking to go inside. Oh, a lovely little, just what they would call just an entry pass if we're talking water polo. Just getting it inside of the circle here. Lovely show and go, good skills. I like the look of Adam Paulson. Really good with ball at foot. It's more like a traditional footballer in the way he plays.
Not sure I'd be happy with you saying that.
Oh, it's not the greatest compliment. I'm not saying anything. I won't ever say anything in a derogatory way. I know that the futsal can be quite precious around the two sports. I get that. I do get that. But just the way he uses the outside of the foot a little bit more and that shimmy.
Make sure you don't do the post-match interview, hey?
No, I'll send you out. Yeah. Did I mention how good looking he is and what a great athlete he is? Have I dug myself out of the hole just yet? Have I dug myself out of that hole?
You might have just.
You're a great man, Adam. Love your work, Adam Paulson.
He'll be clipping that.
He is in possession now. Oh, good play now. Chance here for Hawke's Bay on the counter. But good defence, good scrambling defence, getting back in numbers are Auckland City.
Superb from Egglestone. This is where Hawke's Bay are going to have their opportunities. Winning the ball and driving. That's incredible what he did.
We've got Cameron Patterson on for Hawke's Bay too, and the number 12, Egglestone in the 12, in fact, Cameron Patterson in the 13. The changes now, so they will change up and bring on a new line of players, which will include Cameron Emerson. So Emerson happy to play in that fixo role with Simon Stallard. And just a little bit of a lack of concentration, and they turn possession back over to Auckland City. So, Kenny Twig, one of 3 Twig brothers on this side. Goes to his brother Sam. for, just holds it up.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're three brothers, three very similar people, but on the court their styles are actually very different. Art plays that top target role. He's incredibly strong. Sam is that man who plays the fixo. He's an incredibly good defender, good with the ball, whereas Denny is more of that flair player, which I think complements them very well in terms of playing together.
Absolutely, yeah. So if you've got a weakness, one enhances it, or one strengthens that area. And clearly got great cohesion, but you're right. It's like nothing worse than trying to all compete for the one place in one family. I mean, you know, you've got a brother Dominic who thinks he's a better player. Have we mentioned that? Did we mention that? Did we mention that?
He's mentioned it.
He's mentioned it a lot.
Don't worry, don't worry. Like over the week, he scored 4 goals last weekend.
So Denny Twig now looking, comes up, holding the defender up, holding the defenders up, but gets picked off. But you can sort of see the intent. A little breakdown in communication. So Twig not happy then. He said, look, you should have gone to me earlier. I was open down that right side. Was it Sam, in fact? No, now we go. Now we go. The Twig brothers getting heavily involved. And very much in that diamond formation. Coming back across. Press defence coming from Hawke's Bay, though. Auckland City to play in their own half. And now lovely little through ball. Waiting. Turnover, attacking opportunity for the Bay. End-to-end stuff. It's good from City. You can sort of see what they're trying to do. Threads the needle nicely. The little back heel comes. No, it doesn't. Brought down. Referees say play on. We're okay with that. And now chance at the other end. Just a little bit too much weight. Great athleticism being shown by Simon Stallard, though. Oh, little shimmy, show and go. Cracking shot from Adam Paulson.
Great little phase of futsal. That's what you love to see. You love to see it open. You love to see players taking each other on. Great saves from keepers.
So Hawke's up and clapping on their bench. They felt like they won that little battle. Can they win the war, though? Another big long ball. Oh, good ball too. Turns, great athleticism. Nobody there, though. Just showing their danger. Not afraid to go long.
I think you'd have to be 10 feet tall to be there anyway. For that one.
This young fella on the other team, Dominic Hawkins, reckons he could have got that.
If he could have got there, I could have got that because I've got a good inch on him.
Okay, so turns, has a shot now. Oh, just gets away from the goalkeeper. But Art Twig this time, pulling the trigger and hitting it with some velocity. So what can Dylan Cousins do? Well, he gets taken down. Referees, no, they do come back. That will be a foul. Remember, you're only allowed 5 fouls per half, at which point you can see the 6th. Your opponent will get to go to a 10-metre penalty, which, particularly on the men's side, gives your opponent a very good chance of scoring. Women probably don't quite have the same amount of power from 10 metres, and it's probably a bit more of a level contest between the keeper and the striker. Good opportunity here. But Archwood pressing high in defence. So 8 minutes remaining, 3 fouls to Auckland, 2 fouls to Hawke's Bay. And now chance here, big shot, open and just misses. So goalkeeper was well and truly off his line, almost outside of the area. Great vision here, just have a look. And it just comes back down, and it is Twig who goes so close to making it 2 goals to nothing.
Well, yeah, 2 goals to nothing, and also Denny's first goal of the season it would have been. But that is the risk versus reward when it comes to bringing that goalkeeper up, which you've got to toss up.
A big shot here. And get the ball back. Another fixed piece now with set piece. Now they do open themselves up at the back again. Getting back quickly. Looking to try and just hold the defender up. And he scores! Wow, that is a very good goal indeed from Adam Paulson. He's threatened all day. He looks to the heavens, raises his arms in a V. And it is Auckland City who extend that lead to 2-0 from the break. High risk, high reward.
Yeah, it's a great goal.
Look at that little shimmy. Wow.
Adam is so good at stopping, going slow, and then that quick shimmy and go down the line and shot. It's so hard as a defender to come to a stop and then be able to go with him and stop and block that shot.
Now chance here. Can they hit back quickly? Great intent, but City scrambling in defence. Really good. So Sean Morgan getting back. As well as Stephen Ashby-Peckham, who's back on their captain. And this is a perfect opportunity to bring those guys back on. You've got that goal. Now bring in that physicality. I mean, it's remarkable, isn't it? You can bring Denny Twigg on, Sam Twigg, Art Twigg. Then you've got Morgan, you've got Ashby Peckham, Marquette Paulson, and then you've still got Eduardo Exposito Espinosa. Yeah.
Guys, these guys would be playing 25, 30 minutes for other teams. But here they get to be fresh, they get to come on after a good rest and things like that. So it's a big advantage for Auckland City.
So another foul going the way of Auckland, and this is where they've just got to be careful. That's their fourth foul, still 7 minutes remaining. So I just wonder how then that changes the mindset of the way perhaps Hawke's Bay play this, but also the way Auckland City sets himself up defensively. Don't want to get into too much of an arm wrestle.
Yeah, definitely, especially Hawke's Bay have Harry Lack, who is quite prolific from 10-metre mark.
If I'm Hawke's Bay, I'll go one-on-one go at these guys, force them to put the boot out.
Especially with the way Auckland City defend, they try to get in your face, they try to press you, and that kind of leaves them sticking legs out and things like that. And you go over a little bit more easily and you pick up a foul and get to that 10-metre.
It's a long time, isn't it? 6 minutes 42, considering the clock stops every time the ball does go out. So we've got plenty of time. Suddenly it becomes 2-1 and oh, lovely, lovely. Great futsal. And I think that Sean Morgan heavily involved there. And I think Josh Margetts was disappointed that he just perhaps didn't get over top of it a bit more.
I think it could have been Hawkins, actually.
Was it Hawkins?
Blazing that one over the bar, yeah.
That really good Dominic Hawkins, that one.
Yeah. I mean, if you still think he's really good after that, then that's your own opinion.
Oh, Morgan with a little back heel flick. No, he just holds the defender up, doesn't he, Morgan? That's that physicality that he brings.
Yeah, physicality and also a bit of touch as well. That roll that almost went in. Yeah, that's the great thing about Sean's play, actually.
Did he end up doing the Ironman?
I believe he did.
He did?
I believe he did.
You'd be much my sport I come from.
You'd be a big fan of that, hey?
Oh, no, yeah, no, I do. I was curious to find out how he got on. He is a big man, and it's a hard thing when you come from a futsal background to try and master sports like swimming, which are not easy to master. As we see City now looking to break at the other end.
We've got plenty of hard men in futsal as well.
Oh, shot. Great effort. Oh, the power that he generated. Off balance. And that's good play. And I think it was Jacob Riley, number 8 for Hawke's Bay. So 5 minutes remaining. And it's still Auckland City leading Hawke's Bay by 2-0. And they've decided to go with the sort of fifth man type play, bringing the goalkeeper into play, Liam Percy-Fish. And now they do manage to get themselves. Now they're in a bit of difficulty here. It's a 3-on-2 situation. Was that a squandered opportunity by the great Dominic Hawkins?
Could have been.
Needed to maybe just pass. So Decided to have a go himself. Now Hawkins with another opportunity. He does pass this time and the shot comes, and that is brilliant futsal. That is a very good goal, this time to Josh Margetts. So that combination between Margetts and Hawkins proving to be a very good one. Have a look here. Hawkins, you've got a lovely little decoy being presented by Sean Morgan. They go back and that is a great finish.
Yeah, Dominic Hawkins, incredible at winning the ball back on a futsal court. Not so great in the backyard, but wins the ball back, plays the right pass, and great finish from Margetts. Superb from Auckland City.
3-0 is the score. Now, opportunity. Oh, what was he looking for? Who was he looking for? Did he need to go on his own? Opportunity squandered, and I think they know it. So Liam Liesbach.
There's been 3 or 4 of those this half, actually. Hawke's Bay are creating opportunities. Well and truly not out of this game.
Oh, Morgan again. Look at the skills. Look at the little deft touch. So I'd imagine, so if you have just joined us, Dominic Hawkins playing. We've got his brother joining me in comments. Oban, your mum and dad have a favourite. I know your mum's watching.
They're giving us a wave right now, actually. I think, is that them spelling my name out?
I think it was them spelling your name out. Oh, over the top. So number 8 is Jacob Riley. As we again see Margetts finds their captain, Ashby Peckham, but they turn the ball over. But to no avail, and 3:42 remains on the clock. It's Auckland City leading this one comfortably by 3-0. What they'll be wanting to do is still just maintain their shape, maintain that intensity, not get too complacent. So Hawke's Bay continuing with this strategy of almost playing the 5th man by bringing Liam Percy-Fish up and acting as a player. And so now we see Dell come on.
Your man back on the court as well there.
Oh, the big man, Waikato Exposito Espinosa. And he does look to go long. Just a bit too much weight on that pass, but looking to try and switch it, change up the different sides. So, Hawke's Bay through Harry Lack. So they're acting in that fixo role, playing with the distributor up front. In that pivot role for Hawke's Bay is their number 15, Liesbach. Oh, great pass, wonderful assist there, and almost leads to a goal, but that's the brilliance of Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, can turn nothing into something. And let's expect the unexpected in the game of futsal. It looked like he was going to drill that. I think everybody's heart rate went through the roof thinking, please, do I have to block that? And then he just took all the pace off it and created that deception. That's what I think I like about futsal. It's just that, it's the art of deception, isn't it? It's creating that illusion.
The fake shot is potentially the most dangerous weapon in the game.
Yeah.
Obviously, futsal, the shots are so dangerous, and so people are sliding in, they're committing, over-committing to be able to switch lanes and get a good shot off afterwards.
Yeah, sometimes it's those off-speed shots which are dangerous for the reasons you talked about. You're expecting it to come a lot quicker, aren't you?
Yeah,
You're off balance. And that's where it actually, I do a little bit of work in the water polo space, and that's where it's very similar. A lot of faking, a lot of just creating that decoy.
Trying to go through the middle there, it's good defence.
Yeah, holding that diamond formation, aren't they? They're staying narrow defensively, not pushing too wide, Hawke's Bay. Oh, lovely go. You've got to love the way he does that. That is just A really wonderful piece of futsal again from Adam Paulson.
You have to...
Sort of a little bit of a Roger Tuivasa-Sheck about it, isn't it? There you go.
Maybe for the Warriors, less so the Blues.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Would he like that being compared to Roger Tuivasa?
Potentially. I'm not sure if he'd know who he is, to be honest.
Really?
But, yeah.
But it's a compliment. Hey?
It's
You're going to tell him
big...
it's a compliment.
I'll tell him
You're going to tell him it's a compliment.
Yeah. Tuivasa-Sheck with the one on the back.
I just don't want him waiting for me in the car.
Yeah.
I refer to him as a footballer.
Especially if he brings Exposito Espinosa with him. Yeah. But yeah, you have to, in terms of defending Adam Paulson, it's a tricky one. It's if you just commit one man, he's so good at going both ways. So I think you have to commit two. In terms of one person stop him, go line, one person stop him, come inside, but then obviously that opens up space for it when you've got Exposito Espinosa.
Yeah, that's it. And that's what he's going to, isn't it? Draw two defenders across, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll just use another skill set and open you up across the other side.
Yeah.
Fascinating game. 4 fouls. Auckland City really have been just not getting too man-on-man in the defence, understanding the consequences of a 5th foul. And of course those fouls will be cleared at half-time. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Open Hawkins alongside of me in commentary, bringing you all the action. And now chance here for Paulson again. Oh, just loses his boot this time. What do we call him? Boot? Shoe? What do you officially call a futsal?
I call them shoes, I think.
Shoes?
Yeah, a futsal shoe. Futsal boot. Actually,
boot?
I'm sure as you question me.
No, there are all these little subtleties.
Yeah. Shoe, yeah, I'd say shoe.
Really, really well played there by Amadi. And now looking to switch. Great control. Oh, that is superb. How did they not miss that? Wow. That is just a coach's dream. Just one-touch football, and the only thing that really prevented it from being maybe one of the goals of the tournament was it just was slightly wide. But that is the danger again of Exposito Espinosa, unmarked.
The touch from Amadi set that up. Absolutely unbelievable. Dinked ball in, up around his chest kind of area, wraps his leg around it to Exposito Espinosa. Can't quite get it on target.
Yeah, he's got great skills for a big man, hasn't he? And here he is back in position, but they've called the foul. And so
the alarm that you might have heard is signals for 5 fouls. So Hawke's Bay, 50 seconds to try and work something, try and get a foul, get to the 10-metre line.
Yeah, just try and take it, the opponents, don't they? Try and do what we've seen Paulson do, maybe that little shimmy. Try and send a player one way to just instinctively put a boot out. Speaking of which, here is that man, Paulson, just creating havoc, hasn't he? Oh, look at that. Whether he wins or loses that. Oh, that's superb from Paulson. What a player. What a player. And, nope, they managed to keep the ball in here, Hawke's Bay. And 24 seconds remaining in this first half. It is Auckland City leading by 3-0. So do mum and dad follow you two around the country?
I think they will be soon, actually. Dominic's in his last year of high school. And
where's he go to school?
To Birkenhead College.
Birkenhead, okay.
The powerhouse on the North Shore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think no one will be at home, so they'll probably all move down to Dunedin. I think mum wants to be around the kids. But from a sports perspective, yeah, Wellington tournaments, they'll be there. It's great to have their support. Mum less so, actually. She loves the live stream. She prefers the live stream.
No, fair to say. So just the second remaining. And we'll give the chance for teams to go to half-time and get some instructions and reinforce the positives and maybe address some of the negatives that they're seeing. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League. It has been an intriguing game, but it's been one that has been dominated by Auckland City after a bit of a slow start. They lead here at half-time by 3-0.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
You are watching live coverage on day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Auckland City here in the candy yellow up against Hawke's Bay, who look more like an Auckland team in terms of their kit. Good news for Auckland City fans is they lead by 3-0. But Hawke's Bay have certainly had their opportunities. Maybe the difference has possibly been the depth off the bench. Oban Hawkins, a member of the Futsal Whites, is my expert comments man, unable to play today for his southern team due to concussion protocols. And so we are back underway.
Emerson playing that target role for Hawke's Bay to start. See if he can win some balls and drive.
Yeah, shut them down in the middle, which is, if you've just joined us, he was very good, and Hawke's Bay were a better side when he was playing in that role early on in that first half. So a good patient build-up again here from Auckland City. Coming back up through Sam Twig. So maybe to play down the right side now, looks to feed the pass, and great intent because the run was coming from Thomas Picken. Maybe just a little bit too much weight on it. So Twig again, this time goes on his own, and then off the volley, great shot. Oh, good piece of defence though. Clearing off the line was Harry Lack. That came an absolute bullet, being drilled by Jenny Twig. And keeper Vaughan Somerville coming off his line. Just making sure that Auckland City weren't exposed at the other end. So Dylan Cousins, he's been busy today. And looks to just hook it back. Nice skill set. Good piece of skill being shown here by Art Twig too, just getting himself between the ball and the defender. But good pressure being applied by the big number 10, Cameron Emerson, for Hawke's Bay. Emerson needs to get himself involved here. They're a better side when he's on.
It's a great hold-up play from Twig.
And you see another exercise. Oh. Again, Denny Twig showing just how dangerous he is from distance.
Dangerous from distance, but not with that right foot typically.
Goalkeeper is Liam Percy Fish. Second goalkeeper is Jack McCaw. Interesting just to see Auckland City dropping back, happy just to allow Hawke's Bay to play out of their own half. Now looking to try and hold up is Emerson. Now looking to go long, chance now. Oh, great skills, great footwork by Sam Twig. Really good vision too, being shown by Vaughan Somerville in goal.
That's where this Auckland City 4 can hurt you really bad. Such quick players, such dynamic players, getting in behind, a quick pass and they're in.
And has a shot, and just like that, it is 4. And thoroughly deserved too, this time by Art Twig. And so the Twig family working in unison, working in combination. And suddenly now Hawke's Bay have some serious thinking to do. As we just have a look here, great futsal, really simple. Just had the defensive 1s and 2s, just cut back on the inside. And it was Jack McCaw in goal, who really had no hope. What is generally the message when you find yourself up by 4? You feel like you're in control in terms of what's the expectation from your coaches in regards to your shape and those intensity levels?
Yeah, I think from a shape perspective, you can kind of go either way, really. A lot of teams will typically try to step back in and be a little bit more defensive, but I mean that can kind of come with can kind of work against you in terms. Hawke's Bay kind of get a bit more ball, get a bit more attack, and they score and get a bit more momentum. So then you have other coaches which typically don't change, keep attacking, keep pressing, let's go get more. So I'm more of that kind of idea. I think you shouldn't change a system which is working so well.
No, actually, it's working well. Keep it up. I mean, you know, if you've got marquee players, you might want to use your bench a little bit more. Rest players a bit more. It is a bit of a tight turnaround on this 3 days of this Futsal SuperLeague. It is an intense game.
Especially for these northern teams. Auckland City, Waikato and Bay of Plenty all playing 6 games this weekend. 6 games on the body. Once you get to that third day, and it's punishing. Oh.
Got now a chance here. So Emerson looking to try and see if he can shift the momentum on his own, but they turn possession over, and another big left-footed shot comes from Thomas Picken. And so the Hawke's Bay are going to have to do something differently here. How do they stop this momentum? How do they somehow change the momentum of this game?
I'd say they've really got to start stepping on. I think Auckland City, especially this 4 here, are having a little bit too much time, a little bit too much space to work. And as we kind of see this starting to step a little bit higher, they've got to get in their face. Obviously, the downside is them getting in behind you, but I think when you're 4-0 down, you've just got to throw caution to the wind.
So more man-on-man type marking.
Yeah, man-on-man.
Introducing yourself, maybe kissing them on the cheek.
Yeah. Depends on the player.
Yeah.
There's players that you'd want to kiss on the cheek and others which you typically wouldn't.
No, I mean, that Dominic Hawkins, good-looking young man.
Talk to my mum about that one.
Oban Hawkins alongside of me, the older brother. Oh, this is much better. That is good play from the Bay. Really good play. Just one touch. Really good understanding of space and player movement. But then again, they go to the bench, don't they? And big Sean Morgan comes on. And Josh Margetts already scored a goal, Margetts. Happy to play it out from their own line. And Morgan goes on his own. And he looks to try and cut in. He'll hold it back up now, wait for his players to come forward, which they do. And now you can see Morgan getting forward too, trying to draw defenders away. He's a busy player. He's down that right side now, finds himself down the left. Plenty of vocals coming from Hawke's Bay. Oh, through ball, didn't quite come off, but that could have been dangerous.
Just there, you just see, I like to think of Sean Morgan as almost a 13-piece drill kit, really. He can play that top man, and then he can drop back in and play that back man and work the ball around, as we see an incredible shot from Ashby Peckham always sneak in.
But yeah, what amazes me, he's just such a big man too, but the athleticism, his agility, I think, is what surprises me with Morgan.
Because you saw him just in before, drop in on the flank and bring the ball down and pass it around and move. Whereas then you can see him up top, bring it down, hold off a defender.
So look to go up that right side. Now look to try and bring it back in, but ball out, they'll still retain possession. So another kick in. Another set piece opportunity this close, big drill shot, and they have just come off Josh Margetts. And so, is it a kick in or is it a corner? Another kick in, so and now look to go long. Happy to build from halfway, they turn it over asking for a free kick, they're not giving it. And now, this is good, chance. Got to get through a wall of yellow and white shirts though, who've just stacked the middle of the court there on defence. And now, a shot from nowhere. Almost a shot of desperation. So, Auckland City really just shutting this game down at the moment.
On replay, looks to be Margetts might have gotten away with one there. The old guilty hands up. Surefire handball.
Oh, long ball. Oh, good skills. That is superb. And can they make it? They can. Well, it might have been Josh Margetts that scored, but I've got to say, all the credit needs to go to Dominic Hawkins, because his ability to control that long pass, stop that. Didn't quite see it there on the replay, but young Dominic Hawkins demonstrating why he is a rising star of the future.
It's a great touch. It is pinged into him. It's a great touch. It comes from a lot of early mornings, throwing each other tennis balls and trying to bring them down. But that is incredible. Great vision to find Margetts, and he puts it away.
Yeah, so 5-0 now, Auckland City starting to run away with this one. 14.5 minutes to go. It doesn't seem to be that Hawke's Bay just They've run out of ideas. They just don't seem to be able to hold their shape. They just don't seem to have time on the ball. So City are just not allowing them. And here is Hawkins again.
Hawkesbury ring the changes. Hopefully try and bring a bit of energy, try to get in front, get in the face of Auckland City, try to get that ball back, attack.
So Hawkins. Goes back to Ashley Peckham. This time just loses control of it.
Auckland City at the moment starting to set up in a 4-0 at times, a 4-0 rotation where they have 4 players at the back. And so what they're trying to do with that is get 4 players at the back, suck Hawke's Bay in, and then one player goes and they dink over the top and go away, just like we see here.
So the old traditional long ball, yep, sit on the thing. Take this quickly. Oh, that's what I love. The element of surprise. Great chance, great opportunity, this time by Cameron Patterson.
Great save, Somerville.
And now Josh Margette's barking out the orders. Another shot, just couldn't get over the top, and Orange Prize being shown that time by Callan Robson. So the pathway in futsal, does it generally come from football first, or is it football? I know a number of players play both, and some are now so specialised that they consider themselves to be purely futsal players.
I think early days it's football to start. And then there are futsal programs which run, but the first really recognised futsal tournament for younger players is under 12, the under 12 age group tournament, which is carried out every year, and so teams will train through the year and play together. And then you kind of build up through the 14s, 17s, 19s kind of age group until you start playing men's futsal.
Yeah, and it's starting to get some real traction in high school as well.
Yeah,
New Zealand secondary schools these days.
Yeah, some of the biggest crowds we see in futsal are actually at those high school competitions, where the Wellington schools will just pack out finals day and get behind their teams.
What about the mighty Mount Albert Grammar?
Mount Albert Grammar.
Wouldn't be me if I didn't mention Mount Albert Grammar.
Well, I haven't seen them get out into the knockout rounds for a long time.
So now chance here for set piece for Auckland City. Ashby Peckham. Certainly plenty of noise going on in the courts behind this one. Lots of noise, so maybe some real drama going on in one of the other round robin clashes. So Auckland City with this win will go to 19 points alongside of Capital. And now another chance, good effort. That man again, Hawkins. And good little pass too. Gives the pass away this time, Hawkins. And now the shot does come. Had another opportunity. So Eaglestone.
Eaglestone's had a couple of those actually. Very dangerous on the break. Right foot step over, says goodbye. Just couldn't quite wrap that left foot around and put it on target.
Vaughan Somerville. Do they decide to give Antonimov a crack-in goal and change him out at some point?
I think they'll stay with Somerville and give Antaminov the next game.
And just at the other end, that man again, who was dominant in that first half, Armadi back on and automatically scores with that combination between himself, Eduardo Exposito Espinosa. So that, can we call it a foreign affair? Oh, and another one, another goal. And that will frustrate Hawke's Bay. We'll go back to the replay. Caught us all a little bit napping here. And once again, that combination, as we mentioned, this time It was Amadi who found Exposito Espinosa.
Can you give it to Exposito Espinosa? It's touched the goalkeeper about 3 times before it's gone in.
He'll claim it.
He will claim
You've
it.
told me it'll be on a social media account tonight. It'll be out on Twitter, Instagram.
Along with
Probably have flame on his boots.
along with your praise.
And they come along now. Chance here. Oh, just too easy at the moment. Certainly have just run out of idea, Hawke's Bay. Just need to somehow find that shape. Park the bus.
Yeah, at the moment, Amadi, it's too easy to find Amadi. It's too easy for him to turn. Hawke's Bay.
That's good skills. That's great skills. Great skills. Chance here. That would have been brilliant. And you could have put that all down to Harry Anderson. Where's he been? Superb in the number 2 shirt.
Talk about a moment out of nothing.
Good on the young man. He only looks like a young fella, and empower himself and get some confidence out of it. Don't be intimidated. Yeah, another chance and good piece of goalkeeping this time. So well done to Jack McCaw. So just that little hook out, probably the best way of describing it.
Interesting bit of play there. Typically, a goalkeeper can only touch it once in a possession for his side. McCaw touched it twice there, but the reason it wasn't pulled up for an indirect free kick is because it wasn't a attempted pass back. It was accidental.
Oh, shot from Espinosa. So Oban Hawkins alongside of me, member of the New Zealand men's futsal national side, the Futsal Whites, bring you the expert comments. Was it your mother that last year came up to me and told me I was pronouncing your name wrong?
Could have been.
Might have been.
Yeah, could have. And
Which is fair enough too.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of Obans.
Yeah.
And that is quite common from a lot of people.
Well, look, I'll say this in commentary. One of the hardest things is name pronunciation.
Yeah, definitely.
If you're not familiar with the community, but yeah, no, always good. Always encourage people to do that. We do want to try and get it right.
Mm. What's the country? I know you've commentated at a lot of places around the world, a lot of athletes from a lot of different places. Is there a country which you find the hardest to?
Oh, look, I think anything out of Eastern Europe, Polish names where you can get 10 letters and 6 of them have no sound, and you've got to identify which 4 are relevant. Yeah, no, it's hard. Yeah, no, the Eastern European, really hard at times.
Yeah.
Russian's not so bad. Russian, it just pretty much pronounces it as it goes. But yeah, there's always names that are different. I think one of the hardest things is that you can often have some sports like cycling where a lot of names have been anglicised, so people are familiar hearing them one way, and yet the way they're pronounced in their country can be quite different, and then you find yourself in 2 minds on what that pronunciation might be, and then people accuse you of not knowing the names, but actually you've sat down with a linguist perhaps and they've said, no, this is how you do say it. So yeah, there are challenges. But I think at the end of the day, if you get a chance, just be consistent with the way you say it.
Yeah.
Now, opportunity again, just holding it up.
Great defence from Cousins there, recognising the threat which Amadi is when he's able to receive it, gets his body in front, makes sure he can't receive in turn.
So Amadi to Espinosa, and the little back flick. Oh, handball, and they'll pick you up on that, not intentional, but that is the rules. And so Amadi gets back quickly. Tries to win possession back, but it will be the way of the Hawke's Bay. Long ball through to nobody though. There's certainly one hell of a game going on next to us because you can hear the atmosphere in the background in the commentary position. Now, Espinosa to Amadi. Twig. Just toying with Hawke's Bay now. Starting to run rampant in complete and utter control.
Yeah, quite a lot of sloppiness starting to creep into Hawke's Bay. The way they're playing, passes going astray, passes going out, struggling to get out of their half. Auckland City really dominant right now.
It is about building momentum over the 3 days, working on those combinations, being presented different scenarios and how you cope in those scenarios, how you cope and make decisions under pressure. But, so Podell in the number 14 shirt on for Auckland City. Number 16 there is Adam Paulson. And really good piece of goalkeeping from Jack McCaw. Got across to that near post and managed to get his mitts up and put the shot wide.
I think McCaw is quite a suitable name for a futsal goalkeeper.
What a toiler, a fetcher.
Put your body in places where they typically wouldn't want to go.
Oh, nice little back heel again from Espinosa, showing that Brazilian flair. Now they're happy to come back and go to Somerville, but they've given the ball away, and that is the danger. Another chance, but Somerville did well on that second get. And just the urgency shown by Auckland City says that, hey, they want to protect this lead. They want to go in with a clean sheet. And another opportunity.
It's a great save from Somerville. Sticks out the big left leg, makes himself big, makes himself wide. Hawke's Bay can't quite find the finish.
Oh, good effort. Another good effort. Great pass, and how did they miss from that? What I like there too, you talk about almost that off-speed pass. There was Denny Twig. He has the big shot, comes back off the rebound, and just that ability. The natural instinct would be came back and dribble that, but he just had that composure to be able to just lay it off. And that is a skill set which people probably don't truly appreciate. Another big shot. Time from Thomas Pickin.
You talk about the composure which Denny had, and that's the thing about futsal. Oftentimes, the most dangerous thing is when you just stop. It's so fast, but when you stop for that split second, think, what is the best option right now? Can I just find a pass where there's a tap in instead of just blasting them? That's when you can kind of really start to create
it's almost like
chances.
The body and the mind are just so quick, and they're just in unison together. See, I play a little bit of seven-a-side football on a Friday night, and what I found when I'm 52 years of age is that my mind is about 2 seconds, and my body's 2 seconds behind my mind, so I know what I need to do by the time I go to do it. If they've beat me on the outside, they've beat me on the inside. The defender's up in my face before I've managed to pass.
I'd like to see you...
I call it confusing ability with ambition.
I'd like to see you one-on-one with Paulson.
No, it won't happen. Oh, that is good. That is well deserved. Really, really good goal too. Really nicely worked and thoroughly deserved for Mustafa. Let's go back and have a look at the replay here, and we will...
So it comes in, it's a lay, it's a ball roll, straight in off the training ground. Mustafa Chan tucks in at that front post. It's a really good set piece, really well worked, caught Auckland City off goal, and it's no less than what Hawke's Bay deserve. They've had a few really good chances in this game. Can they finish strong?
Yeah, 6-1, so it won't be a clean sheet for Auckland City, but thoroughly worked, really well deserved. And is that the blueprint for them going forward?
Yeah, I'd say so. Can they get in those attacking positions? I don't think they have to change anything dramatically. Once again, we see.
So is that a penalty?
It's close to it.
What does the referee say here? Our referees today are Chris Sinclair, Philip Rogers and Jacob Porter. No, it's going to be a free kick.
So yeah, can we see, do they have another set piece in the locker which they can kind of work up and kind of drag Auckland City and find a really good shot here?
I just would not want to be in the wall. It is a heavy ball, a futsal ball.
Yeah.
And these guys can hit at terminal velocity. So it will be number 10, Cameron Emerson, who will take control of it. He has out to his left-hand side, number 6, Harry Lack. got a player out to the right. What does he do? Does he look to lay it off?
It's a great foot from Pick in there. Intercepts it, cuts it out. We go for a corner, another set piece for Hawke's Bay.
Chance again for City at the other end. And look at that. That's what I talk about, that composure, that vision. To be able to just pick the player up, and well worked. Oh, what do you say about that? A coach's dream. Look at this here. Look at the skill set. Superb by Twig. And then goes along and finds his brother Denny. And it's very much the Twig show.
Denny has very much been that man with the composure, finding the passes when he could have had a shot. It's very nice to see someone does the same for him. Absolute scenes on the Auckland City bench at the moment, jubilation. Typically not seen to go up 7-1, but Denny's just scored his first goal after missing a few open tap-ins, so the boys were up for that one.
And here we go again, it's all over, just wide. This time it would have been Art Twig. Twig boys all trying to get themselves on the score sheet. It would have been interesting. It had been just a little bit closer whether or not that outstretched leg of Jack McCall would have been enough. But really now just starting to cut Hawke's Bay apart. Hawke's Bay had that moment where they did score a very good goal, a goal that certainly deserves to be part of any highlights reel. But just getting manhandled here. And Denny Twig showing his complete skill set. And now shot comes, oh, cracking goal, a thunderbolt from the heavens. That takes it to another level. Superb again from Denny Twig.
No goals in 6 and then 2 in 1 minute. It's an absolute thunderbolt from Denny Twig. He's been around for a long time and we've seen that time and time again, but that left foot of his is a weapon. And he manages to find the left-hand post, which rockets into the goal.
So 5 minutes remaining. No way back here for Hawke's Bay. Started out well, probably had the best 3 or 4 minutes in the opening period. Took a little bit of time for Auckland City just to settle, just to find their mojo, to find their combinations. Maybe that's what the other teams will take out of this if they play Auckland City, get them in that first 3 or 4 minutes. Here another one, is it? And it is. Twig, a second goal for him.
One of these scrappier goals you'll see. Just to roll it over at the end. Yeah, Auckland City really dominating right now. Hawke's Bay, it's one of those tricky ones when the game is so out of reach it can be quite hard to finish off and things can get out of hand. But Hawke's Bay here have got to lock back and see off this game. They have played very well in this game, and they just have to finish off strong. As we see Auckland City go down again.
Yeah. Dominic Hawkins, big raps on this young man's future, and he's saying that he could end up being the captain of his country.
I haven't heard that one.
Oh no, it started right here, right now. Mind you, you've got to be careful, commentators curse. Hawkins. Better defence. More pressure being put on by Hawke's Bay. Deciding to now get up in the face of this Auckland City side. It's good skills. That's really good futsal. Really well played there and thoroughly deserved from Jacob Riley. That's a great piece of individual play.
Yeah, incredibly well battled. Somerville does well to... Sometimes when it's scrappy like that, it's quite hard as a goalkeeper to... I mean, when it's open play, you can obviously pick when the shot's going to come, but scrappy like that, he does well to be set and save it. Shot comes in, and the ball goes to say hi to the girls' game on the other court.
It'd be nice to see Sean Morgan get himself on the score sheet. He's been busy. Don't underestimate the work that he does off the ball in terms of drawing defenders. Yeah, nice skill set being shown. And that just a little bit not quite executed as well as he had hoped from Stephen Ashby-Peckham. But they come out of it okay. And now he brings it forward. This time just a little bit too much weight on it. But once again showing the attacking intent, showing the vision that has made them arguably the team to beat in this tournament. Not sure they were at their best yesterday against the Capital side. They just looked a little flat.
They were at their best to beat a Southern United team yesterday, though.
Had to be at their very best, I understand. In fact, there's rumours having that if Southern had have had some players that weren't out injured, it might have been a different result.
I'll let others speak to that.
So now they look to just close this game out, pass it around. I imagine Hawke's Bay probably more than happy just to let the clock run down here.
I think both teams are. Hawke's Bay aren't really stepping. Auckland are trying to keep the ball, trying to run that clock out. They're doing a very good job. As we say that.
Yeah, I like the look of this young man, the number 2, Harry Anderson. Every time he's got the ball, he looks prepared to take his opponents on. Now Morgan showing all of his fancy footwork for a big man. Doesn't quite come off, but Auckland City still retain possession. Just getting a little bit away from the captain there, Ashby-Peckham. Just to have a smile. Now Morgan, can he pull the trigger? No, happy to play the team game. And now Hawkins, he does have a shot. Has a second shot, lovely little back heel. Finds his captain. Oh, lovely little 1-2. That's good futsal. Brilliant. Hawkins, what a play, what an assist. And a really, really good read too from Margetts. That combination's been excellent today, and it's been very much a performance of combinations. We have seen Amadi and Exposito Espinosa combine beautifully, and we've seen Josh Margetts and Dominic Hawkins combine well together as well.
Yeah.
And it's building those combinations.
It's good for Auckland City because Hawkins and Margetts typically don't get to play together. And so it's really good to see that kind of broad nature of how their players can play together. Lots can work well together, and it sets them up really well for finals when things might not quite be going right and they have to switch things up.
So we will get reaction from the winning team after this. We'll either hopefully catch up with Nicholas Downs, the head coach for Auckland City, or their captain, Stephen Ashby-Peckham. But it has been very much a dominant display, an opportunity for everybody to be out there and put their skills on display. And still just 54 seconds remaining. Oh, lovely pass, and this time it is Morgan. He does get the goal. He deserves that too. But once again, it is that distributor, it is that key man, it is that future futsal white captain in Dominic Hawkins. I'll say that because his brother's sitting alongside of me, his older brother, and he won't be liking me saying that.
It's got to be the captain of his household before he becomes the captain of the national side.
I was the great sledge in the Australian cricket team to Mark Waugh. At least I'm the best cricketer in my, at least I'm the best cricketer in my family, referring to his brother Stephen being a better player. Again, so 11-1 now. Look at that athleticism. From that position to be able to shoot with that much power off balance just shows the remarkable skill set all these players have. 34 seconds remain. So really just a chance now. Oh, both players maybe just a little bit fatigued. In fact, we've decided to change it up here. We might try and get my co-commentator's younger brother, and we'll get his older brother to interview him. So Dominic Hawkins will be our target for our post-match. So just the 18 seconds remaining. There's 8 seconds going. Everybody just happy for the clock to be run down. And that will be the end of the game, and it is Auckland City who end up winning this game by 11 goals to 1 in a dominant display and showing their credentials of why they are perhaps the favourites for this Ford Futsal Super League. We will get plenty of reaction shortly as we will go sideline. Oban Hawkins will be very shortly interviewing his younger brother, Dominic. We'll just get our cameras prepared and coming up shortly. More action here on day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Very curious too to find out how the golfing game of my fellow commentator Brendan Telfer went today. Whether he shot par. But now we will go sideline. So, Oban Hawkins with his brother Dominic Hawkins. Just getting our camera lined up. Don't go away, folks. You want to hear this interview.
I'm joined here by Dominic Hawkins from Auckland City after his team's comprehensive 11-1 display over Hawke's Bay. Dominic, very well played. 4 assists there. How do you think the boys went?
Oh, I mean, the boys went great. Just great movement, fast play. Big shout out to the MVP, Denny Twig. After 6 games without a goal, he's finally on the score sheet. Big shout out to Denny.
And anything to work on after that game?
Maybe, scored some goals in the previous games, but this game I didn't get a goal, so maybe work on my shooting, put a few over the bar. And the boys, overall, that was a great performance. I think just keep that form on and then, bring home the trophy.
Okay, cool. Very well played. We'll see you in the next series.
Hey, thank you, man. Thank you for the commentary.
So there you have it, the dominant display by Auckland City getting up over Hawke's Bay by 11 goals to 1. Hope you're enjoying coverage here on day 2 of the Ford Futsal Super League. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more action live from Trust Stadium in Waitakere.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of wahine, and Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars, the power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngatahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa united, legacy starts now.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to the Trust Arena here in West Auckland for the second day of this Ford SuperLeague Futsal Series, where the top teams in the country are trying all they can over these 3 days to ensure that they get into the top 4, which will get them into the playoffs later in the season. This match important today, the next match we're about to show you, for 2 reasons. It's between Central, from the central part of the North Island, and from Waikato Bay of Plenty, WaiBOP Power, who recorded their first win yesterday and lifted themselves into 5th place. And if they can win this match this afternoon, for the time being anyway, they will be in the top 4. And for the young Central side, just to the left of me here, having their final team talk before they take to the court, they are looking for their first win of the season. So they're up against their nearest opponents in the ladder at the moment. So 2 of the bottom teams, if you like, going head to head here, and for various and different reasons, both very keen to win this match. Let's have a look at the starting lineups now for this match.
Indeed it is. And now both teams, and here is that Waikato Bay of Plenty team getting their final instructions before the 2 teams come together for the pre-game rituals, protocols, and so a fairly balanced, even contest, talking to people prior to this game, saying that expect it to be a high goal scoring game, and that is the team for the Waikato Bay of Plenty Power. Starting 5 today will be Nicky White in goal, Courtney Stone their captain, the rising star and Stevie Lee Tiller, Jamie Evans and Lucy Bloomfield. Good bench too with the likes of Neve Simpson and Neve Carter out of England. And for the Central Football Futsal women's team, well, Sophie Walker will be their goalkeeper. Isla Cleel Harding wearing the number 2, Holly G, Miller Green and Grace Smith. Smith the captain, and look for an injection of pace and physicality from the likes of Caitlin Turner, Gurnick, Robert off the bench. Their coach today is Alicia Hayward, their assistant Annie Kane. And your commentator for today, Brendan Telfer.
Thank you, Mark, and very good afternoon as we await the start of this match. This is effectively round 2 of the weekend. It's a 3-day tournament, Saturday, Sunday and Monday. The matches will be completed tomorrow, the third match for these two teams. Because of the problems that the country, particularly the northern part of the country, have had through the delays and the difficulties with these cyclone and storms that have hit the country, particularly the top of the North Island, most of these teams have played a different number of matches, and that's slightly confusing when you're looking at the points table. For example, when you look here at the WaiBOP Power side, we're looking at the central team at the moment, but WaiBOP Power, for example, have only played 4 matches, where 3 of the teams in the league, 3 of the 6 teams have played 7 matches. So unfortunately for WaiBOP, they had to play 2 matches yesterday afternoon in relatively short time. They won 5-1, and then they came back a couple of hours later to take on the country's top side, Canterbury United Pride, and were beaten 6-0, but in a curious kind of way. Looking back on that match, the 6-0, as I said to their coach just a short while ago, it wasn't too bad a result, considering it's a very young team. The majority of the squad are teenagers, and they're up against this powerful Canterbury side with a brilliant skill set amongst all of their players, and to basically restrict them, odd as it might sound, to 6 goals wasn't a bad effort.
Referees today, Dom Barry, Jacob Porter and Philip Rogers, as we have the coin toss. And so it does come down to recovery, doesn't it? That ability to be able to turn it around, that ability to be able to go home, get a good night's sleep and back it up. Often say this, Brendan, fitness, it's not necessarily what you do in one session, it's how you bounce back, it's how you recover from it.
Exactly, but I guess when you're dealing with a squad made up of basically some of them are still at school, it's a very difficult thing to come to terms with, I suppose, when you're that young and inexperienced at this level. But their coach was very pleased with the way they performed. He said they're a side that, despite their youth, are very good for 1 game a day.
Yeah.
And he's not trying to be condescending or unkind, but it's the reality of these young kids, basically. Have got to learn this difficult art which comes with a lot of top sport.
Well, sometimes you get that physical maturity at a young age, don't you? But the mind still requires development, and that's time. That is about this level of competition. And of course, you've got television cameras, and you've got the voice of Brendan Telfer, and everybody sort of sitting here and critiquing and celebrating them. And they're just those peripheral things that do have an influence.
So now they've gone from one extreme to the other. So the match yesterday, last night, saw them beaten 6-0 by Canterbury Pride, was against the top team in the league, and now they're playing the bottom team. So in the orange strip is WaiBOP, Waikato Bay of Plenty, and in the green strip it's the Central Football Futsal team from the Hawke's Bay central part of the North Island, who, as I mentioned in our introduction, are still looking for their first win this season.
Yeah, good left foot strike first up too, coming from their number 8, Holly G.
So this match, I think, will be a very different one from the match we saw last night with the Canterbury United Pride, who were just a joy to watch. The skill level of the players in that team and the speed with which they execute those skills was quite something to behold. And you could, as I've said, without wishing to repeat myself, you could only admire how this young WaiBOP side just stuck to them for most of the match. It was only 1-0, I seem to recall, at half-time, and then unfortunately for the young Waikato Bay of Plenty team, they just kind of fell away in the second half, I think, mentally and physically. It just got to them. So
almost a goal scoring opportunity at the other end, and first opportunity for Waikato Bay of Plenty, and that coming through their number 8, Jamie Evans.
Already you can see how the pace of this match is nowhere near as quick as it is amongst some of the higher ranked teams in this competition.
Well, early on it's just an opportunity both sides to sort of get a bit of a read on what their opponents are doing offensively in terms of the way they're setting up, what they're doing with their pivot, and what they're also doing defensively. And here is that first set piece chance for the Central team.
And here, there it is. Is it? No, I thought it was going to just roll over the line. Now, the referee having another look at that. Now, we don't have VAR, unfortunately, but it must have been a very close run thing. Perhaps we can have a look at a replay of it and see, in fact, what happened here, because the goalkeeper, I don't think, managed to stop it cleanly. It beat her, actually, then hit the post, and she did actually stop it from going over the line, and so the score remains 0-0 after just over a minute of elapsed time. So that would have been probably the highlight of the season for this young Central side.
Yeah, it's a scrappy game at the moment. It's really just about little individual moments rather than any sort of team cohesion. Hopefully both sides do settle down.
And Central again were beaten 4-1 yesterday by Papakura, who is the second-ranked team here behind Canterbury Pride. So that wasn't a bad result either for Central, considering that they haven't had a win this season. To hold the defending champions in this league to 4-1 indicates that they are making some progress, and they'd like to build on that today for sure and try and register their first win. There's their captain, Grace Smith, number 12. And nice work there by Lacey Bloomfield, who played well in both of those matches yesterday. Their 4-1 win over Capital, and in the loss last night. She just has a very high work rate. And Smith, the captain again for Central, doing good work. Not wasting any time with the kick in.
Yeah, one thing both sides are going to need to be really good is making sure they got weight on their passes. We saw a lot yesterday where the intent was right, but the passes just weren't heavy enough and just weren't finding their intended target.
Little clip there from Musprat over the top, and coming in with the shot was Stevie Lee Tiller. Not on target. Yes, so the youngest member of this WaiBOP side is just 15 years of age, and over half the squad, according to their coach. And Karen Chusky is under the age of 20.
Well, it's trying to get that balance right, isn't it? You're trying to build something here, but you want that balance between youthful exuberance and experience.
So 2.5 minutes of the match gone, no scoring yet. And opportunity here, but just couldn't get onto that ball. And it results in another goal kick. So it's kind of a scrappy start here to the match. Not a lot of flow to it so far.
Yeah, so Stevie Lee Tiller will look to try and just take control. But a bit of a wayward pass. And so it will be Central who get to restart.
The futsal has progressed to the stage now where they do have their own World Cup, and New Zealand teams haven't yet managed to qualify, and that's one of the big aims of the sport in this country, is to get a team, men or women's team, both of them ideally, to a World Cup.
Yeah, Portugal the champions on the men's side, I know that. Recent men's champions of Portugal. has been dominated, as you can imagine, a lot on the men's side with the Brazilians, and the women's side will, of course, really just starting to establish itself now.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Cristiano Ronaldo's been involved in that Portuguese side at some level. That would be a buzz, wouldn't it, going along to watch a game of futsal and having Cristiano Ronaldo out there playing.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a buzz for Real Madrid or the bigger clubs if he was getting injured playing futsal, though, would it?
Yeah, but I could imagine
you'd have to get sign-off to play.
But I could imagine for a lot of players of his skill, they would appreciate playing on these kind of surfaces, which would just elevate their skill level even more.
Well, the great thing about futsal is the weather's always good, Brendan.
Yes, exactly. Kenny trying to get round the central captain. She did, but too much pace on the ball again. It's just not getting their passing right, their timing right.
Yeah, Sophie Walker, the goalkeeper for Central Football Futsal. They will relying heavily on their goalkeepers, both sides. But still very scrappy at the moment.
The coaching staff of WaiBOP were telling me how much it took out of them that second match last night. Second match yesterday. Both of the matches were played late afternoon, early evening, so they didn't have much of a break in their time between the matches, and they might even still be feeling some of the effects of it today.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even the next day. Sometimes it can actually hit you 2 days later, so it might be a fatigue that they even carry into.
Because they just don't look to have quite the same urgency about their play that they had yesterday against these better opponents that they met.
And of course, at the end of this tournament, they will be handing out the Rosine Golden Boot for both the men's and women's, and currently it is Serena Patel of Canterbury United who leads that on 12 goals, and then Frankie Morrow, part of Canterbury United, with 9, and then Jennifer Merkin and Brittany Nicholson all out of Canterbury sit there on 7, so Canterbury United having 4 of the Golden Boot leaders for the Rosine Golden Boot Award.
Yes, it'll be a very good side who will have to bring a very good game to these boards, I think, to beat that Canterbury Pride side. They were in a league of their own, and yes, you mentioned the name there of Serena Patel, the top goal scorer. She got at least 1, if not 2 last night, but it was the work that she did with her passing and her reading of the game, particularly on attack, and just the little touches she had, which created the opportunities for her teammates, which was very impressive. 4 minutes gone in this match between the two teams at the bottom of the points table. Another shot on target, but couldn't get past the goalkeeper, Sophie Walker. So just a lot of loose passes at the moment, undoing the effort particularly of WaiBOP. Just perhaps a little anxious, knowing that they should probably win this match on paper. Sophie Walker with no issues at all about gathering in that shot from a volley from about 15 metres away.
Neither side to give up a foul either, so it's been played in good spirits. It's just been, both sides have just been guilty of just not being accurate enough early on in this, and put it down to fatigue, put it down to the nerves, or just the fact that they still just need to get into the zone. Doing a nice job there, the defender getting herself between her opponent and the ball. And that was their number 3, Olivia Harding.
Long ball, which was badly misdirected. So there's an opportunity now here for Central if they can control this ball, and just couldn't quite get her foot to the ball inside the D. There was Sarah Gurnick. Another opportunity, so they've had a couple of chances. In fact, they've created two scoring opportunities.
Yeah, but almost through unforced errors, isn't it, Brendan? It's just not enough weight on the passes. They've just got to be crisper. They've got to be cleaner. Just getting picked off too easily.
It's the WaiBOP bench pleading for a foul there, for a push on one of their players in the midfield there during their last passage, but none of the officials, of which there are almost as many pink shirts here in front of us as there are green and orange shirts.
It's good play from the Central side.
Just trying to, if you can't make the pass, just at least retain the ball, and a long shot, more in hope than anything else.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the long shots early in a game too, because sometimes the goalkeepers can be, might not have that sweat up, might not quite have their eye in, and get a little jittery. And so, if you're going to hit them with those sort of Hail Mary type shots, do it early on.
Nikki White coming out to rescue her defenders there, who let that ball slip away from them. Wow, the header from Sarah Gurnick. You don't see too many headers in futsal, and when you've picked up this ball and realised just how heavy it is, it's not hard to explain why.
And the velocity at which they can kick it with. Yeah, you've got to be brave. You've got to make sure that your technique is pretty solid. You want to be hitting it with the right part of the head. So interesting that you're just noticing that Central defence just sitting back a little bit at the moment. They are pressing high though. Got to be careful they don't get caught out.
Yes, we don't have a possession count, but I'd imagine it's been pretty even so far through the first 7 minutes of the match.
A bit of a wishful long ball. Okay,
there's a little chip from their captain, Grace Smith, but out of play. So this stop-start nature of this match continues. Just trying to string the series of passes together seems a very difficult art for both these teams at the moment. Individuals just trying to do a wee bit too much on their own. Anna Roberts can play up over halfway. There she is again, number 10. Pushing it back. This is nice. 3, 4, 5, 6 passes here, but all to no avail as it goes out of play again. And rolling subs, very much a feature of futsal. Play doesn't stop, they can just come and go as and when the coach desires.
Yeah, and they'll use it strategically, and they'll also look at the talent that they've got on the bench and the unique skills each player offers, and then set up their rotations so that they can play a certain pattern. As we see Tiller come away with it and goes a little bit wide with the shot. In fact, it wasn't Tiller, it was their number 5, Brooke Barclay.
Oh, yeah, a little deflection from the head again, but it's got too much pace on it. Of course, the speed of the ball travelling on this particular surface here, which is one of the best indoor playing surfaces in New Zealand. Here's an opportunity here again. Yes, and the goalkeeper caught out badly there. She came off her line and created the space, and Alosi Bloomfield, who was such a force yesterday, here's a little shot. underneath the goalkeeper and into the back of the net.
Yeah, lovely assist by Courtney Stone, the captain. That's great cohesion. That's what they've been looking for. No, that's the danger of when you press high in defence, you open yourself up on offence. Really good first up goal for Waikato Bay of Plenty.
Bloomfield again decided she wouldn't go for a run on her own, and that goal, I imagine, has instilled some confidence into this Waikato Bay of Plenty side.
Well, Bloomfield, she's just got that physicality too, and she's very good at just holding defenders up, which just allows players to come forward.
She's never far from the ball, is she? On attack or defence, you'll find Lucy Bloomfield is probably running more metres than anyone else on the court. Looking a little more fluid, isn't it, now for WaiBOP? Misdirected shot again.
Yeah, perhaps probably should have passed then. Again, had Bloomfield open on that right-hand side, and maybe that was just an opportunity lost. But then perhaps the goalkeeper's expecting the pass to be made, and as we said, this is about creating the deception in futsal. It's about creating the illusion.
Yes, one of the difficulties, I imagine, on a surface as good as this, as smooth as this, is the ball travels at probably a higher speed across the boards than it would on many other older surfaces. But this is one, as I mentioned before, one of the best indoor surfaces in the country. It's where a lot of international netball matches are being played, and there isn't too many of these. I think the correct term is a sprung wooden floor. Extremely expensive to lay, but appreciated greatly by top netballers. They love playing on a surface like this. It's fast, it's springy, but for futsal it means the ball travels at a high speed, and there again Blomfield somewhere near it. I think it might have been the final touch came from her. Number 2 goals in 3 minutes for WBP, WaiBOP Power, and out to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, this is superb again, and just watch that, does just get the little back heel on it, just puts the keeper in the wrong direction. That is futsal at its best. That's the innovation this game encourages, and that's the level of empowerment the coaches give these players.
And she is the key player in the side. I suspect that she's the oldest player in the team as well. And here's another opportunity here, but unable to convert.
Stevie Lee Tiller this time.
Yes, and that's the youngest member of the squad, just 15 years of age at St John's College in Aotearoa. And I imagine this weekend has been a steep learning curve for these teenage futsalers from Waikato and Bay of Plenty.
Well, I think, as you mentioned, it's the busy schedule is the learning curve. It's having to play this level of intensity in short turnarounds for 3 days in a row, rather than maybe just one game once a week where you get a little bit of a chance to reflect and recover.
Yes, it's a little bit about learning how to handle your body, isn't it? How to pace your body.
I think too, Brendan, you mentioned the surface here. You're right, they do have to make the adjustment. They've got to get their head around things just moving a little bit quicker, a little bit faster.
There's a good example of it there. She just hardly touched the ball, hoping to send it to her teammate there, those two to the right of the picture, and it was just travelling far too quickly away from its intended target.
They do a bit of work in the Q Sport space and pool 9-ball that we've all got at home, and you get the television tables, and the felt surface can be a little bit quicker, a little bit faster under the lights, and there are little subtleties that the top pool players in the world have to make adjustments to. The outside tables versus the television tables. So it's not unique to the sport of futsal.
There's a near thing there. So they've had 2 or 3 opportunities. Central, they're not out of this match at all, even though they're down by 2 goals halfway through the first spell, 2 20-minute spells under the stop clock system. So each time the ball leaves the playing surface, the clock stops. And so 20 minutes of actual play usually takes around about 40 minutes on the clock in real time, as it were, to complete a half. Another opportunity here for WaiBOP, but again the ball just eluding its target. Sophie Walker, the goalkeeper for Central.
Yeah, this is where Central have been guilty, just turning possession over too quickly, just having their passes been intercepted or just picked off. They've got to be decisive, and I just wonder whether they might just need to play a little bit closer, a little bit tighter. They're struggling with the distance on their passes. That's innovative, but again, to no one.
Well, they held the strong Papakura side to 4-1 yesterday, were beaten, but it wasn't a disgraceful loss 4-1 against the defending champions, who take on, incidentally, Canterbury United. It's a match that we're all waiting to see. The 2 top teams in the league. Canterbury United 7 from 7 this season, including their 1 performance here to date. They've only played once. It was last night. They travelled up from Christchurch yesterday. But will be back in action again later this afternoon against Papakura.
Yeah, I watched Papakura yesterday. I thought they were good, but I thought they needed to be better. But, you know, that's about progression, isn't it? It's about getting your timing right.
Oh, nice work indeed there from Miller Green. Robbing the attacker for WaiBOP of the ball right on the edge of the D there. There she is again, Green, controlling it nicely. Just pushing the pass without too much pace, and she's chasing that one down. But again, you see so often the ball just running away from players it's intended to meet because of the speed of the surface.
And it is. It's the teams that can make that adjustment. The teams that individually and collectively can go, right, okay, maybe we just need to not put so much weight on the ball, or perhaps we need to put more weight on it.
Well, I think short passing, which is what the Canterbury team were very good at last night, is the key here. Just the short pass, no speed on the ball, so it's got time to get to its partner, but those long balls, they just travel at a very high speed. 2 goals, 1 coming in the 8th minute and the second 4 minutes later in the 12th from Stone and Bloomfield. And it's 2-0.
Oh, chance again. They have had their chance though, haven't they, Central? They've just got to put one in the back of the net, and maybe that's just momentum. It's Stevie Lee Tiller showing his skill set.
So yes, plenty of noise coming from the bench next to us here of the Waikato Bay of Plenty side, looking for what will be their 2nd win of the season. They were winless when they arrived here. They'd only played a couple of matches because of the effects of Gabrielle, the cyclone, have prevented them from travelling and playing. So they've got a very busy schedule here. They've got 3 matches yesterday and today, and another, I think, couple tomorrow. So they're playing anyway 6 matches in 3 days. So they're actually playing, I think, 2 every day, and that's a very tough schedule.
And it is a tough sport, aerobic, really hard. There's a lot of just surging, moving, high heart rate stuff. It's more of an explosive form. You can't just sort of sit back and rely on 10 other players as you can in the game of football. Futsal, you are busy the whole time. You're alternating between playing up front, whether you're playing on the wings or whether you're playing at the back in that sort of fixo role.
Yes, which led me to suggest it to a coach yesterday that the fitness level required to play this sport successfully is very high, and so therefore many of these players, of course, play football in winter And so I suggested to him that this is a very good primer for the outdoor season, to which he said no, it's quite the opposite. He said, as far as we're concerned, the outdoor season is a primer for futsal.
You've been here for a day and you've upset the entire futsal community, Brendan. You've upset the entire futsal community.
Yeah. The coach, I won't name the coach, but he was very nice about it. But I think it does show perhaps some of the sensitivity that futsalers have around the fact that people still look upon it as indoor soccer or something like that. But, well, in a loose kind of way it is. But
well, for a lot of people sitting at home, they do see it as indoor soccer, but we can also, once you get to understand a bit more, you can see why the futsal community are very proud of this game and see it very much as a unique sport and a different sport in its own right. That's good.
Yes, it reminds me somewhat of that kind of alliance, I suppose, if you want to use that term, between touch and touch rugby. And touch were very sensitive, weren't they, for years, about having rugby tagged on to the end of the name of the title of their sport. And so now it's just touch, isn't it? Don't ever call it touch rugby when you're at the local park with a dozen games going on, and that's fair enough too. They want to establish their own identity.
Yeah, but also too, I mean, you've got to also sometimes be realistic about the way something is perceived, and therefore you have to address the perception and communicate down those lines. And there, good effort. That's good enterprising play from this WaiBOP team. They've certainly been the most cohesive of the two teams, haven't they? They've showed a lot more cohesion, a lot more understanding.
Well, once they started learning how to hang on to the ball with the short passes like that, rather than just kicking the ball long and deep and giving possession away, they've started to bring some fluency to their play, and the result, 2 goals. Good scrappy defence here coming from those central players, many of them from Hawke's Bay, around that part of the country.
Grace Smith, the captain for Central there, really getting physical defensively, wanting to send a message that you've got to get through me.
Still 7 minutes remaining in the first half of this match between WaiBOP Power and Central. Another opportunity here, but couldn't control the ball, and good work there by Central. Fair tackle, no problem with that, even though the Central player hit the ground.
Well, what we've seen from Central, I think, has been a slight adjustment defensively. They're trying to shut that centre down a little bit. That's where WaiBOP have been effective, has been being able to play down the middle. And so they've just closed that channel a little bit. Can they maintain it though, that level of concentration?
Grace Smith doing a lot of work, looking for someone to pass it to. Couldn't find anyone, but here's an opportunity. But again, good work by Nikki White in goal for WaiBOP.
Yeah, we'll save the day here, Nikki White. Great vision here from the captain. Lovely touch. And hit it right. Just maybe needed to go over the top, but he's sitting here in the cheap seats. Really good enterprising play from Central. The best opportunity so far for them.
It's in a whole swag of substitutions being made on that Central side, with just 6 minutes remaining until half time. Of course, coaches do have at their disposal, if they wish, a timeout in each half, one each. But they've been very few and far between. Yesterday, I think we had a couple in the men's matches. Don't know whether we've seen one in the women's matches, but there's so much talking going on from the sideline. I don't know whether you really need timeouts.
No, well, you can communicate with your players on the bench, and then you can bring them on in lines anyway. So
tussle going on for the ball there. Might be a corner if they conceded. Yes. So a little moral victory there for Central. As the shot there from 15 or 20 metres out from, I think it was Isla Cleo Harding. And she had Nikki White, the goalkeeper, stretching for it. Yes, I'm sure they'd love to try and just pull a goal back before half-time. Central, that would clearly leave them still in contention to win this match. But they've only managed 10 goals from their 7 previous matches this season. So their ration is about 1 goal a match. But they're going to have to score at least 2 if they want to win now from this position.
I like the way they're just holding the defenders up. That's good from Waikato. They have plenty. And then the shot coming.
And wasn't taken cleanly, so that's a corner. Haven't been many of them for WaiBOP, but they have one now. Just a bit of curve on the ball, I imagine, so she couldn't quite pull it in.
A really good skill set then being thrown by Morgan McCormick. Ability to be able to bring the ball down, hold your defender up and then suddenly turn and be able to put a shot in with not a lot of room or time.
So just getting back to the Canterbury Pride team for the moment, they now have the 6-point lead. Probably more than 6 points actually, because they have a game in hand. They have a 6-point lead over Capital, the side beaten by WaiBOP yesterday, who are in 2nd place. Who've played 8 matches, but Canterbury Pride have only played 7, but have won them all, and so have a 6-point lead over Capital, who have 3 losses from their 8 matches. So it's very much a one-horse race at the moment. We'll see this Canterbury Pride side in action later this afternoon against Papakura. 55 goals they've scored in 7 matches, so they're averaging basically 8 goals per match. They've scored twice as many goals as the team in 2nd place, even though that team, Capital, has played more matches. So nice work there again from goalkeeper Sophie Walker.
Yeah, goalkeeper really Walker keeping them in it at the moment. And I just think for a case of Waikato Bay of plenty, it's just a case of doing the same. This time the shot comes from distance.
And there she was again employed. Long shot again attempted by WaiBOP. She had a player unmarked out, and Bloomfield right there. Look at all the space and room around Bloomfield. I'm sure if she had just slipped a little past to her, something more constructive would have happened. There's Bloomfield again. She's got 2 on her.
Well, she just turns her back, doesn't she? She makes sure that she gets herself between the defender and the ball, and then she just holds them up, and that puts the defence in 2 minds. You just sort of feel though the floodgates are going to open shortly if Central can't turn some of their possession into goals.
Well, Bloomfield has been arrested, but she's back on the court again, and she does make a difference. She is so constructive with the ball.
There she is again, and this time in that fixo role, and now pushes forward into the pivot.
And oh gee, open goal there, and Bloomfield wasn't able to finish it off, but she was closely marked, but the ball had gone loose for this player, the captain of the Waikato side, Bay of Plenty Waikato, Courtney Stone, already scored 1 goal and should have had probably a 2nd.
Yeah, but again, we talked, you mentioned there Bloomfield. We talked, she was there almost in that central defence, or what they call that fixo role, and then she just suddenly pushed forward, found herself in the pivot role, and so she created the opportunity, and that is the danger that she does bring.
Well, she has such awareness of the game, doesn't she, whether she's in the mid-court, whether she's back defending, or whether she's on attack, and so it's almost like she's been given a role to just roam freely. Another opportunity, this time for Courtney Stone, but couldn't control it.
And it looks like she's enjoying herself.
Half time now, just 3 minutes away. Bloomfield again thinks about the long shot. No.
Just getting picked off too much. this central side again up through the middle. I just wonder whether they maybe need to play just a little bit wider, maybe play up on the wings a bit more, maybe look to try and play one side of the court as we see another shot go over the top.
Well, they're creating a feast of opportunities, aren't they, at the moment, WaiBOP? And they could just about put this game to bed, actually, if they do convert a couple of these in the last couple of minutes. They're pressing hard, and you just wonder how much longer this defence can hold on, because they are struggling to hold on at the moment.
Yeah, good intent, poor execution. So just 3 minutes remaining.
Stone again looking for Bloomfield, nearly found her as well.
Yeah, they need to take the opportunity here. Got to be faster. And
But sadly for Central, their tactics seem to be whenever they get near the WaiBOP D, it's just kick and hope. No constructive build-up, is there? Which is
just that one touch too many at times. He had a player out to the left there. They perhaps could have gone to off the one touch, and another opportunity again. Right idea, but too slow.
Stone and Bloomfield, but no combination there either at the end. Again, Bloomfield was looming up on her right with plenty of room. She is.
And that'll frustrate coaches. One of the things is when you start to dominate an opposition, you know, and I say it cautiously, and I certainly don't say it in a derogatory way, but players can start to get a little bit sort of selfish and, hey, I'll have a shot, I'll score. Hey, you're scoring goals because you're playing collectively, you're playing in combination, you're playing in tandem. Stick to the game plan.
Yes, when the court is only 40 metres long, there is the temptation, I suppose, to go for the spectacular shots from even from halfway, only 20 metres away. Shots from Robert, and I guess the key to the possession in this match can be probably gauged from how much work the goalkeepers are getting to do. Well, Nikki White's hardly had anything to do at all, which tells you where most of this match is being played, at the other end of the court. And Bloomfield again nearly had her second goal there as it came off that near post.
And they bring the changes. Waikato Bay of Plenty. As we look back at the replay, this time off the left foot, causing all sorts of problems. Great piece of goalkeeping. That is really good from Nikki White again. A really good opportunity though for Central here. We managed this time to find that pivot open. She pulls the trigger nicely. Good piece of goalkeeping indeed, and the striker was Nida Malban. Interesting to see that Central Brendan here looking for that high press on defence. Be careful that you don't open yourself up on attack.
Nice work there by Jamie Evans, taking the ball from deep inside our own D into the opponent's half. So inside the last 90 seconds of this first half of the match, still 2-0, the goals coming in the 8th and 12th minutes. First by Stone, the captain of the WaiBOP side, and 4 minutes later the back heel coming from Alosi Bloomfield, which doubled the score.
Yeah, I think they'll be disappointed. They've had a lot of opportunities, just the 2 goals. Mind you, they'll be happy with the clean sheet at the other end as well. We're sort of told by those in the know that this might be a high-scoring game from both teams.
Well, I imagine the coaching staff of WaiBOP will be pretty happy with the scoreline at half-time, but another shot there from Jamie Evans. The whistle has gone, and I think foul has been called. So just out the circle, outside the circle, with the Stevie Lee Tiller.
Yeah, got the ability here to launch one too, Tiller. So plenty of power in that shot of hers. It's that low angled shot, isn't it? You're sort of expecting it maybe to be under the top corner, and then they deceive you. Another shot that somehow finds its way between the legs of the intended target. Central escape.
So the last rights of this first half here. These teams, I think, by the look of it, just hanging on here for the last 50 seconds.
Well, if Central here can push and maybe nab one, throw everything forward perhaps if they can get possession, and they might just go in, maybe feeling a bit happier at the two sides. It's better defending from Central.
That's where most of this first half has been played, and I think that 2-0 scoreline probably reflects. There it is. So I think it might have been number 3 as it went into the side netting.
Yeah, keeper did well there to shut that door by going across to that near post, shutting the angle down.
So maybe a last chance here for Central to get on the score sheet before the hooter for half time.
Seconds remaining. They'll throw everything forward.
Good work again from those defenders. Now in the final opportunity here. Of course, there's no such thing as offside in futsal. And so Bauer with the shot again, but well wide.
Yeah, just needed that support player to arrive a little bit earlier. She was on her own. Defence got back nicely. And she did have a player eventually come up on her left-hand side, but really in that moment needed to take the shot. A little bit hopeful. Well, still 20 seconds, another set piece opportunity.
No, it's 0.2 of a second, isn't it, I think? 20 seconds, is it? Yeah, we'll call it 20.
No, we'll call it 0.2, Brendan. There you go, we'll call it 0.2.
And nearly time enough to score a goal, but not quite. It goes down to the back of the net, and that is the hooter that sounds for half time. And so WaiBOP Power probably good for their 2-goal advantage at the break. The goals coming in the 8th minute from their captain Courtney Stone, and 4 minutes later from Alosi Bloomfield. 2-0 it is at half time, with Waikato BOP on course for their 2nd win of the weekend, but still 20 minutes of futsal left in this match here at Trust Arena in West Auckland.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
And welcome back to Trust Arena here in West Auckland and Henderson for the second half of this match between WaiBOP Power in the orange, playing from right to left, and Central, most of the central part of the North Island, falling under this particular entity, although I suspect from what I can gather that the majority of their players come from Hawke's Bay. But both areas have been badly hit, of course, from adverse weather in recent months, which is why the WaiBOP power team had only played 2 matches prior to coming here, whereas some of the teams had played 6 matches, but they simply couldn't get to venues, and even if they were able, their own venues were out of commission because of the weather effects. So they've got a very busy program there, as we mentioned in the first half. They've got 6 matches they're playing this weekend, 2 each day.
It'll be interesting to just sort of see the way maybe Central approach the second half after now having had a chance to sit down with their coaches and some analysis presented to them. Coach will have a pretty good understanding of what WaiBOP are doing. But one thing they've got to do is stop giving possession away through lazy passing. And you mentioned it earlier, Brendan, maybe play a little bit the way the Canterbury team plays, and that's a bit closer, a bit tighter.
Yeah,
and just use those sort of 1-2 touch interactions.
But there is a skill also, isn't there, with that short passing game?
Yeah, and that's it. You've got to have the skill set to be able to do it.
Otherwise, you're also giving possession away.
Yeah, that's one thing. You've got to be comfortable on the ball, and sometimes for young players, they don't feel like they've got the time, do they? They always talk about great players just seem to have more time on the ball or more time to see the ball, depending on the sport.
Nice work there from Neve Carter. Early raid on the Central goal, trying to add to that 2-goal advantage they held at half-time. Those 2 first-half goals coming within quick succession in the 8th and 12th minutes.
Not really a lot of power on that shot. The intent was good, the execution was poor. Thing is, you sort of talk about a Lucy Bloomfield, who's very much in that pivot role for WaiBOP, but she can drop back and also play the fixo. You know how good she is. You know it's coming, but you don't necessarily know how to stop it.
Well, what does surprise me, and there's a good example. There's Bloomfield in the middle of the picture there, and she has the ability to find space, but she seldom gets the ball from her teammates.
Yeah, and that's it. They've got to work. They've got to move quicker to get it to her.
Exactly, and she's the most experienced. I suspect she's the oldest player in the squad as well, and you would think more of their attacks would be built around her presence.
They're hoping that she's going to draw defenders and then maybe open it up on the other side, but to be fair to Central, they're actually not buying into it.
There she is, now that the whistle had gone. There she is playing in that sort of striker role, number 11.
Oh, that's good. Really good.
It's a nice run there from Miller Green. We've seen a couple of those long runs from her in the first half as well, but there just isn't the finish at the end of it. And also foiled by Nikki White, goal for WaiBOP. Yes, a goal here to Central would certainly open this match up, because you do feel, and I imagine it's probably there within the players of the WaiBOP side as well, that they are in control of this match. But the nature of the sport is one simple goal could change everything.
Well, a little bit of individual genius can do it. It's not as, you don't seem to see it in traditional football and futsal though. One player can take it away from a team in a moment. The court is small enough, but they've got to just maintain better shape. The Central team, they're just struggling to find that cohesion. Need to build their play maybe around their captain Grace Smith. Does she stay in that fixo role and just look to feed the wings, look to push the ball forward?
The officials today are Don Barry, Jacob Porter, Philip Rogers doing a great job too. Officiating's been very good, very consistent, which is what you want in a referee or an official.
Harding to the captain, Grace Stone, but the pass directed for Holly G, but it was again way past her when she got to where the spot of the ball was travelling.
Young Jamie Evans here in the number 8 on court as well, so need to see what she brings. Part of the original starting lineup for Waikato Bay of Plenty.
Well, Bloomfield is off the court at the moment, has been subbed, so this is an opportunity here with this key player and playmaker off the court. Opportunity here now for Central.
This is Jamie Evans. An opportunity.
Two opportunities there. Quick succession for Isla Cleel Harding. And she's certainly got plenty of power in that right foot of hers.
Yeah, the players just putting their bodies on the line though, don't they? They just throw themselves at it. Probably the best passage of play we've seen from Central in this half.
There's Cleel Harding again, finds her captain. Pass goes astray once again.
Well, Waikato Bay are plenty doing a really good job in terms of pressing on defence, putting the player under pressure, getting up in their face, just not allowing Central to play with any real room. A little bit of argy-bargy there too. Yes, between number 17, Lily Musprat, and the captain, Grace Smith for Central. No love lost.
Yes, it just appears to me that there is a more physical approach being taken by the Hawke's Bay side, Central, in this second half. Testing for the ball more with a physical presence. And again, a couple of bodies clashing.
Yeah, they just don't seem to play with shape though. They just seem a little bit more bunched. They're not spread in that diamond formation. It tends to be a little bit more ragged at times. Which is better. But again, just another wayward pass.
Chusky, who's come onto the court. She's the daughter of the coach, Kieran Chusky.
Any chance here for Central. Push somebody forward, go long if they have to. But they've turned possession over.
But nice work made there by Gurnick, stopping that shot and getting the ball out of that goal D.
Yeah, Waikato Bay are plenty just suffocating really Central here.
And I notice Kate Snowball has come on, a goalkeeper for WaiBOP. Played a big part in their win yesterday over Capital.
Yeah, brilliant yesterday, wasn't she?
There's Musprat again, trying to go over the top, but foiled nicely there by Harding, and a powerful shot coming from the boot of Jamie Evans, but close.
Yeah, nice skills here. And just pulls the trigger. Didn't need to get over top of it just a little bit more, but just showing how dangerous they can be from distance as well as from short range.
So, coach's daughter taking the corner.
Yeah.
But to no avail.
We're talking to Oban earlier today. simply saying, Oban Hawkins, member of the New Zealand men's Futsal White, saying that really from the set piece you just want to create a shot. Just a little bit wishful thinking really from Central at the moment.
So no change from that half-time score. On the other side, and Orange leading by 2-0. Machuski waiting for the kick in. And a close run thing there was the swiveled and let fly with her left foot, Sarah Gurnick. Still in this match, 2 goals, still with 14 minutes remaining.
Well, Jamie Lee Tiller's come back on too, so she will just strengthen things up. She's another player that's complete, can play defensively, plays in a really good distribution role as well. Got that athleticism, but combined with that level of physicality as well.
See a couple of substitutes waiting to come on for WaiBOP, including Alosi Bloomfield. He's had a little break.
Coach there of the Central team, Alicia Haywood.
So there's Bloomfield on in that pivot role again up front.
Got to get back here. Opportunity.
Well, how many times can they miss?
Well, I thought she did really well to control that, because it looked like potentially if you don't get over it, it's going to go over the top, and she just held back, and guy got a lovely little bit of power on it.
It's like a golfer frustrated at the inability of the ball to go in the hole, just can't sink any putts, and it happens some days. It's a bit like this today, I'm afraid, for Central. Just cannot find the net. It's not because they haven't had enough ball. Here's Bloomfield again, trying to find that unmarked player in the circle, but when she did find her, she rather spoilt the opportunity. Look at that, all the space in the world.
And it was Hannah Robert here, just turns. No, not my apologies, not Hannah Robert. It was in fact Morgan McCormick. And now another shot, and this time doesn't get over the top of it, converts it for 3 points, but it won't count. And that was the left-footed shot of Brooke Barclay. So it's been played in good spirit, no fouls from either team yet.
And the parry from Sophie Walker, shot from inside the WaiBOP half. Brooke Barclay to take the corner from that parry around the corner from the Central goalkeeper, and another long shot, finding the fingers of the goalkeeper, and so another corner.
Yeah, Jamie Lee Tiller with an absolute bullet here. Have a look at this, keeps her head down. Great piece of goalkeeping too, so well done to Sophie Walker. That would have certainly been in the highlights reel. Plays of the day, the top 10. It's better from Central. More patient in their build-up. Lively one touch.
Bloomfield. Again, a short pass. It was good thinking from her, but her teammate McCormick just tearing down the court and overran the ball.
Looks like Central here just a better shape. They're just holding them at bay a little bit more. Not getting suckered into being drawn into one.
Kenley Linden there trying to control the ball down, but it's gone out of play. So the clock stops until the ball gets kicked in. Just a little chip for Bloomfield, trying to keep her opponent Brooke Barclay and Gurnick off, but the ball eventually comes off Bloomfield, and so it's a restart. McCormick. Neve Carter with the long ball, but still no change to that score. A lot of shots in the second half, but not one from either side has found the net yet. Cleo Harding back to Hannah Roberts.
Bloomfield really good at just holding up that defence, isn't she? Good passage of play from Waikato Bay of Plenty.
Kaylee Linden with the kick in. Almost halfway through this second half of this match between these two North Island sides.
They just look more comfortable on the ball, Waikato. As we see Bloomfield again. Gives the ball away, but she'll chase it down. Gets the position back by putting pressure on.
Yes, so WaiBOP looking for their second win of the weekend and their second win of the season. The fifth match. 1 win and 4 losses so far, but on target to record their second win here, but they've come up against a very determined, a more determined side in the second half from Hawke's Bay side Central. But McCormick showing that she can shoot with either foot.
Yeah, what we used to call it, the old toe poke, wasn't it? You know, get the old toe on it.
Changes being made to that WaiBOP side. Captain Courtney Stone, number 2 across the far side, back on the court. Now Bloomfield.
Yeah, good urgency this time from the Central. Plenty of animation coming from the bench as well. A good period of pressure here being applied by the WaiBOP team.
But they're doing a pretty good job as well, aren't they? Central, they've foiled them. There's been a few shots. The only shots that we've really seen have been long shots in the second half, which tells us that they're keeping them outside of that goal D.
Well, they've just been better at tightening up through the middle here. And there's another example of it. That's where they were getting picked apart in the first half. It's just too easy to thread that needle. A really good piece of enterprising play from their number 4.
Charlotte Cameron, yeah, it's a nice run. But so often their good runs get let down with the final touch missing. Courtney Stone, WaiBOP captain.
And a good defence again from Caitlin Turner.
Eve Carter finds Williams, who goes crashing to the floor, looks in vain at the referee. Nothing on. Muspratt. And well, one thing I suppose that is unfolding here, these long shots are requiring the goalkeeper Sophie Walker to actually parry the shots away. And so there's plenty of corners coming for WaiBOP.
But they haven't been able to capitalise, have it? They've had a lot of possession and haven't been able to capitalise it. And the longer it goes, and then if suddenly we can see Central hit back, here's a real chance now.
Yes. And it comes from number 8 to Jamie Evans. Finally, they find the net after numerous opportunities and shots in the second half. But it's taken exactly 10 minutes since half-time to add to that scoreline 3-0. And that's a lot more reassuring from WaiBOP's point of view. Here it is, the shot.
Well, that was just a moment of individual brilliance from Jamie Evans. I mean, she just took that on her own. She beat 1 or 2 defenders. They all just sat back. And I'll tell you what, that is not easy to score from that angle that far out.
So the task made now considerably more difficult for Central to record their first win of the season. And you must be inclined to think that that's a pretty safe margin now that WaiBOP have got. But you never know. They're getting plenty of shots on that WaiBOP goal, Central, but they haven't yet just found enough accuracy. If they can start finding the back of the net, who knows what might happen in the last 10 minutes. We've got also the 5th player option, which they might want to think about sometime in the next 5 minutes. Here goes Muspratt again with a nice run, looking for some support. Plays it wide. And back to her captain, Courtney Stone. Stone gets away from one, and no power on the shot.
But lovely little toe poke, and this is what I talk about. You're thinking that she's going to lay the pass off, and then she goes on her own. And futsal very much about that. See this? Yeah, and a goal at the other end now, Brendan.
Finally, they find the net. I think it's Caitlin Turner that managed to control that ball and swivel it around and then poke it into the net. So it's not all over yet.
Yeah, nice play here.
Pass. She balanced it well. She was threatened there by a couple of players, including the goalkeeper, but did very well to thread it between the two of them and into the back of the net.
That's sometimes the danger of when you press that high, and we saw Waikato Bay of Plenty pressing high in defence, trying to keep Central inside their own half, but if you do get turned around, you do expose yourself, and that was really, really good example of it. Yep. Heavy challenge.
So there'll be some sighs of relief, I imagine, that WaiBOP bench that they did get that 3rd goal, because if it had still been 2-1, it would be a very different game. But with a 2-goal advantage with 8 minutes remaining, you'd still tend to favour WaiBOP at this stage.
Well,
but confidence must be high in that Central team. At last finding the net, prove to themselves they can do it.
Yeah, do they believe is the question. With almost 9 minutes remaining, it's a long, long time in futsal, but they need to be able to be very good defensively, and they have been a lot better defensively in this half. I think they genuinely have. I think they've, in saying that, just turned possession over, the old commentator's curse. Just while we got a little break, Brendan, you've been in the commentary game a long time. Commentator's curse, you must have said a few things at times, and then only for it to go the opposite way. He can't miss this, can he? Right out in front, and sure enough, they missed the conversion or whatever it might be.
That's why whenever you make a prediction, you qualify it. That's what I'm saying here. That you'd think 2-goal advantage should be enough, but always put the button.
Give yourself that out of jail, that get out of jail free card.
Well, I'm pleased for Central that for all of the effort, for all of the shots they've had and fired on goal, they've finally found the back of the net, giving them some sense of self-belief that they can do it. And boy, another goal now would make it interesting.
Oh, shot from distance, shot from range. Can't control it though. Continue to ring the changes for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Number 4 coming on for them, which is Trinica Kenny. So opportunity for her to get some valuable game time.
There's Miller Green, gets away from one, Green, but shoved aside by the defence there.
Bit of jersey pulling, but the referees let it go. And now set piece opportunity. Like anything, isn't it? You're always going to play the grey. You're always going to find out where those boundaries are with the referees. Oh, almost sneaks one in too.
It's another corner here. 7 minutes and 59 seconds left on the clock. For the third time, trying something different. The quick break. Back in control, the captain off central. And
what have they said? So foul given. Out. No, they're going to have a kick in, so it's just an out. So just the one foul each.
Well, the
coach has been played in good spirits.
The assistant coach here, just alongside of us on their bench, is calling. Was calling for the foul on the penalty, but nothing given other than just an addition to the foul count. But not very happy with herself. Grace Smith, the captain, looking very upset with herself there.
Yeah, she had a big shift, hasn't she? She's been on court for a long time, the captain. Another shot coming in, almost sneaks past the goalkeeper.
There she goes again, Grace Stone. That came off her foot, and so WaiBOP.
An animated Stevie Lee Tiller here, and he came in and made the tackle. This youngster, this potential superstar of the future in the women's game.
Miller Green almost got away there as she robbed the defender of the ball, but again it goes into touch, out of play. But WaiBOP will have the kick in. Fierce tussle for the ball over there, and certainly neither side here is just resting on their laurels, even with a 3-1 advantage. I think that they sense WaiBOP that Central have shown enough that they can score another 2 goals. And so there's a real commitment coming here. Lucy Bloomfield is back on.
How would a goal now for Central change the context of this game, though?
Absolutely, yes.
It's a question that we're asking themselves. It's a question that the coaching staff will be hoping. But they're going to need, I think, a moment of individual brilliance. They don't seem to be quite have the cohesion collectively. Now here's that
captain.
chance.
Here's the captain. She had that chance right there, and just rushed the shot a moment. Just perhaps could have taken a fraction longer to set that up, and instead she pushed it out to the right. But they have been creating these opportunities, so they can get back into this match. And a shove and a fall.
Yeah, another foul will go against the WaiBOP team. 5 fouls, of course, per half. Once you get past that, then every time you commit a foul, your opponent gets a penalty from the 10-metre line. And they still retain possession. But can they find something here, Central?
Bit of a delay here while the ball has disappeared behind those empty blue seats. The clock has stopped, and Hollis G has had to go retrieve the ball. She's finally back somewhere near the court. And another opportunity there. It's gone missing. I think it might have been captain actually, or Hannah Robert, who had the shot but couldn't find the net. Down goes, I think, Megan McCormack, so that is a foul counted against Central.
Yes. Holds it up here, Bloomfield.
And Isla Clear-Harding has had a very good game there at the back. Number 2, the tall figure for Central. She's made a couple of penetrating runs, and she's also done some excellent work in foiling attacks. And she's been put to the test at the moment with Lucy Bloomfield back on the court. The key player in this Waikato Bay Plenty side. Miller Green again. Can't get past Bloomfield, however. But Courtney.
This is the opportunity they're looking for. Players open too. She goes on her own. Not sure
So
that was the right decision, Brendan, but
they're so close to that second goal, aren't they? It must be terribly frustrating for their coaching staff, creating lots of opportunities.
Just those little moments of hesitation. It's that split second. Just under 5 minutes 40 remaining there or thereabouts. So still time. Still time. We saw Central of Wellington equalise against Auckland City in the men's first game on day 1.
Well, that's
8 seconds remaining.
It was a fairly uncultured shove into the back of Lucy Bloomfield, and results in a free kick.
You've got to have courage in the wall. It is a hard ball, and they'll hit it with velocity here. So do they look to lay this off, or do they go the direct route?
Well, Bloomfield is looking out to the left, and that's where the pass has gone, but it couldn't find her. Again, too much speed on that ball. All it needed was just a soft touch to Bloomfield.
Yeah, just left a bit flat-footed, wasn't she? So what is running through the mind here of Alicia Hayward, the coach? What does she do? How does she throw everybody forward? At what point do they maybe go with that 5th man, pull the goalkeeper?
There's Clear-Harding again doing excellent work with the ball at foot there, but running out of real estate, and so
yeah, I'd imagine the 5th man too. You've got to have that right player. You've got to have that player that's going to come on. I just haven't seen enough from the Central team to suggest that they can hang on to the ball long enough for them to play the 5th man, because you don't want to be playing the 5th man and losing possession. Oh, brilliant goalkeeping.
Yes. The fact is that when you get the ball, you know you've got virtually a split second to get rid of it before someone is going to be all over you. Bloomfield. No.
Another opportunity here for Central. Got to move it quickly though. No runners down that left side.
Miller Green across to her captain. Nice pass, but again, a lack of finish. Now on the counter break.
Nikki White's been good in goal though, hasn't she, Brendan, for Waikato Bay of Plenty? She has really been a bit of a rock at the back there.
Space down the middle of the court there for Central. And they'll have the kick in as well.
Oh, good quick play.
And it's there. It's there. It's home. The second goal scored for Central.
Well, what they did here, Brendan, is they just didn't muck around here from this kick. And have a look. Just quick thinking. Just did not hesitate at all. You talked earlier about just that quickness of pass, that one touch that's required, that you cannot afford to hesitate. Well, they removed the hesitation. And really lovely pass from Holly G.
And Miller Green, who finished it off. And she's been in the thick of things in the second half, Miller Green. She's had a couple of penetrating runs through, and one just prior to the goal that is scored. So 3-2, it's all on, as they say, for young and old now.
Yeah, what Central have got to be careful of, they're sitting on 4 fouls at the moment, so they just want to make sure they stay out of foul trouble. But they do turn position over here again.
And here's Miller Green again having a shot, and it's a frantic scramble. Bodies on the floor. Goalkeeper trying to bring some order at the back there. And
well, they're rattled, aren't they? You just sense that Waikato, Bay of Plenty, who have been in control of this game, just a little bit rattled at the moment. And now this is the challenge that comes for Kieran Machuski, the coach. He just needs to settle his players down, tell them not to panic, continue to play the way they've played.
Well, the simple story of the second half is that Central have controlled the second half now. They're ahead by 2-1 since half-time. And I don't think that's anything other than a fair reflection of the way they played. Right from the start of the second half, you could sense there was more aggression. There is more of a physical approach. And sure, it's counted against them in the sense that they've copped 4 fouls.
But it's a really good tactical timeout here from Machuski. He is now looking to slow that momentum down. He's looking to just, hey, let's have a little bit of a break here, because you do just feel in the last couple of minutes that momentum shift has gone the way of Central football futsal.
Well, they had to find the net in the end. I mean, they were firing in so many shots in the first 10 minutes of the second spell that it just seemed against the law of averages that you would not find the net at least once. And so these things, what goes around comes around, and eventually the continual pressing of that goal has produced these 2 late goals. And it's
well, they've got to take their chances now. Really do just have to throw everything forward and maybe just keep that fixo at the back.
So this is Central's 8th match of the season. And they've had 1 draw and 7 losses up until now. So they've got a chance to record their 2nd draw of the season. And that would be an achievement, but I think the way the second half has gone, they sense they could probably get another 2 goals.
Yeah, I haven't seen them pull their keeper. As we said, Brendan, you've got to be a side that know how to hold on to the ball, and we just haven't seen enough from Central to suggest they can do that. So that's why we're not seeing that 5th man. Got to be a very good side in possession if you're going to play the 5th man. Oh. It's just those little passes that have got Waikato Bay Plenty into a little bit of trouble in the last couple of minutes.
Chip kick. Free kick, the foul count. 4 against Central and 3 against WaiBOP. So yes, this far more physical look about the second half has resulted in 7 fouls so far. And it could yet play a part in this match.
Oh, lovely little lob ball through, creates the 1-on-1.
But easily and quickly read by White. She parked herself right next to the post there, waiting for that shot, and parried it away for a corner. We might have another one.
Yeah, she's good though, isn't she, White? Really
Yeah.
good. Couple of really good saves.
Yeah, well, she's got a technique that she clearly has a lot of faith in, and just uses her hands to push the ball away rather than any other part of the body. And again, guarding that shot, but it was well wide. So just a minute 37 left. 1 goal advantage to the team in orange. Won't have many more opportunities, Central, so got to make the most of these kick-ins when they're in their opponent's half. Taken down by Jamie Evans, who's scored 1 goal this day and nearly got a second.
Great piece of keeping again, though.
Well, she got that 1 goal, wasn't it? It was a long volley from somewhere near halfway. And she obviously got a lot of faith in that right foot of hers from an oblique angle. She didn't miss by much.
No, clock will now be starting to play a serious factor for both teams now. I'd imagine here that Waikato Bay of Plenty will just be wanting to get possession and take control and maybe just play it out from the back and run the clock down.
So Olivia Harding to restart with the kick in and fires another shot, but that was never heading anywhere near the net. And, Olivia Harding has been replaced by Miller Green, who comes on for the last 40 seconds of the match. 40 seconds left for Central to try and come up with a goal that'll give them a point from this match. Two-0 at half-time to Waikato Bay of Plenty, but 2 second-half goals from Central have really brought this match to a very exciting conclusion, and the difference was a second-half goal by Jamie Evans for WaiBOP, which has given them this 3-2 lead at the moment. Just 12 seconds left on the clock. Green trying to get to that ball, but Snowball just boots it as far as she can, and this is the last throw of the die, so the last kick of the match basically here for Central. It's got to be a long shot. They can't waste any more time. Now 0.5 of a second, so that's basically it. And the whistle sounds for full time, and it was a close run thing in the end for WaiBOP Power, but they get home with a 3-2 win to record their second win from 3 matches here in West Auckland this weekend, their second win of the season. They've now played 5 matches for 2 wins, and for the moment anyway have moved into 4th place ahead of Southern United with 3 points from this match. Takes them to 6 points on the table, and unfortunately for Central, gallant second half performance which they won on the scoreboard by 2-1, but not enough to make up for the 2 goals that they conceded in the first half, and so they remain winless after 8 matches in this Futsal League for 2023. So we're standing by to join Mark Watson for some thoughts from the winning side.
Okay, we're standing by with the winning captain, Courtney Stone from WaiBOP. Well, Courtney, 2-goal buffer. They scored, 3 or 4 minutes to go. How did that change the psyche?
Oh, look, the girls, we put in a tough effort. It was a pretty tough mentally game for us, and yeah, we've just been improving game by game, and we're really stoked to have come away with a win. Probably could have got a few more in there, but it's all right.
Yeah. Well, what was your expectation from the central side? How did you think they would play?
We thought they'd be pretty unpredictable, to be honest. Not sure. Definitely very tough and very strong girls. So we knew we'd need to be tougher on the ball. We've got a young squad that's quite small, so we just needed to be aggressive, and I think we did that out there.
Lucy Bloomfield, how hard is she to defend against? She's just got that physical presence, but she's just got a lovely little touch, holds those defenders up.
Well, Lossie's actually on our side, so that's great. But yeah, the girls, they were very good and hard to play against, so we're pretty happy to come away. Yeah.
Okay, so up next for you?
We've got Southern this afternoon, so yeah, another tough game. We really needed wins, so we'll be thinking about how we play against them this afternoon.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's that, isn't it? It's that quick turnaround and then having to back it up the next day and recover, and you're only a young side.
Yeah, it's very tough. Yeah, the girls are having to really put in the hard yards and think about recovery, and it's hard, yeah, so we're working on that. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, well done, all the very best for your next one.
Cheers, appreciate it.
So there you go, more action to come here from Trust Arena in Waikato. It is the Ford Futsal Super League, it is day 2. I tell you what, it's close, it's fast, it's ferocious. It doesn't get any better than this.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngatahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa United, legacy starts now.
And a very good afternoon to you and welcome back to the Trust Arena here in Henderson for more action from the Men's Futsal Super League for 2023. Our next match today, something of a derby, Central North Island derby between Hawke's Bay and Bay of Plenty. Two teams will be very anxious to win this match because they're in the bottom half of the draw, but it's a very tight table at the moment, points table, and a win here would be a big step for the side that manages to come out on top in terms of securing for themselves a place in the top 4 and hence the playoffs at the end of the season. So they haven't had much success, neither of these teams, so far this year, so a win is something that they're both desperate for. Let's first of all check out the starting lineups. This is the Hawke's Bay squad, which has only won 1 match so far this year from its 7. And so they'll be starting with their best 5 players here to try and get an early advantage over their opposition. And we'll see how they go. They're up against the side from Bay of Plenty, who also have only had 1 win from the 7 matches they've played this year. So it will be very interesting to see how they go today. Joining me is Dave Mon, who's from the coaching squad, coaching team from the WaiBOP Power women's side, who've been involved in 3 matches here so far this weekend. And Dave, thank you for your time, for joining us here. And first of all, I suppose we should mention that you've had a successful weekend so far, winning 2 out of 3. Well done. And you'll be very keen, I suppose, to see the Bay of Plenty men do something similar here.
Very much so.
So it's sorry about the noise that you're probably hearing in the background. On the second court, next door to us here, there is this almost orchestral drumming going on.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a bit of a party going on the other court. Not a lot of footy. Here comes a bit of a cup of tea for Brendan.
Yes, much appreciated.
So we got the goalie throwing out long to play up court. Defence is holding strong there from Waikato.
So just into the second minute of the match, and no real scoring opportunities so far.
Surge are holding nicely.
Surge is a name given to the Bay of Plenty side.
Yeah.
Playing in the yellow and black strip against Hawke's Bay. Imagine this noise reverberating from behind that blue curtain is probably most disconcerting to these players as well at the moment. But anyway, we will hope that it desists sooner rather than later. So tell me, Dave, about how your players have found playing on this very fine playing surface here. Must be one of the best in the country.
Yeah, they've been lucky that they've had an internationally marked out court today and this weekend. We haven't had the luxury of playing on such a wide territory. We've been training out of Aotearoa, and that's not really a futsal court. It's a bunch of netball courts that we put together as a futsal court.
So have your players, like all the players here, players had to adjust to the fact that the ball on this beautiful, smooth, fast surface travels quicker than they would necessarily be the case in facilities down in your area?
It's not been too much of an adjustment, thankfully.
Because I have noticed there's a lot of long passes are just not finding the players that the ball is being sent to because it's getting there too quickly.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players are also playing on a bigger court than they're used to training on. So, you get their pass up, they're not able to run the distance as fast as what they would normally do on their smaller courts they train on.
So Bay of Plenty left to right, and in the blue, Hawke's Bay. Bay of Plenty goalkeeper Chris Priest, who had a couple of very good games yesterday. And early opportunity there for Hawke's Bay, weren't able to capitalise on it. A quick break coming from Bay of Plenty.
One of the WaiBOP ladies coming past, a bit shocked that they can see one of their coaches sitting in the commentary team here with you, Brendan.
Yes, well, I'm sure you're going to shed any of your partiality towards Bay of Plenty.
Oh, absolutely. You know, the Surge, they usually start off quite fast, and you know it's a matter of playing the old length of the game. And as we know, 40 minutes is closer to an hour and a half by the time we get through the game.
It really does place a very high demand on fitness, doesn't it, this sport? I mean,
100%.
okay, you can have rolling substitutions, which happen, and players, I guess players, would any player ever play the full 40 minutes?
I haven't seen it personally. Yeah. Not saying it doesn't happen, but I mean, for us, we try to limit the amount of play time they have based on the fitness level that we put them through. So we have quite a strong pre-season where we do a lot of fitness work. And here's an opportunity, unlucky from the Surge.
Bodies hitting the boards there, and so any fouls awarded? We just don't have our keys working at the moment, so
yeah, so no foul there.
Yeah,
it was just a natural play there.
Just good competitive contesting for the ball.
Yeah.
So Bay of Plenty with an opportunity here.
So the Hawke's Bay aren't using a wall there. I noticed they're just having 4 players in position, and they're having a fast break. 2v1. 3v2 is an opportunity, and they shut themselves down. Surge held the line there quite nicely. Looks like a corner though.
Does the first corner of the match, and Hawke's Bay with another opportunity here. After 2.5 minutes of the match so far, remember the stop clock is the system used in futsal, so 20 minutes of actual play, which
can anywhere be between 40 and 50 minutes.
Yeah, it can be between 40 minutes as a rule.
I think the hardest thing for most players is the last minute and a half. It always drags for. It could be up to 10 minutes for that last minute and a half. Not unlike a bit of basketball. Oh, here's an opportunity. There's got numbers up front there, Surge. And
yes,
good save from the keeper.
Swivel there from Ama Akbar Shah, but just not able to control it sufficiently to get it into the back of the net. The Bay of Plenty side with Saudi Arabian player who was attempting to score the first goal there, and Mario Ramos, captain from Brazil, and his father who is the head coach. So away comes Hawke's Bay.
Hawke's Bay on the charge. Good cover from the Surge.
Nice run from Mustafa.
Surge doing well to hold them out.
4 minutes of the match have elapsed and no score in this match between Bay of Plenty, who are sitting in 6th place on goal difference. But like Hawke's Bay, they've only won one match but have a superior goal difference.
Hopefully the Surge can start to use that drumming sound to their advantage.
Yes, I was only
There's
there.
an opportunity.
I was there just a couple of minutes before the start of the match, and there was no sign of it. Now let's get back to Hawke's Bay with a shot and
hit the post.
Wow, off the post from the boot of Mustafa. Just come on a few moments ago, Mustafa, and some real venom in that shot, but not quite with the accuracy that it needs. But it's a good crisp start here by Hawke's Bay, creating opportunities.
See that the bench is getting ready to make a couple of changes for the Surge, and also looks like the same for Hawke's Bay. One thing I've really enjoyed this weekend so far is the amount of support all teams are giving each other, even before and after games, whether they've played them or lost or won against them. It's been really good sportsmanship. And that looks like Surge's ball from the sideline. Surge coach is yelling out commands to his players to get them really pumped. Good save from the keeper there. And here goes an opportunity for Surge to make the change. Number 5 is coming on, and so is number 14 for the Surge.
The Surge beaten 4-1 earlier today by Capital. It was a key match for Bay of Plenty as well, because they were only 1 point behind Capital, so they'll be really keen to make amends for that by winning this match here. But it's Hawke's Bay again on the
breakout. Oh, no.
And a nice pass and well executed, but just missing that far post by a couple of inches. So they're looking good, Hawke's Bay, aren't they, on attack?
They certainly are. They're fast on the break. Very much a counteractive team. The Surge are a bit more structured in their play. Oh, an unlucky shot there. Hitting the post.
Yes.
A good bit of high press there from the Surge, keeping the Hawke's Bay team in their half. Now they're going to a mid-court press. Good coverage.
no score in the match. And one foul already against Hawke's Bay. You're allowed 5, of course, per half before you get into real trouble. They are plenty trying to surge their way through the Hawke's Bay defence, but out of play it goes. 14 minutes and 48 seconds left in this first half of this match between these two sides. And earlier today, as I said, they were beaten 4-1. Surge yesterday, Hawke's Bay went down 6-3 in their opening match to the Waikato Rapids.
So as we see here, Hawke's Bay have got their players up front there, and they've left someone, only one at home. There was an opportunity for a 2v1, but good cover from the number 12 from Hawke's Bay.
Brought down by Riley Clinnett, but by plenty still on attack here. With the kick in, it's straight to that defender who gets rid of it quickly. Chris Priest firing it back down to the far end. The goalkeepers, of course, I noticed, can score, can't they, with a throw, as long as it touches someone on the way?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or they can, if they're in open play and they kick it, they can actually score from a kick as well.
From the kick, yeah. So out comes the Hawke's Bay
So in this case, if he was able to have a shot, he could do a drop kick from there, but it was obviously not on for him, so he decided to play with his team.
Liam Percy Fish, who is the captain of the Hawke's Bay side, their goalkeeper. Riley Clinnett, number 4. Nice run coming here from the tall midfielders. Back comes Bay of Plenty.
And there's a corner.
No, they get a corner from that move. And so another opportunity here for the Surge to post the first goal of the match.
Yeah, it's been a very tight game so far, hasn't it, Brendan?
A lot of flow in it, yes.
Sideline ball for the Surge there. Let's see what they can cook up from this one. Play it into the goal and then have it. No one's on the back post though, and a bit shocked at that.
Nice work by the Hawke's Bay defence.
Yes, they did really well to shut the Surge out from that attack, didn't they?
Jacob Riley doing some good work there at the back for the Blues.
Good shielding there from the Surge.
Just letting that ball run over the back line, and so over the goal line, and so play will restart. Is it a corner? No.
No, it's just a sideline play. The players have just got to stay 5 metres back from that play.
Dylan Cousins with the shot, and Priest having to recover quickly.
Here's an opportunity. Can they press the goalie? No, they're standing back from him.
Percy Fish again clears quickly and cleanly. So back comes Bay of Plenty.
So Bay of Plenty are resetting their shape.
Nice short passing here, but a little bit of a breakdown in communications between number 14, Keenan Howard, and number 5, Tristan Kawada.
Here goes an opportunity. Can they keep the pressure on? Right?
Nicely cleared there by Alexander Eaglestone for Hawke's Bay. But Bay of Plenty just starting to settle into their rhythm here.
So you notice that once the hand's off the ball, that's when the timer starts for them?
Clock starts, yeah.
So that's why the players try to set their lines first before they release that ball to be able to pass it in. Just gives them that little bit of time to set themselves.
Percy Fish also with the long throw. Here comes Bay of Plenty again. Nice ball, but 3 defenders back there for Hawke's Bay.
One thing I actually noticed with the Hawke's Bay defence there is they're playing quite a wide press, so they're sitting out wide and allowing the BOP team to come in, and then they're closing them while they're on the inside there. Whereas the Bay of Plenty team, they are having a more traditional zonal press, so they have their shape better set. So, try to encourage the sideline to give them you an opportunity to get the ball out, so you can have a sideline ball to restart your play. And misguided shot.
Another misdirected shot. So 8 minutes of play have gone in the first half of this match between Hawke's Bay, playing in the blue from right to left, and the Bay of Plenty. And as I said before, both teams looking for what in fact be their second win of the season. So been a pretty tough time so far for both these teams. Oh, that was a nice throw and nicely gathered in. But again, Hawke's Bay coming away, but nicely intercepted again. He did it all on his own.
No support there, unfortunately, Brendan.
For Keenan Howard. Yeah, Raga lost contact with his support through the middle of the court. Here's another opportunity.
Yes. Oh, what a goal. That's a great goal for the Surge.
Nice work indeed from their captain, Mario Ramos. Might have been just a little back heel, was it? I think in the end.
A little bit of flick behind himself.
Yeah. Keep the eye number 13.
Sits in there nicely and through and underneath.
Yes, just flicks it with the back heel. And so after 8.5 minutes, the first goal of the match has been scored.
And see, he's obviously got a goal celebration there, checking his pulse.
So he's very happy, and I'm sure his father, the coach, is even happier.
Well, there's a high probability of that. A goal from any other team would have made the coach happy, I'd say. Now, it would be interesting to see how they play the remainder of this half and see whether they're going to keep pressing high or whether they're going to go into a defensive mode. So, for Surge's perspective, I'm hoping that they will play a very positive game and actually keep attacking.
Yes, it's a bit early for parking the buses.
It is, yeah. But you see teams do it. So,
yeah.
But too far out from the first half to park the bus, as you say. Opportunity here, though, for Hawke's Bay from a corner.
Reese.
And counter. Hawke's Bay on the counter. No, good bit of defence. It's very open play this game. That's one thing I am noticing.
And second goal.
That's what happens when you get a rebound. That's why you always say your players to run in there and follow up the kick, because you never know when a rebound's coming your way.
2 goals in 2 minutes.
Bit of a deflection off the keeper, and then he comes to finish it off. It's what we coach the players to do, is to come in and follow the play, because you never know. So a bit of a foul from the Surge there, so Hawke's Bay get the ball.
So I don't think there'll be any parking near the bus thoughts now in that Plenty side. They've realised that they've got their pattern working.
Yeah, they've got some goal scoring options now. Yeah. So Hawke's Bay are now playing a real attacking mode, and
had a chance there.
Number 2,
Harry Anderson just couldn't quite pull it down quick enough to put some direction behind the shot, and score remains 2-0. Mayer, who scored that goal, there is number 12. Vincent Callister couldn't find any of his teammates, and so Hawke's Bay.
An opportunity for Hawke's Bay.
Exactly, yes. Some room here for Thomas McMillan, but
good defence there. They had 2 players on him, and they are calling for some sub time. So hopefully the Surge coach has got them lined up some fresh legs to keep the ball rolling. maybe a little bit of bias there, I'm sorry, Brendan, but, it'd be nice to see the Surge pick up the 3 points here today.
Yeah. Well, now that the Bay have suddenly been stung twice in just 3 minutes, as their coach must be wondering whether he should call a timeout just to kind of try and break the momentum a bit, if nothing else, of Bay of Plenty.
Yep, absolutely. Might be a little bit too early for him, but yeah. It's an interesting play that he's got the keeper right up there over the halfway, and it's not fifth man they're playing.
I was going to say, he hasn't changed his bib, has he?
No.
So
he's just playing a high keeper.
Yeah.
So I guess that they've got some sort of tactic around that use of that play. So something we're not used to seeing unless it's on the fifth man play.
Yes, with normally. Oops.
Oh, there's a foul coming there.
A foul, I'm sure. Probably not intentional, but it happened.
Yep.
And so
good bit of sportsmanship shown there.
It's 2 against Bay of Plenty now, 2 against Hawke's Bay. So still plenty of time left in this first half for Hawke's Bay to get back into this match. And I think they probably will need at least a goal before half-time. And nice work by the big man for Hawke's Bay there, number 10, Cameron Emerson.
Here we are from the corner. Let's see what Hawke's Bay have.
Mustafa with the corner. What's their play here? Only one man in the circle. Away comes Hawke's Bay again. Good work.
Here's a counter from the Surge. 2v1.
Opportunity.
And they missed that one.
Yeah, he had a lot of time and space, the big man, but...
Probably too much time, I'm thinking.
Let's see, look at it. He could...
Yeah.
Just maybe caught in two minds as whether to pass it or whether to have a go. And so in the end, he fired the shot off, but without a lot of conviction.
So the one thing I'm looking at, you look at the Hawke's Bay keeper, he's already up well out of his box.
Well, I suppose he's trying to give a bit more thrust, is he, to the
it can be seen that. It can be seen as that.
Yeah.
Obviously, a bit of confidence in his team on the press. So.
Well, he's unofficially playing as a fifth player, isn't he? Basically,
yeah, pretty much. He's pretty much playing as a defensive back there.
Yeah.
So, or in as it's known in futsal, a fixo.
A fixo, yeah.
Which is the last man standing. The pivot is the one up the very top there. Generally, the one that sets the play up for just straight shoot, or the one that sometimes scores the goals as well. And then you've got the two flanks. Slightly different terminology than outdoor football.
Yes, and one of those flanks has just come off for Hawke's Bay, Thomas McMillan, who I have a feeling is still at school. I think he's only about 15 years of age. And here he is, and here's the captain. He's a long way from home.
He's obviously been doing his fitness training, you can tell that.
Liam Percy Fish was almost 3/4 of the way down the court, hurries back. And just as well he did get back as well. Yes, if anything, you'd think it would be the Hawke's Bay keeper who would be the one who might be venturing out of his territory, trying to add a bit more thrust to the Hawke's Bay attack, but we're up by 2-0. I'm not sure whether it's absolutely necessary to be taking those sort of risks.
So that's the Hawke's Bay keeper that is the one that's coming up.
Oh, it is the Hawke's Bay keeper.
Yes, it is. So he's coming up to give him that extra man. Yeah. And the Waikato keeper's sitting, so Bay Plenty keeper's staying back there. So keep calling them Waikato because I'm used to being part of the WaiBOP outfit.
Yeah,
so,
yes. 8 minutes remaining until half-time. So it's been quite a physical encounter, which is why we've had 4 fouls so far in the first 12 minutes of this match.
See Hawke's Bay keeper up there on the flank.
Yeah, here he is again.
Yep.
Percy Fisher, it's his hyphenated surname.
So it looks like an opportunity for a timeout is coming. Looks like the Surge want a timeout. Yep, the Surge have got their timeout. So what do you think of the first bit of the game here there, Brendan?
Well, I think Bay of Plenty have looked really good actually at times on attack, and unfortunately they haven't been able to find the net, but Bay of Plenty enjoyed that very good period, didn't they, where they found the net twice in the space of 3 minutes.
Yep.
And you might have thought that would have been.
So Hawke's Bay, I noticed, are quite counter-attacking. So they are reliant on the ball being broken down in play.
But I'm intrigued to see that it's Bay of Plenty up by 2-0 who've called for the timeout.
Yep, I think they've seen something, especially with that keeper playing the way he's playing for the last couple of minutes. I mean, me as a coach, I'd be seeing that and saying to my players, here's an opportunity if you press him. You could actually win the ball off him up there and put him under pressure. Because at the moment they're basically playing 5 players on court, and that's allowing the Hawke's Bay team to actually get some advantage. Okay, they haven't scored any goals yet, but it's not saying there's a numerical advantage on court. And looking at the keeper, the Hawke's Bay keeper, he looks like he's certainly earning his keep out there today.
Yes, he must be fit.
Yeah,
he's doing a lot of running for a goalkeeper.
Yeah, normally we pick goalkeeping roles to so we can prevent that amount of fitness that we have to do, right?
Because goalkeepers aren't allowed to basically leave their D, are they, when they're on defence?
Every team's slightly different tactic. I mean, for example, you may have seen it in a couple of games yesterday, the 5th man play.
Yeah,
the keeper comes out and.
It's bewildering, isn't it?
And it's meant to be. It's meant to be a fast break to basically give yourself an extra opportunity of scoring against 4 men in defence. So it's creating that overload of manpower. And Surge are known for it. Surge are known for playing 5th man when they need to. So it'll be interesting with them being up 2-0 today, whether they pull that out of the trick book today or not.
So just some kind of issue here. I think it's a timing issue with some of the equipment here. There's lots of officials walking around behind us here.
Seeing where the ball's got to be played from, I'm picking.
Oh, okay. Yes, one of the men in a pink shirt is just alongside of us here.
I guess they've decided the keeper is going to restart the play.
Yeah, so we're just missing our on-screen scoring information at the moment, but we can tell you that it is 2-0 to the Surge, Bay of Plenty, in the yellow and black strip against Hawke's Bay. We've had opportunities but have not been able to convert, and I'm sure they're very keen in this remaining 7 minutes to score at least 1 goal before half-time to get them back in the match. And
so there we go, we've got the time fixed, 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
There's plenty of time.
And from just from the Powers couple of games we've had this weekend, we've worked it out. It's about 2.15 minutes per every minute on the clock.
Oh, okay.
So give you a rough idea how long those games are going for.
About 40 minutes.
Yeah, 40 minutes per half, 40 to 45 minutes each half. Yeah.
Is that fairly standard?
Or seems to be. Yep, seems to be this weekend. An hour and a half of. So it's why I think you find the teams that are playing 2 in a day are really struggling to get through 2 games. So it's from a perspective of these. Power is that picking up that win in the first game was really important to us today. Gives us that opportunity to come into the next game fresher. Coming in with a loss going into that game after an hour and a half would have been probably a lot harder to deal with.
Yes, exactly.
Not only the pressure of the fact that we'd had a loss, but the pressure of having to play another hour and a half to get some sort of result. So,
now just interrupting you there for a moment, Don. I'm getting a message in my headphones here that there is a problem with the venue scoreboard. We can't see it at the moment, but it's just hanging from the top of the roof, and it's telling us there is 59 minutes left in the first half. So there is a problem there. I think they haven't corrected it. By my books, there was probably about
7.5, probably.
I think it was 7 minutes 44 from memory. So anyway, we'll just have to get underway again and leave the time into some sort of manual device, maybe.
Yeah, like a watch.
Yeah. So every time the ball goes out, I'll stop my Apple Watch.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea, Brendan.
Yeah.
At least we'll have a rough idea where we're at.
Another opportunity there for the Bay, but they just cannot find that net at the moment.
So Serge are putting 2 up there, balancing the play, and here's an opportunity for 2v1. And well saved from the keep there, so corner ball to Serge.
Yeah, Percy Fish under no real pressure there at all. He saw it early.
Yep, had it well covered.
And just pushed it away. It's a very unusual play from Bay of Plenty from the corner.
It looks to me like it's come off Hawke's Bay, so therefore it'll be Serge's ball still.
Must have been a deflection, which accounted for that rather strange journey that the ball went on from that corner.
Yes. I'm picking the camera that was in front of us is what blocked our view for that one there. But yeah, like you say, this is a great venue for the sport. We're lucky in New Zealand. We've got quite a few decent venues for indoor sports, and this is one of those premier events.
Well, I mentioned a few times how the sprung wooden floor, which are quite rare in New Zealand, is probably the best netball surface in New Zealand. It conforms absolutely 100% to the requirements of an international netball court.
Oh, nice.
And so this is why the Silver Ferns have played a lot of test matches here, and the Auckland team in the franchise competition also plays, the Mystics play a lot of their matches here as well.
I had the luxury of coming here a couple of times and watching the Breakers play here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Breakers have played here as well. Yeah.
Yep. And good structured defence there from the Surge, holding the positions nicely.
Percy
now
Fish,
there's an opportunity for a counter.
Percy Fish, the goalkeeper, keeping an eye on him now. Even if the camera isn't, he's still back there. You just saw him briefly as Hawke's Bay again, pressing, opportunity. And that, I imagine, might be...
No, not called. It must be a fair challenge.
It's considered fair contesting for the ball. So nothing much going right for Hawke's Bay at the moment. They can't find the net. They can't even get a foul.
A couple of interchanges being made.
It looks like it down there as players coming and going with, I reckon, probably about 6 minutes remaining in this first half. I'm just deducting the time from my own watch and dividing it by 2.
Good
call. What did you say?
About 2.1 minutes per every minute, roughly.
Well, it was 3 minutes ago that we started, so we're down to about 6 minutes, I think, remaining in this first half. Ford Futsal Super League. From the corner. Hawke's Bay.
Here's an opportunity, but good defence from the Surge.
3 defenders back there. Here's an opportunity again for Hawke's Bay, but hesitation there from the number 12 Alexander Eaglestone, and the opportunity lost as away comes Bay of Plenty. But nice work here. Opportunity again for Hawke's Bay. But some scrambling defence keeps them out. Play swinging from one end of the court to the other.
A lot of one-out stuff though, unfortunately. I'm not seeing a lot of, once they get the ball up there, they're actually working as a team unit. You can't see anyone putting themselves on the back post, ready for a deflection. And as we saw in the earlier half, the deflection that got the goal.
So yes, disregard that score that's appearing on the screen. We are taking a source from the venue here, and they are having problems with the venue scoreboard. In fact, I don't think it will change until half-time by the look of it, from what's happening around me here. So I presume that there is a manual timing process in place.
Yep. And as we know, the score is Surge up 2-0, but Hawke's Bay have had plenty of scoring opportunities themselves.
A very casual flick of the ball from deep inside his own half from Cameron Emerson. Hawke's Bay still looking for their first goal. And oh dear, the drums have started again.
Must be whoever they're supporting on that side. Yeah. Maybe the Warriors are playing over there today.
Yes, practicing.
It's a nice little bit of rotation there from Hawke's Bay, a little bit of settled play. Creating an opportunity. Unfortunately, been deflected by the surge. And now they're having a crack.
Thomas McMillan.
Good holding defence from Hawke's Bay there.
So there we are. I think we've got the score correct anyway.
Yes.
There's the first half. It's 2-0. And I estimate about 5 minutes and a bit remaining until half time. The venue scoreboard showing 20 minutes, but I think it's just been reset for the second half.
Yeah.
So Alexander Eagleson, the restart here for Hawke's Bay as they mount another attack. Just a bit loose there, but anyway, well gathered in by Eagleston again. Hawke's
Nice
Bay,
play.
Eagleston again.
Oh, and an unlucky. Great play there, Brendan.
Yes.
Great bit of counterplay.
Yes, he started it from inside his own half, Alexander Eagleston, and all but finished it. But the deflection from the surge goalkeeper, yet another corner for Hawke's Bay. Goodness knows how many they've had. And a volley fired off there by Simon Stillard. But didn't even really remotely...
Didn't challenge the keeper at all.
No. Here's Stillard again. This time takes a more prosaic approach with the ball.
Sideline ball for Hawke's Bay.
Pushed
Nice
through
bit of
nicely.
rotation.
Beautiful work here.
And
But
great
just
defence.
couldn't finish it off.
Opportunity to counter.
Callister. So now the surge with Aaron Carter, I think, is their top goal scorer for them this year.
And looks like it's going to be surge ball again. Wonder what the surge have play-wise going on here. Another cross. Looks like he might have hurt himself going down on that play.
Yes, that's Thomas McMillan. That looks a little worse for wear, but
he'll run it off.
Yeah, he's gaining his place on the court. And Chris Priest, who hasn't put a foot wrong in goal so far today for Bay of Plenty.
Pass up to no one. Wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more intensity from the Hawke's Bay team there on that defensive press to try and do a counter.
Yes, I imagine those two quick goals by Bay of Plenty have shaken them just a bit. And they're not playing with quite the same confidence they did for the first 10 minutes of the match.
Yes.
And again, creating space. Stellard looking for some support. Two defenders have got him caged in.
Good solid defence from the surge. And what is the call?
Hello,
It looks like a card.
into his pocket he goes.
Is it going to be? Yes, it is a yellow card.
Yes.
For the Hawke's Bay number 4 there, yes.
Vincent Callister it was, yes. There he is, number 4 there.
He's pulled him down, using his hands. Not allowed to use that. Obviously, know that you got the mini fouls in the half. You might as well give one. Bit of a yellow card though, so that's not going to help him when they have their penalties for their team.
So what they're down to, so you still have the 5
You still have the
players
players.
on front.
Yeah.
A second yellow card?
Second yellow card. I'd say he might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, I know personally with our team, there's penalties within our squad as well. So if you get one of those yellow cards, you're generally found to be having one of our own internal penalties. So just to keep your players honest.
Gio would not like to be situated in a wall, that defensive wall would have direct free kick has taken place a few metres away from you.
Yeah,
but
I guess we train for that. Players are used to it. Some of them are more robust than some of the others, so they're used to being hit. Others generally try and shy away from it, and they stay wide. They're the wise ones, right? So it looks like there's some subs getting ready for the surge there. Looks like it might be a full substitution of 4 players.
Yes, by my reckoning, we've probably had about 6 of those 7 minutes. So the match started 39 minutes ago, so...
Yes, we've probably got, I'd say we have between 4 and 6 minutes left of this half.
What I'm basing it purely on your highly mathematical research, 2.5 to 1, 2.5 minutes on the real clock means 1 minute on the stop clock.
Approximately, yeah.
So we must be somewhere near the end of the first half, but there was that stoppage for about 2 or 3 minutes at least while the officials tried to get the venue scoreboard, which I guess the players and the officials and even commentators like to use, which hangs from the ceiling here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good to know where we're at game-wise, so we know what to play.
But it's not in use at the moment, so...
we're left as blind as the rest of them.
We're doing some very good guesswork here, but we can tell you that score is correct. 2-0. First goal coming in the 9th minute by Mario Ramos, and pretty sure it might have been in the 13th minute, just a few minutes later. Mong Ma, who got on the end of the ball and put it away. Now player's gone down, number 13. In fact,
somebody just coming on the field too. It looks like he's got a sore back.
That is one of the goal scorers, Mario Ramos, the captain. He's got the captain's band on his arm there, and looks like he's copped one in the lower back region. If he can hang on for a couple of minutes, he'll get some attention, I imagine, at half-time. So, one of the referees has seen something he doesn't like.
I'm not sure what he saw there.
Anyway, play has got underway again. And
the only thing I could think of from that one is that he didn't play it from the point that he's meant to play it from.
Yes, yes. So coming on, I think probably for the first time since the first couple of minutes of the match, Cameron Emerson, the big figure there who was trying to muscle his way through the surge defence to no avail. And they're just checking the man in pink to see that he's okay. But
they're bringing a physio on.
Looks like the magic spray's coming on. So a couple of minutes left, we estimate, without any source or access to the official timing.
So
a little groggy, and there's a problem with his right leg. But is he coming off? I think he must be.
Yeah, I think he's coming off. Yeah.
Hasn't been on for long, but fell awkwardly and shaking his head.
That's never a good sign when you see the player shake his head. They know their body better than anyone.
Yes, exactly. So there's more trouble for Hawke's Bay.
Opportunities here for surge. There's an opportunity for countering for the Hawke's Bay. So just staying high on the press.
Still out there for Hawke's Bay, but 3-on-1. It's been a very solid defensive effort from Surge throughout this first half. Halfway to a clean shoot.
Gotta love that when you're a keeper. Nothing better than a clean sheet.
So we can't be far away from half-time. Just repeating, if you just joined us, the vehicle scoreboard.
Oh, did you see that one?
Not working.
Just off the top bar there.
Yeah. So the side posts and the crossbar are being hit by Surge attackers in this first half, but they have found the back of the net twice, leading by 2-0. And opportunity there again for Hawke's Bay, but no one getting there quick enough. Riley Kennett got there, but by that stage it had been recovered by the goalkeeper Chris Priest.
Players are just winding themselves down for this half-time.
The bench is asking the referees how much time is left. But
what a goal. Man was up there, one-on-one, flicked it over the keeper. Let's see that one on the replay. So Surge go up 3-0.
oh, yeah, very clever. What the,
just a beautiful little flick over the top of the keeper there.
Brilliant individual goal there from Tristan Kawana, and it's 3-0 right on the death of the first half. So Hawke's Bay now desperate to try and get something. And there was an opportunity there, but it went missing.
And
the ball overrun by Cameron Emerson.
And great piece of keeping there from the Hawke's Bay captain. So quite a wide zone defence, the Hawke's Bay team. They're almost man-marking, if you look at that. Yeah, you almost think that they got a particular assignment to do. Kind of a bit like basketball, really, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, man on man, yeah.
And there it goes.
And finally we hear the hooter, yes, for half-time. 46 minutes after the match started, but there had been some problems with the timing and the scoring here with the venue scoreboard. But anyway, we have got to half-time, and disregard that score sheet because that is coming from the venue scoreboard, which is not functioning properly at the moment, but we can tell you it is 3-0 with the Bay of Plenty Surge scoring goals in the 9th, 12th, and we'll make it about the 19th minute of the first half, and right on the strike of half-time. So it's 3-0. Bay of Plenty very much in control of this match against their near neighbours, Hawke's Bay.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game, and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
Welcome back to the Trust Arena here in West Auckland at Henderson for the second half of this Ford Futsal Series Super League match between Hawke's Bay in the blue, playing from left to right in the second half, against Bay of Plenty in the yellow and black, who are leading by 2-0. I'm pleased to say that the venue's 3-0, sorry. The venue scoreboard is working, and we can tell you precisely how long.
No more guesswork, fingers crossed, right?
And if you are interested, there is 19 minutes and 32 seconds left in the match. So that's the time left for Hawke's Bay to try and salvage something out of this match. It's a big ask when you're sitting at the bottom of the points table and you've got to score 3 points or 3 goals just to get some points.
Yeah.
But it won't be for a lack of trying, I'm sure. As I walk past the Hawke's Bay team in their half-time huddle, the coach was reading the riot act to them. With me is Don Mon, who is part of the coaching team with the Bay of Plenty Waikato women's team. Dave.
Yeah, that's right. Don, I can be the new Don if you need me to be the new Don. Yeah. Yeah.
So everything working here. It's at my tongue correctly. 19 minutes and 16 seconds left, and we have got to the bottom of this very loud and constant drumming that's no doubt coming through on your audio as well at home or on your device. It's the match next door on court 2, and it involves Papakura team from South Auckland, and one of their very passionate supporters has got himself a huge big drum, and he's pounding away with his sticks on both sides of it. I'm glad we're not commentating next door.
I know, right? We wouldn't be able to hear ourselves think over there.
Exactly.
So you can see that nice structure there from the Bay of Plenty defence there.
So I suppose what this match ideally needs, David, right now is a Hawke's Bay goal, isn't it? Just to kind of just liven up proceedings a bit, and
it would actually then make both teams actually work a little bit harder, which will obviously bring the intensity of the game up a bit as well. Yeah, absolutely.
And I imagine the captain and goalkeeper for Hawke's Bay, there he is.
There he is. We expected him up there somewhere, didn't we?
He's not waiting for the official sort of fifth man ritual to roll out.
He's up there.
He's up there. He's preempting it. And as he sprints back, out of shot now from our camera, into his conventional role.
So one thing you can do as a team defending that play is obviously drop a player up there waiting for the rebound, and then one versus the goal, really, then, isn't
exactly,
it?
So, yeah.
But it has to be done fast.
Yes, I remember a match yesterday we saw that. It might have been Bay of Plenty, actually, who role reversal, who their goalkeeper was coming up, but he was only coming up when his team was on attack, and then he was racing back whenever the opposition moved into his half. And on a couple of occasions he didn't get back quick enough, and it was an open goal, and the opposition scored 2 goals.
Yeah, correct. So the player you're talking about is Aaron Carter. He's the one that usually jumps on in that fifth man role.
Exactly. Yes, he was. Yeah, he was up and down, and it was almost comical watching this procedure, because he had to swap his jersey each time as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has to put a bib on and then off and on.
Yeah.
And his sister is actually one of the power girls as well.
Oh, I see.
With Neve Carter.
Yeah. But it was fascinating, as I said, slightly comical watching this poor lad. And then he got into trouble, I noticed also, or the team got into trouble with the officials about the procedure they were doing when they were swapping the jerseys.
Yes.
I can't recall exactly what the technical problem was, but there was quite a long stoppage while the referees went over and explained why they'd awarded a free kick because of some technical kind of breach.
Yes, I didn't get to see it yesterday, but generally what you'll find is that some people, the way that they've done the bibs, you're meant to do it on the handover over the line.
Yeah.
And a player can't go onto the court until one's off.
Oh, that's the problem.
So otherwise you end up with 6 players on the court.
Well, that's what was exactly what's happening, because it unfolded just directly in front of our commentary position. We're commentating from the floor here, behind that desk you can see at the moment. Yeah. And yes, the exchange of jerseys was taking place on the court.
Yes, and it should be happening on the sideline. Yeah.
But of course, with our friend here at the moment, he doesn't have to go through
the
jersey swapping.
He's just running upfield, downfield.
He's just roaming free.
And he's given himself and his team an opportunity to get an extra man up there.
Yeah, exactly. It's 5 on 4, isn't it?
It totally is.
Yeah.
Like I say, the risk though, if the Surge get onto it and throw a man up there.
But he is reading it pretty well, actually. He's hasn't been even caught out or anything like that, has he?
Correct. It's almost like it's a misread from the Surge, really, isn't it? They're missing, putting that player up there to take that opportunity.
Now here's a chance.
To Eva.
And how disappointing is that for Hawke's Bay?
It looks like it should be a corner. Yeah. There's 2v1, and the keeper did well there.
Open goal, basically. Well, yes, he had the goalkeeper to beat, but he had the momentum, he had the ball.
And he had a teammate following through with him. Yeah, and
they desperately needed that at 0-3 down.
And we, according to the time, 3 minutes into the second half. There you go, so Surge's ball, playing out from the keeper. (3v3), so it's tight. Oh, and here's an opportunity.
Oops, goalkeeping error.
Great bit of cover from the defence.
Yes, it was desperation time there after Bryce had just lost control. Percy Fisher had lost control of the ball and nearly paid a fatal price.
Gave the Surge an opportunity, and great bit of cover defence, really, wasn't it?
Yes, it's the last thing Hawke's Bay need now is a 4th goal alongside their name, or against their name.
Yeah. Good opportunity here to slow the play down, playing there for the skipper. Bit of tactical.
Well, there is an injury, I think, as well. One of the players is limping rather painfully to the sideline.
It's 2 or 3 of the Surge players that have gone down with a bit of ankle injuries in this game.
Yes, it's an indication of the physical nature of this contest between these two neighbouring unions. Although the Central Union covers more than just Hawke's Bay. Just get the impression that the Surge are really enjoying this now. They're confident with this 3-0 lead, and so they are.
They're sort of playing with their heads held high, aren't they, really?
Yeah, and they're not just kicking the ball away. They are trying to
just as we say that.
Yeah.
Yes, they're certainly constructing more opportunities to make gaps for themselves to go through.
They're playing less conservatively, I suppose, would be the best way of putting it.
It's another great terminology.
They're not, it's not a case of having to try and protect the lead, is
Correct.
it? They obviously feel 3-0. They're not really.
They're not done yet.
They're not being threatened at the moment, anyway.
Yeah.
But there's still 17 minutes left.
Oh, that clock's stopped again, hasn't it?
It's gone again, I think, isn't it? Because
yep.
I remember you saying
3 minutes in was only like 6 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So not sure what's happened with the clock there. So again, we're playing guesswork again there, Brendan.
Yes, I think we are. Yeah. It's.
I'll use my fingers to count the minutes for this half.
Well, I think we probably had 5 minutes of play, haven't we? Because we've certainly had 3.
I'd say we'd be pretty close to it. Yeah, 4.5 to 5.
Yeah.
But again, without the actual official clock. Best guess, really, isn't it?
Here we are, opportunity
and,
again.
And they've got opportunity now.
Yeah, I thought he might have had thoughts of going the whole way there.
Yeah.
As he dribbled the ball into his
he
opponent's half.
He had nothing to lose by giving it a crack, really, to be honest.
Yeah.
Would have been nice to have seen him have the crack from the halfway, I reckon.
He's is he a frustrated pivot, is he?
Well, I don't know. He's a sort of all-rounder. I'm going to put him down as. He's playing on the flank. He's playing as a fixo.
Fixo now, outside the circle at the back there. And
next, he might as well throw him up as the pivot, right? He might as well have a crack at goal.
Yeah.
And unlucky there. Great little play. Created an opportunity for number 4 there.
I imagine the Hawke's Bay goalkeeper, Percy Fisher, this is a hyphenated surname, is especially frustrated because he's the captain of the side. And I guess he probably feels isolated and he likes to get in amongst his players.
I'd say so.
And provide some leadership by example. But it's hard to do when you're just standing back there some distance from the play.
Yeah, and you almost wonder when they're going to put the other keeper in his position and him get up there into the pivot position. It looks like they're going to plug our pacemakers in.
And so there's a raft of technicians around and under our desk at the moment trying to correct the problem with the timing here, because it's we can orally give you this situation, but for spectators and for the 2 benches it's probably quite frustrating.
Yeah.
Not having any idea exactly how much time is left in the match.
And one thing we were doing from Power's perspective, we were running our own game stopwatch.
Oh, okay.
So we kind of had an idea.
As a backup, yeah.
As a backup, yeah. So we were running it, and we have certain plays we want to do at certain times in the game. So.
Oh yes, good. Yeah, good thinking. I mean, this is an international sports venue here. I mean, we've talked about the Breakers playing Australian NBL games here. The
New Zealand
netballers, they play here frequently, Silver Ferns, and to have it functioning is a bit of a worry, but
yeah. They've also got a great rugby league field out back there as well. I remember watching a number of games out there, and actually also playing a number of years ago out there. So great facility all around here at the Trust Arena.
Yes, that's right, the International Track and Field Stadium next door, where there's a big meeting there a couple of nights ago last week, where Jack O'Gill beat Tom Walsh in the shot put, and Zoe Hobbs, a brilliant sprinter, ran 11:02 for 100
That's
metres.
damn good, isn't it?
Just literally 100 metres from where this match is taking place.
Yeah. Oh, what a great piece of play there. First from the strike and then the save. again, we're kind of surmising the time frame. I guess we'll just watch the intensity and see who's going to close up gate, or if they're going to just keep going for it, really. But yeah, we're happy to say it's still, from a WaiBOP perspective, for the Surge to be leading 3-0 and doing a really good job of holding out the Hawke's Bay. But overall, for a game, it's very fast, it's intense from both sides, and it's good to see plenty of opportunities have been
Well,
given.
without any official timing, it would be especially frustrating for these two teams and their benches if the scores were even, or if there's only one goal difference.
Correct.
At least, I suppose, with plenty ahead by 3, it's not quite such an urgent matter. Hawke's Bay back on the court, I see, is the man who limped off just before half-time for Hawke's Bay, Cameron Emerson, and he limped off rather badly, but he's back there. There is number 10, probably the biggest, tallest figure in their side, back there in a fixo role at the moment.
And a nice bit of defence work from him, and transitioning up to the pivot row. And that was a great play, but unlucky that. Great bit of defence from Surge also, reading that well.
And charging in for Hawke's Bay with a shot was Leon Liesebach, but again blocked beautifully by the goalkeeper. Here's
2v1 in there, and the refs have called it. They called it a bit of a foul, or no, they called it for going out by the looks. That actually might be a foul versus, against the number 12 from the Surge. Against Meyer.
Yeah. And yes, the man who's there, number 10, he's just tapping his wrist where his watch is, and trying to get some indication from the officials or his bench how much time is left in the match, but we would estimate probably about 13 or 14 minutes. Hawke's Bay going backwards here.
And lost opportunity again.
Complete breakdown there in defence for Hawke's Bay.
Yep, so Cousins is on. And it looks like Hawke's Bay ball from the sideline. And looks like they bring in the goalie up to the sideline again.
Yep. Goal, can't quite see the goal from there, but it's empty. And here's the goalkeeper in the opponent's half. He's just not venturing too far up.
There's an opportunity, and there's some tactic there.
Now he's racing back, and maybe they should have had a shot from inside their own half.
They probably should have.
He was 30 metres away from his goal, and
that would have been the shot
from
right there.
Exactly, yeah. You see the goal? Oh, well, it's by the time the camera got around, he was back there, but it was empty for a long time.
Yep.
Now another opportunity
counter
for Hawke's Bay. 2-on-1, but there just is no finishes there. They cannot execute that final touch. That crucial final touch is missing time after time.
Yeah, and Kawana got on there quite nicely to make that final play on the defensive line.
And that rather sums up their day.
Pretty much does.
As we say in golf, an air shot.
Yeah, that's a bogey there.
Yeah.
And Surge know they've got a bit of a lead here. They're obviously going to play a different style of play, I reckon, to finish it out. I think they're going to play a more settled, controlled game, but I could be wrong. And I am. It looks like I am wrong. 4-0.
Number 4 for Hawke's Bay.
For Bay of Plenty.
Sorry, for Bay of Plenty. Running away with this match now. And Hawke's Bay well and truly in the doldrums now. Nothing going right for them. And attacking down the right. The nice little pass laid on there by number 5 for Bay of Plenty, Tristan Kawada. and his mate just slammed it into the back of the net. 4-0.
Was that Aaron Carter that just scored that goal? Number 7.
May have been, yeah.
Yeah. Was he not having to play 5th man today by the looks?
No, imagine they would be the way they're going.
I'm seeing a lot of individuality from the Hawke's Bay team at the moment.
No, they look confused again, don't they?
They do.
Just hanging on here and not helped by the fact that they got no idea how much time's left in the match. Although, David, maybe their bench is doing what your team does and keeps the time manually, so they can at least give some indication to the players. But their priority is not time, it's goals.
It's goals, yeah. They need 5 of them now.
Need 5 of them, or I think they probably settled for just 4, actually.
Yeah, 1 point would be better than 0 points, right?
Yeah.
So.
But Bay of Plenty having a good day, both men and women.
Yep.
David's team with a good win earlier this afternoon.
It was a fight, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But hey, a win's a win, right?
Yeah, that's right. Against the Central, which is kind of the Hawke's Bay region as well, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I think Manawa 2, almost.
Yeah, Hawke's Bay,
Hawke's Bay, Manawa 2. It's quite a big region.
Yeah. But in fact, they outscored you in the second half, didn't they? 2 goals to 1.
Yeah.
But you've got those...
got the critical goals up
in the first half, yeah.
This was a bit of nail-biting finish for us as coaches, that's for sure. Yeah, our biggest fear is the last 9 seconds of the game. In the last couple of games, or last couple of weeks, we've had a goal scored in 9 seconds left and one with 7 seconds left.
Wow.
So that didn't cost us, but
there was
still.
a goal last night, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Scored with 8 seconds to go, which the scores were tied to that point, I think, from memory, in that match. But I'm not sure whether we'll see anything like that at the moment. Hawke's Bay just seem a little lost at sea here with their attack. Now another opportunity, but
they just look a little lost, don't they? Unfortunately.
And what tends to happen, I guess, is in situations like that, when you have the ball at foot, you tend to play as an individual, as we saw there. That player having a shot from wide out, even though he had a
player
teammate unmarked with room around him.
I see that Serge have just made a goalie change as well. So Priest is off. It looks like Aquapack is on.
Fazil Akil, from Pakistan. From Pakistan, I think is it originally from.
Ah, yes.
Firing the shots in here again. But plenty. Surging certainly by name and by game as well at the moment. They're looking for more than 4 goals. I think we've probably got about less than 10 minutes of the match remaining now.
Yeah. One thing I am liking about the Surge in this particular game is this looks like their best complete all-round performance, what I've seen for this weekend so far. They really are wanting this win, and they're playing like they do. And, they're playing well as a unit and taking opportunities when they arise. Oh, there you go. Here's an opportunity for Hawke's Bay, but again, are they going to utilise the player? And a poor shot.
Well, they've had a tough time of it. They got beaten 4-1 earlier today by Capital, and so this is their second match today. So they, by all accounts, it looks as if they're going to finish with a win, and probably a strong win as well. So that evens up the books for the day. I guess if you can win 1 out of 2, you're not doing too badly with a schedule like this for the weekend.
Oh, correct. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier today. As the coaches are saying that it's a lot of work that goes in. You could be on the court 3 hours.
Yeah. And with so many young players in your women's team, they're probably fit, I suppose, because they're young, but having to cope and mentally adjust to playing at different times of the day and not getting enough rest and recovery and all these sort of factors. It's a sort of a psychological factor as well as a physical factor, isn't it?
Correct. it's certainly a coming of age for a few of these younger ones as well.
Yeah. Learning how to pace yourself because you've got to play 2 matches. And how much do you give in the first match, and what have you got left for the second match? But yeah.
Now I think, what is it? We're talking about our average age of our team. It's probably around the 20 mark, maybe even a little less than that for our power. So a couple of players over the 20 mark and a lot of teenagers. But it's good for the region for the future.
Yeah.
And so as coaching, we look at it this way, that, you know, these players are going to be around for a long time.
Exactly, yeah.
That was a great opportunity there, just wasn't picked up on the back post.
Bay of Plenty looking for their 5th goal deep into the second half of this match. And if you've just joined our coverage, I do apologise for the fact that we don't have the scoring system working or the timing system working because it's failed here at the stadium, and we are taking that as a source, feeding it into our production, so we can only estimate from our own timepieces how much is left. But we estimate that probably would be take the best part of 40 minutes again to complete the half, and I think that started about 20 minutes ago, so
a good 20-25 minutes probably.
Yeah, probably might be a little less than that,
yeah, so probably 9-10 minutes on the game clock maybe left.
Well, the game usually finishes, doesn't it, about 90 minutes after it started.
Pretty close to it, yeah.
So by that yardstick, there's about 15 minutes of actual time left. Probably about 7 or 8 minutes of game time.
Yeah.
So plenty of time for the Surge to add to their impressive tally of 4 goals. And I guess all Hawke's Bay can realistically hope now is to try and put something on the scoreboard before the game finishes.
Yeah, something for a bit of morale, really, going out of this game, really.
Here's our green man.
Yep, and
the green player there is now running out a shot, racing back with possession having gone to the opposition.
He's looking a little bit tired though on it.
Yeah, he is, yes.
Oh, the Surge are trying it too now. They put their goalie out on the wing there. Yeah. Mind, he's got fresh legs, so you know he's only been in it a couple of minutes. So.
Yes, Fazil Akir. Here he is again. Percy Fisher, and
great save.
Nearly scores. Wow.
See, I reckon they should put him up at Pivo and bring the other keeper on, and they'll give him an opportunity maybe.
Now this, I think, is one of the Hawke's Bay players. Yes, he copped that right in the face.
Schnauzer, right in the schnauzer.
Yeah.
And the way that these boys kick the ball, that's...
Oh, yeah.
He's all right.
What country am I in?
Yeah.
And that was the shot from the goalkeeper, and Percy Fish, he nearly caught the big fish there.
Yeah. Well,
and I suppose he's the captain, and he's trying to... Best way to lead by example, I guess, is to score goals.
And you know what? That goes down as a shot on target.
Yeah.
So...
Well, the further the game goes, the more he's coming out of his circle and the further he's venturing up the court. But he's back where he belongs now.
Oh, look at that. Great cross, but no one on that back post. Now, Surge will be ruining all these opportunities that they're not putting in the back of the net there. You know, not having someone on that back post on a cross like that, it's real opportunities lost. But I guess that they've also got the 4-0 lead, so... I'm picking they'll probably want to pick up a couple more goals over the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, they will, absolutely, yeah. Well, certainly there's no indication that they're just sitting back and waiting for the time to tick by until the final whistle. And Hawke's Bay, to their credit, are trying to score.
Yes, correct. I think one of the great things about this game is that when it's played in a positive fashion, you know, you can see a lot of great skill.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yes, that match last night between the Canterbury Pride and was it
our team?
Your team, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the skills of those Canterbury players is exquisite, isn't it?
Exquisite. They've shown why they're one of the best teams in the country at the moment.
In fact, I think it'll be a very good team. I'm not sure whether there is a team that I've seen here this weekend that can beat them. This is the match I think that's going on next door.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that one's gone, actually.
The drums have stopped, so I don't know what we read into that. Either they have lost or they...
Well, the drummer's been kicked out.
Yes. But Papakura, of course, they're the defending women's champions, aren't they?
They are indeed.
So that match was scheduled for this court here, but for various other reasons, it was decided to swap these two matches. And I'm not sure how it has finished, but I'd be very surprised if Canterbury surrender their unbeaten record this year. Must be doing something right down there in Canterbury, not just with their young rugby players, but their young futsal players as well. The development programs they have.
I guess one of the things with Canterbury though is it's always been known for sporting development.
Yeah.
As you know, it doesn't matter what sport it is, they're quite heavily involved in developing young players and bringing in out of region players as well. Where possible to help boost their stocks.
So Stellard goes crashing to the ground there.
It was a nice roll, actually, to be honest. I'd give him an 8 out of 10 for that roll.
Yes, he did. He reacted quickly to the fact that he was
going
heading to the boards. Yeah,
it was a beautiful roll, and he kept himself injury-free because of it.
Simon Stellard, there he is again with the shot,
the deflection from the keeper saved them. Really, that was going in.
Looks like they were going to get their first goal of the game, but not to be.
Certainly woke the keeper up, that's for sure. Oh, look at that play.
Nice work there by...
Oh, great piece of defence.
Yeah. He's had an excellent game, the captain for Bay of Plenty, Mario Ramos, scored that opening goal after 9 minutes and helped the side to a 3-0 lead at half-time. They've added a further goal in the second half, and it's 4-0, but Hawke's Bay actually having probably a better second half in some ways than they did in the first. They've only conceded 1 goal.
Yep.
And by my books, we've had about probably 15 minutes or so. Can't be any more than about 5 minutes of play left. Perhaps some of the urgency has gone out of the surge play with this 4-0 lead.
We'll see if they set up shop in the zone defence there, eh? That'll give it away whether they are or not.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And our friend Liam Percy Fish hasn't gone on one of his Cook's tours for a while, so he's back at home.
Here's an opportunity for them, and they took it and missed.
Yes.
But they certainly read the keeper up well, and they made that play. Wasn't on target, but nonetheless they will keep the goalie on alert. And it's timed out. So it'll be a ball for Hawke's Bay, but it looks like he had the ball in his hands far too long.
Yes, right, there is a restriction, isn't there, on how long? And is
4
it 4
seconds?
seconds? Yeah. It was very alert of the
official there.
Referee to have, because he's presumably just timing it in his head, isn't he? 4 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't imagine he's got a stop clock there, is he, pressing a button? But
wow, this is one of those refs that's really fine on the line with all the rules, mate.
Yeah.
He knows every single rule inside and out, and he'll keep you in check. This is one of the interesting things. You can actually put the whole team in the goal if you want to.
This is a direct free kick.
Direct free kick, yes.
Yeah. So he obviously, wow.
So you can set your goal wall like that, and keeper can run at the ball, and this is obviously what's going to happen.
Wow.
And he saved it, and he did well.
Well, I think the goalkeeper left it early, didn't he? But anyway, he sort of stopped, came out, stopped, and then carried on. But the referees...
They're pretty good at officiating, so I guess that they would have pinged it if they felt it was otherwise. So, but
it's the first time I've seen that this weekend, where goalkeeper has been timed out. But he's not their regular goalkeeper, I don't think. But
no, I think he's one of 3 keepers they have in their squad.
Oh, okay.
So they've also got another player who, unfortunately, this weekend was actually competing in a powerlifting event. So he's showing how strong he is rather than how fit or how coordinated as a goalie is in Harris Edland.
Yes, I think the goalkeeper for Hawke's Bay has done enough. I think He's in oxygen debt, I think. He's not moving very far, even inside his own there at the moment.
I'm picking this is Hawke's Bay's. They won't have another game today, so he's set up shop in the back there. And
nice shot there.
And here's an opportunity for Hawke's Bay. Another opportunity, and they finally score.
Finally,
that was
they
deserved.
Find the back of the net. Alexander Eagleston it is who put it away with a lot of conviction and enormous sense of relief.
As we said in that first half, one of the Bay of Plenty goals, you know, it's always good to chase up those deflections because you never know where it's coming from. And he kept at that ball, and he had an opportunity to put it in the back of the net, and he certainly did so.
So it is 4-1, but our scoreboard is not working, so that won't reflect it. But well, I'm pleased for Hawke's Bay that they've got something from this match. Not much, of course. It won't mean much in the final wash-up of the season, and I can't imagine it's we're going to see them in the playoffs. But however, they've tried hard and they've had many shots on goal, so it's pleasing to see that they've had at least some success.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, it brings it down at least one goal less on the deficit. So and maybe two.
Another opportunity.
And it is. It looks like Surge have become a bit lax there almost. Almost like they believe the game's won and they're not playing their normal play.
I think it was Harry Lack actually that scored that second goal.
Yep, and he just stayed in the face of the play.
4-2, hello.
Game's on.
now I wish we knew how long.
Well, Bay of Plenty have made a few subs there, bringing on some players that want to finish out the game, I'm picking.
And I don't know whether we'll be seeing the replacement goalkeeper wander very far from his home now.
He'll be stick back there, won't he?
With the lead reduced to 2, but good on Hawke's Bay. They've got the confidence now.
Yep, and now we're going to see a totally different style of play for the last few minutes. So at the moment we're sort of going to look into how much time we've got left in the game from the officials, from their clock. 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes.
Oh, there you go.
Told by an outside source who's spoken to the official timekeeping bench where they've obviously got some sort of backup system in place. So 4.5 minutes.
So we'll say close to 10 to finish this game out.
Yes, exactly. That'll bring us close to 40 minutes for the half, So plenty of time left there for Hawke's Bay. They've just scored 2 goals in 2 minutes.
Yeah, an opportunity still arises for them.
And now.
And great piece of keeping there, and he is pumped.
Yeah, bang. The fist pump hit the ball, and then he gave another one.
Yep.
To show he was there 4-2.
And now Power Girls getting ready to warm up for their next game against Southern.
Wow. Powerful shot in another corner.
Keeper doesn't want any more goals going through. You can see that. He's determined. Another corner.
Well, not now. No, exactly. You know, when there's a sniff of a draw anyway.
Yeah. And if they transition well here, there's an opportunity for them. Oh, great cover from the number 14 there.
Desperate clearance there from Bay of Plenty with Keenan Howard just flinging that ball across the line of play. And so timeout called, I presume, by the Bay of Plenty Surge coach.
So it looks like their timeout card's still there, so I'm picking it may actually be, might be Hawke's Bay that have called it, yeah. Yeah, I can still see the card sitting on the end of their bench on the Bay of Plenty team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't see no card on the Hawke's Bay one, so...
That's the giveaway, is it?
That's the giveaway, yep. Coach knows where to spot the those little tags. So
you're a mine of information.
I give it a crack every now and then, Brendan. You know, I've learned a lot in the last 18 months I've been involved, or 2 years been involved in futsal for WaiBOP.
So we're down to about 4 minutes, we estimate, and that is the correct score, 4-2. so each team is allowed one timeout per half if they so wish. So Hawke's Bay have used up their quota. Yeah, there's still plenty of spirit and plenty of fight left in this Hawke's Bay team.
There certainly is after those two quick goals.
They can sniff something. But wild sort of shots from near halfway, I don't think are the answer. But
never say never in this game, though, Brendan. Like a goal can happen from anywhere on the court.
Deflection, yeah,
absolutely. If you get it right, so you can easily deceive the goalie.
Hello, our friend's up.
Keep, where is he going? He's not in his goal. There he is. And an opportunity for Bay Plenty, but got snuffed out by the number 6 there from Hawke's Bay, Jacob Riley.
No whistles that carry on, says the officials. And opportunity there, but Percy Fisher had got back and put him off. So here comes the surge again, looking for a goal.
Look at that footwork.
Yeah.
And it's counter-attacking time. And great piece of defence from the number 14 there.
But if anything, Hawke's Bay are looking the more likely to score at the moment, aren't they?
They are.
They're just, I think they're quicker over the ground than their opponents. When they do have the ball, are moving it with speed, that transition from defence into attack.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what the coaches said to them in that timeout. Obviously, there's time to get a couple of goals, I'm picking. Probably have some sort of play lined up that they have in their playbook. But I'm quite impressed with how Howard's playing for the Surge at the moment. He's covering nicely across the defensive line.
Wow, yeah, that will be, yes.
That's going to be a card?
Yellow card, yeah. He went right underneath him and took him out. I think it was the goal scorer, Harry Lack, actually.
And it looks to me like they're going to call the physio.
Boom.
Oh, yes, he's gone under, completely taken out the legs.
He would argue he was going for the ball, of course, trying to make the tackle legally, but...
yeah, but he also smiled. You can see he was deliberately trying to take the player. Hey, look, end of the day, that can happen in this game, but there's no need for dirtiness, So.
And he hasn't moved much.
He did hit the deck pretty hard.
Fellow that went down, yeah.
So physio, the coach, the manager, politics, everyone's on there. Obviously worried about his welfare. He's hit the deck pretty hard. The venue thankfully has proper first aiders here, so if need be, they can always assess them off the court if they can get them off there safely, of course.
Well, there's been plenty of clashes in this fairly physical counter, but that probably would be the most physical clash we've seen.
Yep, I give it that.
He was really tramping that Bay Plenty player. I think he had beaten him actually with speed, and a desperation. Lack put his foot out to try and, well, he would argue, simply to grab hold of the ball, but he took the player out squirrely, if not fairly.
I'm actually surprised it's only a yellow, to be honest. Because if it was done with that much intensity, there's got to have been some sort of intent in there.
Yeah, he's limping off the field. You can see him behind the goal there, and he's favouring his...
it looks like his hip, maybe?
Yeah.
So it is it's a direct or indirect? It looks like it's a direct. So you have to wait for the rest whistle on this one. And there it is.
Yeah, and there it is.
Yeah, 5-2, and that should seal the game, really.
And you might argue that that was probably justice being served there after that fairly crude tackle on the young man who's just walking back to the bench there, still favouring his left hip. Amar Akbar, the man who'd beaten Harry Lack with pace and then crashed to the ground.
And there's an opportunity. Great piece of keeping there.
So 5-2 with probably,
let's say, a couple of minutes to go, maybe
2 or 3 minutes at the most to go. Yeah. Well, it's been a very good spectacle, David, because it's produced, 7 goals?
7 goals, yeah. That's one of the good things about futsal. It's not really about how many goals you score, it's how many you prevent getting scored. Because you know that the game's going to produce goals.
Now look at this tackle going on.
And the keeper's up and out. Nice.
And he's in no hurry to get back either.
He sees the scoreline, so he wants to make sure that there's at least an opportunity for another goal before the game's out. And as you would as a captain, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Try and inspire your team in any way you can. Now, some of the footwork and some of the skills we've seen this weekend has been absolutely amazing, really, isn't it?
Well, another clash. And this time it's...
Looks like he's donged his head somehow, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it happened. Didn't actually claim to see that. So there is a penalty.
Okay, so there is a chance here. Let's see what happens here. He gets...
Oh,
that's a bit tough, isn't it?
It's a bit of a tough call, absolutely.
Yeah, he skidded. I think he lost his own footing, didn't he?
I think he almost ankle tapped himself, but I guess the player was on the ground. And I guess that the ref has seen the player on the ground, and there's a potential that that may have just clipped the ankle in transit. So,
Which you could argue, I suppose it was just a fair contesting of the ball.
He's been given a yellow. The ref has seen otherwise. So an opportunity arises for another goal for Hawke's Bay.
So the wall goes up, pulling those stomach muscles.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
And be brave. So, yeah, they've got to keep that 5 metres, otherwise they can be penalised again, and the game can be up closer. So
About 10 metres, isn't he, from the goal? That white spot there, I think, is a 10-metre mark, isn't it?
Yeah, approximation. Yep. And that was a wasted shot. Absolutely.
Yeah.
An opportunity like that, I would have put that towards the back post and had man on back post with that wall there, and it would have given you an opportunity for the deflection at the very least. Put it over the goal, wasted shot. But I see that the Bay team aren't shut in shop. I think they still want another by the looks of things.
Yeah.
So it could be an interesting finish to see what the end score is, really. One thing I enjoy about this sport there, Brendan, is the intensity of the game.
Yes, it is it? You do see it. It's palpable, especially when you're sitting as close as we are to the sideline.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And fired down the court by Percy Fish, the goalkeeper for Hawke's Bay. And
there's an opportunity, 3v2.
Here's the big man trying to
and
get
it's
in
an opportunity.
there.
The keeper did well there.
He did, yeah.
And that's a goal. That's a goal.
The header. You don't see many of them, but that's one coming from the big man for Hawke's Bay, Cameron Emerson.
Yeah. You see that little bit of play from the a little bit of gamesmanship there from the Bay, bringing the ball up to the halfway. So there's no reason for Bay to slow down the game. So we're at 5-3 now.
5-3.
And the game is alive. And the game is still alive. A goal kick, or goal throw, I should say.
So we think there's probably about 2 minutes of game time left. So we've got probably about 3 minutes or so before we'll hear the final whistle. And
1v1
opportunity here, but
and there it is.
He just
makes it 6.
The chip coming from.
It had to happen at some point, right? With the keeper always wanting to come out, and he wants subbing. He wants off. He's done for the last couple of minutes of the game.
He beat his man and then chipped the goalkeeper, and it was.
It was only a matter of time coming, wasn't it?
Old-fashioned rugby score, 6-3.
Yeah.
Stoudard. Well, it's just a goal fest now. It's at both ends. What was it, 3-0 at half-time?
So, yes,
so we've had 6 second-half goals so far. I'm not sure whether we're finished yet, are we?
No, I think there may be another one coming, maybe even 2.
Well, it's scrambled. There's 2 blue jerseys inside that arc there, but couldn't free it.
I mean, the odds, the odds are pretty high that another goal's coming.
Yeah.
Or someone doesn't like our commentary, I think they're Brendan.
Yes. Ball just flying over our head here, but
yeah. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this ends up. That's for sure. So. The Bay of Plenty will be pretty happy with the result here today.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Yeah, 6 goals and a win.
Yep. 3 points and 3 extra goals towards their margin.
It's been a success. 1 minute to go, I'm officially told, by one of our directors. So, yes, Still time left for Hawke's Bay to get at least another goal. But
yeah, well, as we saw earlier, you know, it only takes a few seconds to get the goal.
Yeah. So it's been 3 apiece in the second half, isn't it? I think it was 3-0 at half time.
Yep.
To Bay of Plenty, and now it's 6-3.
So the game is nearing its close. It's the last few seconds. This is the part of the game that usually drags because, you know, as a defensive team, you want to keep that ball going out.
Yeah.
Because obviously the less time you have to play with. Oh, that was an opportunity and well played.
And I think the goalkeeper's been replaced, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, yeah. He threw his hand up with 2 minutes to go and decided he'd had enough after being volleyed. I think he just sort of decided that let this other keeper have a clean sheet, I reckon.
And he's not even on the start sheet, the new goalkeeper.
That's interesting.
Oh, Jack McCaw, yeah, sorry. Jack McCaw.
And I found him there.
So that's hot. I'd like to know what the foul count is. We don't have that either because of the scoreboard being down, but
it's not enough that they straight to the dot. That's I guess that's the one way to look at it.
So it's less than 6.
Yeah. And I think we're going to be seeing another crack from Hawke's Bay, or they've drawn a foul, and it's an indirect. It's indirect. Looks like it's an indirect. Oh, no, it looks like there must be in foul trouble. Yeah, it's 1v keeper.
Yes, well, I did see him put one of the referees in front of us put his hand up and indicated 5 prior to that piece of play there, so that must have been number 6.
Yeah. So here we go. Here's the first chance that it's seen.
It's effectively a penalty shootout, isn't it? It's one-on-one.
One-on-one. Yep. Keeper can come whenever he's ready. Once the attacker is going towards the ball, he can move. And he's saved it nicely and cleared.
Yeah.
Well done to the surge keeper there, one-on-one. They're not easy. Yeah, I'd say 7 out of every 10 attempts on those would go on the back of the net. And great cover from the defence from the surge there to make sure that no goal was scored off the rebound. I've really enjoyed this game there, Brendan. Fast, intense game.
It's been a good spectacle for sure. A discussion going on between one of the referees and I think a member of the Hawke's Bay team.
And that was close.
Yes, beat the goalkeeper.
Yep. And the man on the back post, all he had to do was put a little bit of body behind it and it would have been in.
So in the last minute of the match, Hawke's Bay they're trying to win the second half actually. It's 3 goals apiece at the moment. So they can get
at least it'll be a moral victory, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and that's another shot.
Yeah, and
that's going to the spot.
And just a wee bit of ill feeling there.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh. So he didn't give him the penalty and it gone against him for the language, or... Yeah. I think he was expecting a foul for that.
Dylan Cousins went down and he's off, and he was...
Oh yes, it is still.
He was visibly upset at what had happened, and so it's a direct free kick again because it's foul number 7 probably.
That's what his fingers were up.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this time,
number 11,
Simon Stellar, who's had a very good busy game. He's been involved in a lot of play, and
he's certainly been one of the better players today, hasn't he?
He is, yeah. Here he goes from 10 metres.
And another great save.
Great save, yeah. He picked it and went the right side. And a display of very quick reflexes. Just keep a look at just how quick he reacts. Bang! Split second. And he picked it up very early. Young eyes.
Yeah, unlike us, it might have taken us a little bit longer to pick that one. And there's, oh, look at this. Still an opportunity. Powers there. So we must be into the last few seconds, really. And so the last few seconds seem to be the longest few seconds of the game.
Well, they've had a couple of opportunities, Hawke's Bay, in the last 5 minutes. They could have
10 seconds.
It could have been 6-5.
Yeah. Yep. So we're at 8 seconds, I'd say, going by that. And it's still alive, so I reckon we're going to see this as being the last play of the game, really. And there it is. I'd say it's the end of the game there.
And there it is, the final hootle sounding.
Well
the
done,
end
Serge.
of a very enjoyable spectacle here between these two teams, parked somewhere near the bottom of the points table, but they played way beyond their status, if you like, and produced a real thrilling encounter. 9 goals, 6 of them coming in the second half, 3 apiece, but those 3 first half goals from Bay of Plenty in the end proved decisive in this win this afternoon here between Hawke's Bay and Bay of Plenty.
Well, thank you very much for having me on today there, Brendan. I appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing how you're here for the rest of this tournament, and I better go and join the power and see if we can pick up another W.
Thank you, David. Wish you well for your upcoming match, and I hope we can get together again maybe sometime tomorrow. We've got more matches to telecast tomorrow, so we'll catch up. But in the meantime, I thank you very much indeed for your time. Much appreciated.
No worries. Thank you very much, Brendan. You have a good one.
Well, with me now is Mario Ramos, the captain of the successful Bay of Plenty Surge side. 6 goals to 3. Were you worried at all that you might have lost that lead in the last 5 or 10 minutes of the match? Because they came back at you hard, didn't they?
100%. Went 4-0 up, and then 2 silly mistakes at the back costed us 2 goals, and we got a bit worried. And they actually fired up at the end, so we had to make sure we didn't. And you managed to get another 2 goals, which is pretty good. Yeah.
You got into a bit of foul trouble there towards the end of the match, which I guess is an indication of what was a very physical encounter, wasn't it?
It was 100%, and we didn't want to concede again, so we had to put our bodies on the line, and then that meant that we gave a couple of fouls away, but Fazil was there to make the saves, and yeah, proud of the team.
6 goals, you'd be proud of that effort.
100%, yeah.
So what's left for you now for this weekend?
So we've got 2 big games tomorrow, Capital and Canterbury. Hopefully we can get wins out of that and then go to Wellington and get another 2 wins down there and hopefully make the semis.
Yes, that's right. So that's your aim, I guess. You're still in contention, aren't you, for a place in the top 4?
Yeah, we are, and that's our goal for the season, to make semis. There'll be first time after Surge in the semis, so that's our goal for this year.
And your father the coach?
My father is the coach, yeah.
He'll be a happy man tonight?
Yeah, well, yeah, 2 goals. Yeah.
Well, and 1 from his son as well?
No, 2 from his son.
2 from his son. That's right. You scored the first goal, didn't you?
I scored the first 2, yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you very much, Mario, and congratulations and all the best for those two key matches tomorrow.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Mario Ramos, the captain of the successful Bay of Plenty side, who've beaten Hawke's by 6 goals to 3 today. Stay with us because we'll have more action here from Trust Arena in West Auckland shortly.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
Well, welcome back to the Trust Arena here in Henderson in West Auckland for our final match of the day, and it should be a cracker as well. It's between Auckland City and the Canterbury Dragons. Auckland versus Canterbury. Doesn't matter whether it's futsal, football or rugby or stamp collecting. There's always a special feeling when these two provinces meet in every sport. And these two teams are two of the top three in the competition at the moment. They are behind the capital side from Wellington, which has a narrow lead at the top of the points table. So they're jostling for that second position, and also a win would ensure that they probably are safe to finish in the top four and therefore make the playoffs later in the season. So a lot at stake in this final match of the day. Let's have a look at the starting lineups. So the match is underway. There's been a few problems here, technical problems with the equipment, and consequently there's been a delay to the start of the match, but we are underway. Auckland playing in the traditional Auckland City blue, and they are part of the Auckland City Football Club, which is a trend which is very popular around other parts of the world, where the futsal club or futsal component is part of the wider football club, and it's happened here with the Auckland City, a very successful club, as we know, based closer to the city in Auckland. And the futsal boys, not all of them necessarily are in the outdoor team, but there's an early goal coming inside the first minute for the Canterbury Dragons, and it really was a bit of a surprise. It wasn't a particularly difficult shot coming from the boot of Samuel Mitchell, but it did deceive the Auckland City goalkeeper Mike Tamanoff, and so there it is, 1-0, just like that. So Auckland City caught unawares a little of that, because there really was nothing to that shot. It just you have to go down basically as a goalkeeping error, because it was not a difficult shot at all. So Auckland City rock back on their haunches. They haven't suffered a loss this year. They've had one draw, but they've won every other match, including their encounters here, held to a 2-2 draw yesterday morning by Capital, who are the top team in the men's division, a 2-2 draw, but since then they've had two comfortable wins, 4-0 and 11-1. So it's been a very successful weekend for Auckland City. This would be the one black spot on their record at the moment, is this conceding a goal in the first minute. Okay. Well, I suppose one consolation is they've got plenty of time. 18 minutes left now to try and make amends for that blemish. Nice work there indeed on defence there for number 2 for Auckland, Sean Morgan. Yes, Mike Antamanov, the Auckland goalkeeper, there he is, number 1. Probably still feeling a bit ill even now after what happened. And I think it was only about 50 seconds into the match. It was still doing the team lineups when suddenly a goal is scored. Normally the team lineups come before the match starts, but because of the problem with the delay to the start of this match, we're hurriedly trying to get everything underway as close as possible to the scheduled time. And so Auckland again. But, Josh Margetts unable to find any way through there down the middle, and so it's back to halfway. Kick in by Josh Margetts again. Away comes Canterbury. Shot this time from Hemi Innes, and the deflection means we'll have the first corner of the match. So Canterbury there, second foray into Auckland territory. The first produced a goal. Very fleet of foot, Dominic Hawkins for Auckland. Small figure out here on halfway. It should be a very good match. Should be a very skillful exhibition, because these are two of the top teams in the country. And already you can see the speed of the match, a cut above some of the other matches we've seen here at Trust Arena this weekend. Hawkins again. No way through there for the Auckland attack. So just pushing the ball around, but again, the man who scored the goal on another very useful run there, Hamish Mitchell for the Canterbury Dragons. This is the first of 2 encounters these two teams will have. The second one will be tomorrow morning. Punishing schedule for some of these teams here who are having to play more matches at this tournament than others because of the weather problems that have delayed and cancelled a number of matches, particularly in the top half of the North Island, as we are well aware of. And a tough assignment for these two teams, meeting this evening and again tomorrow morning. The third day and final day of this national series, being completed tomorrow morning and early afternoon. So Ashby Peckham, the captain of the Auckland team, number 6. Here he is again looking for some support. Finds it out there on the right again. The little pass back in field. And frantic clearance from the Canterbury Dragons. But Auckland continue to press. Auckland City. Well, they've always been at the forefront of football domestically in New Zealand, Auckland City, and the fact that they have incorporated this futsal team as part of their club is another example of how the thinking is ahead of many other teams in New Zealand. But talking to a couple of the coaches before the match, it's a very common thing in other parts of the futsal world in Europe, where the futsal team is part of the wider football club. And there's mutual benefits for both teams. Five minutes of the match have gone. 15 minutes left in the first half. Auckland playing from the right to left. Mitchell again. And scampering up the touchline goes Jacob Grosvenor, who had a couple of good games yesterday for his side. Canterbury, it does seem to be pretty much the home of futsal in New Zealand. Their women's team, Canterbury Pride, cut above any of the other teams in the competition, unbeaten from their 7 matches. And there it is, again pretty much against the run of play. I think the goalkeeper himself and the goal scorer are both surprised at what's happened there. The shot initially coming from this man, Thomas Pickin, and there finding the foot of his teammate, and into the goal it went. So 2 early goals here, and we're back to square one. So enormous relief, I'm sure, on the bench of this Auckland City team to have atoned for that early error, which presented Canterbury with a goal in the first minute. Sam Richards trying to find one of his pivots, does. Hemi Innes, and nice work indeed from Antamanov there. The goalkeeper of Auckland City did get a foot to it and just squirted it away. He would have been mortified if he'd conceded a second goal so early in the match. Grosvenor. Innes. Grosvenor again. Pressing hard here, Auckland City. Pickin. 2 shots in quick succession, but neither finding their target. 14 minutes of the first half left. So a goal in the first minute to Canterbury. And then the second coming in the 13th minute. No whistle, so the referee happy with that little shove coming on the Auckland defender from his Canterbury opponent. Picken. Across to Shadad Twig. One or two of these Auckland City players do play for the Auckland City club in football during the winter months. Picken again on halfway, looking for his pivot, who was tucked away right up there in the far corner, but he was marked pretty closely. Still 1-1. Picken is getting a lot of ball in the last few minutes. Auckland City with a draw, a win, and a big win so far this weekend. Held to a 2-2 draw by the competition leaders Capital in their first game yesterday, but since then have gone on a bit of a goal fest. 15 goals in their next 2 matches. Wouldn't think there'd been anything like that in this match this evening between these two top teams with very well organised defences, which we've seen so far. But here we have Canterbury on the break again. The pass nicely intercepted. Picken again doing a good job back there. Richards. Again to Grosvenor. And Hemi Ennis also busy in the first 5 minutes of this match. A little bit of confusion there as Mark Zimmerman not sure quite what to do with the ball there for the Canterbury Dragons. And away come Auckland City again, but misdirected pass and out over the sideline. Richards, Zimmerman, and chance here for Picken again, but the defender got a foot to the ball. And speculator there coming this time from Zimmerman. No real concern for goalkeeper as it flew harmlessly into the side net. Twig again, number 13. Here's Picken. Some tricky footwork coming from Twig from across the far side. Three substitutions made here for Auckland City. Thomas Paulson, number 16, gets his first touch in the match. And Mark Zimmerman with the kick in inside his own half. Nice work there from Espinosa, and it has found the back of the net. Eduardo Exposito Espinosa set it up beautifully and finished it off as well with some lovely control with his feet there right in front of the open goal. And so Auckland City bounced back after conceding that goal in the first minute, in control of this first half now, leading by 2-1. Canterbury on the back foot after that brilliant start. And again, plenty of room here for the Auckland attack. There's Paulson trying to find Batam Ahmadi, but couldn't get through the wall of red jerseys. But he does get a corner. And not And away comes Canterbury. And oops, Daisy, that'll go down as a foul, I'm sure. Exposito, goal scorer, giving Kosa Okawa, Japanese player in the Canterbury team, a decent shove off the ball. Boom. Pretty clear cut, pretty deliberate foul. One foul apiece so far against these two teams. Of course, after 5, then it becomes a direct free kick, basically. And in an encounter like this, where there is much at stake, two very skillful teams, both happy to mix it physically as well, we probably are going to see a few fouls as Paulson trying to slide under that ball, which is racing away from him, and goal kick. Tyler Klink, the goalkeeper for Canterbury Dragons. Some very good defensive work coming from those back players, the Fixo, and also Adam Paulson, since he's been on the near side. There he is with his hands on his knees, stifling these Canterbury attacks. So halfway through the first half of this match, and it's 3 goals we've seen so far, 2 to Auckland, 1 to Canterbury. And Exposito again with an opportunity there. He has a very good trap, controlled that ball well, but the Canterbury goalkeeper did enough to interfere. Three goals coming in the first 8 minutes of the match. And Auckland controlling the match with possession. And there's Paulson, very tricky footwork from Paulson. Lets fly with his left foot, but into the side net, and yet another corner. Trying the little chip corner kick back to Exposito. Paulson again. Coming off the foot of Jacob Grover, and so another opportunity there for Adam Paulson. Canterbury coming away with it again. There's their goal scorer. But those Auckland defenders get back very quickly. Exposito again, he's big and he's strong and he's fast. And Paulson again going by his derriere as he tries to get to that ball before it goes out of play. Very fine exhibition of skills here in this match from both teams, and opportunity there, a half chance I suppose would be the best that you could call that for Bardo Mamadi, but nothing coming of it. 9 minutes and 43 seconds left in the first half, 2 20-minute spells by the stop clock, so it takes approximately around about 40 minutes to get through 20 minutes of futsal. We've been in progress for about 19 or 20 minutes, and we're, yes, on about schedule. They say, in rough terms, for every 2.5 minutes on the actual clock, a minute of futsal time is elapsed. So 20 minutes takes usually about 40 minutes on the clock. Blocked by Amadi. Charlie Bailey on the court for the first time for the Canterbury Dragons. And here's Bailey getting his second touch. And a third. He's quickly into the rhythm of the game. And apart from that first attempt on goal, there hasn't been really much at all for Mike Atamanov to have to do in goal for Auckland City. The tall angular fellow. Had to get a long way down for that first shot, and by the time he'd got down, the ball had gone through his legs and into the goal. But Auckland very much in control of things now, and Paulson very elusive and very quick. Those twinkle toes of his, you get half a second to get on him or he's gone. Very dynamic player. Alongside of him, Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, goal scorer, Spaniard player, living and playing his football, and nearly a third goal there for Auckland City as Bahram Ahmadi swiveled and shot. And here you see him, and just hitting the far post. So the score remains at 2-1 Auckland City, creating plenty of opportunities as Paulson again firing a volley from about 12 metres out, but over the net. Here's the goal scorer, big powerful man with his second shot, and he's big and quick. He gets those feet of his in action in extra quick time. He's a powerful figure. You'll see here that quick flick, boom, gone. There he is, with plenty of room at the back there, and that's where they've gone with a little corner with a chip. Cross to Paulson again. Got to watch this guy. He's quick, he's elusive. Paulson, some nice work here off the crossbar. And yes, the Spaniard with his hands on his head and his ears, thinking, how did that miss? So under a lot of pressure, the Canterbury defence at the moment. 1, 2, 3, and then the shot from Espinizo, but just too high and no more. But looking likely to score any time, any moment at the moment. Auckland City really running the rule of this match. They've come back very strongly from that, conceding that very early goal. And at last, Atamanov has something to do. Not much, but he's virtually unemployed at the moment. And key player, number 17, Eduardo Espinosa. He's teaming up well with the man outside of him. Paulson, Adam Paulson, and Ahmadi inside of him, the three of them. Proving a very elusive trio at the moment. Canterbury basically cast permanently in a defensive mode here. Haven't had a shot on goal for some time. 7 minutes left. Here's one of their rare forays into the Auckland City half, but easily repelled. Sean Morgan has come on, and Josh Margaret's back there. Number 9 also returning to the fray. Stephen Ashby Peckham, who's the captain of Auckland City, and Dominic Hawkins, also part of this starting 5. And a nice run there from Daniel Ribeiro, Brazilian player in the Canterbury side. Looks very calm and cool, doesn't he? The Auckland City goalkeeper. And both sides able to find room here. And Ribeiro again with a nice run down to the goal line, but ran out of room. And Auckland City under a bit of pressure for the first time, actually, for some time in this half. Just 6 minutes remaining until half time. Canterbury trying to get their rhythm back here after that early goal. And Charlie Bailey with the restart, but away comes Auckland City, and there it is, laid on again for Ashby Peckham, the Auckland City captain. the ball travels at remarkable speed over this very shiny, even, fast sprung wooden floor. Players having to adjust to the fact that it's a quicker paced surface than probably what they're regularly used to playing on, or with their practice facilities in their clubs. Bailey for Canterbury, but got away from him. And Auckland City again able to regain possession, leading by 2-1. Canterbury with the first goal, and Auckland applying in the 8th and 10th minute 2 quick goals to assume the momentum and control of this match. But Canterbury just finding their way back into this match again. Opportunity here again for Ribeiro, but closely marked, so he pushes it back, and then trying to find Finton Joseph there on the right flank, but to no avail. Margits again on halfway, looking for support again. Plenty of room there for this elusive captain of theirs, Stephen Ashby Peckham. Ashby Peckham is content to take a slow build up here. Hawkins at the Ashby Peckham. Hawkins again. Bailey for Canterbury, and the whistle goes. Two balls on the court, so referee just holds play while we get underway. Ribeiro for Canterbury, across to Joseph. Play on, says the referee, even though the Canterbury player goes down. Back comes Canterbury again. Opportunity for Canterbury, and well, that at the very least will be a foul. Pretty blatant and pretty obvious. And so happening must have been just inside that circle, so it's basically a penalty spot kick here, 1-on-1. A tall figure of Antamanov takes up the span, just about covers the full width of the goal mouth, and here he is with that traditional ritual of trying to disturb the concentration of the goal shooter. He's taking his time. Here he goes, and yes, finds the top right hand corner, and so it's 2-2. Great shot, and this even the match up 2-2. So Auckland have had the better of the run of play basically for most of this first half, but conceded that early goal, and a rather foolish piece of play there, resulting in a blatant foul and giving Canterbury the opportunity from the penalty spot, as it were, direct free kick, and they made the most of it. And it's now 2-2. So 4 minutes of play remaining in the first half as Auckland City just rocked on their heels a bit by that. They were playing with a confidence, and a big gap opens up here for Ribeiro. Just loses control of the ball a little as he fires a shot in the end, but across the goal mouth. And so Canterbury had to work their way back into the game, and with that penalty coming at a direct free kick at a very timely moment, converted into a goal, and they're back on even terms. And there it is, third goal for Auckland City. Beaten. Tyler Klink. And the shot didn't have much room there, but in fact Thomas Picken literally picked the gap. And it was a very narrow gap and fired it into that right-hand corner past the despairing diver Tyler Klink. And so Auckland bounce it back, have assumed the lead. So that's third time that the lead has changed hands, and for a couple of minutes the lead was shared. So I suppose you could say we've had 4 changes in the lead in the first 17 minutes of this match. 5 goals so far. Twig with a little run down that left flank. And Auckland City extract the penalty corner, or a corner from the Canterbury defence. Players spread far and wide for Auckland. Another corner. So they've got 2 players back, one near halfway. Jarau Twig and Krit Twig brothers, numbers 8 and 13. And yes, goalkeeper beaten again. He'll be disappointed with that at number 15, Art Twig. There's 3 Twig brothers on the Auckland City, and 3 of them are on court at the moment. And it was the turn of Art Twig, who just pushed that ball with not a great deal of power, but good placement. And so the Canterbury goalkeeper, Tyler Klink, is having a bad little spell here at the end of this first half, conceding 2 goals, which on another day he probably would have saved both of them. So 3 of the 6 goals we've seen have been, you'd almost think, a little bit soft. First of all, the Canterbury goal right in the first minute, which caught everyone napping, including, I think, the Auckland City goalkeeper. And a couple at the other end. But Auckland City, probably good for their lead. They've had the better of the run of play in this first half. Have spent more time in that Canterbury half. Extracted a number of penalty corners. And from that last one came their 4th goal. 6 goals so far in this quarter. Well, they've been on a goal-scoring run after their 2-all draw yesterday. They've scored 15 in their next 2 matches, and they've added another 4 today against this redoubtable opponent in the Canterbury Dragons. There's number 15, Art Twig, the most recent goal scorer. Number 15, so there's the court is littered with twigs at the moment. All in the Auckland City colours. Thomas Picken with another good run. And Auckland picking holes in this Canterbury defence. And again, they win back possession. For a kick in. Yes, Auckland City making life pretty easy for the commentator here with 3 of their 4 field players, Twigs. Oh, nice work again. Auckland City, they really do have some very skillful players. Some lovely work there from their captain, Stephen Ashby Peckham, just softly controlling that ball and sending it down deep into Canterbury territory. Just a minute 36 left until half-time. Auckland captain again. Ashby Peckham there, and away goes Twig, very elusive play. Set a couple of good ones down that right flank, and the ball just shepherded out of play. Free kick to Auckland City. Captain again, looking at his options. Decides to go to one of the Twig brothers. It's Twig across the far side. His brother Chirau is on court as well. 48 seconds left. 48 seconds. Last chance maybe for Canterbury, but Auckland City might have the last say here. And yes, Chirau Twig really annoyed with himself. He had Exposito Espinosa unmarked there in front of him, but couldn't lay the pass on. So 36 seconds left, the clock counting down to half-time. So Auckland getting into potentially some dangerous foul territory here. They've conceded 3, but of course the foul count reverts to 0 again at the start of the second half. It's only once you climb above 5 fouls that you're in trouble and giving scoring opportunities to your opponents, but no fear of that in the first half anyway. But it's these two top teams. You expect plenty of physical contact between them and fair contesting of the ball for the most part. Twig brothers. And here comes our Spaniard friend and goal scorer Espinosa. So just 5 seconds left. One time left for one shot, but no, there it is. That's the end of the first half. Canterbury had the first say with a goal in the first minute, but Auckland have replied with 4. Canterbury picked up another from a direct free kick. And at half-time, it is Auckland City leading Canterbury by 4 goals to 2.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
Ready for a start in the second half of this very entertaining match between Canterbury in their traditional colours and Auckland City, guests in their traditional Auckland blue. And it's Auckland ahead by 4 goals to 2. Lead has changed hands a number of times in that first half. Opened in the first minute with a goal to Canterbury. Then Auckland struck back after 8 minutes and ran in 4 goals. But Canterbury replied with a goal from a direct free kick, and at half-time it's 4 goals to 2. So the foul counts back to nil again. We did see probably, I think, 4 or 5 fouls in that first half, but neither team getting into actual foul trouble. We're allowed to have 5, rather like basketball. Team fouls when after 5 it's a direct free kick, and Auckland scrambling here in the first minute of the second half as Paulson again goes on a little run down that left side, and all good friendly stuff between the assailant and the victim. So the free kick here for Auckland. Opportunity here. 2 players, Espiniso and Amadi, tried to combine, but they couldn't foil the Canterbury defence. Another opportunity. player on the court for Auckland is a Locke Porter, who we have not seen before, wearing the number 14 jersey. Canterbury trying to get it out of their own half, which they've successfully done, looking for their third goal. But Auckland, with all of their players back there, able to cut short that attempt from Canterbury as they come again. Grosvenor. And there's Grosvenor again. But just not enough room to work in from that narrow angle. And so Atamanov, when he catches up with the ball, will restart play. Espinosa, number 17, Spaniard player in the team. He's got on the score sheet already today. And Auckland City again very busy, as they always are, particularly when they're on attack. They do like the short passing game. And then in the end, Clink comes across. Trying to find a way through this Auckland City defence, and in the end being frustrated into having to shoot from wide out. Might have come off, did it come off an Auckland City defender, but no, it's gone out of play anyway, so just a kick in from a few metres. Emberton for Canterbury. There goes Paulson again. He's such an elusive player, but didn't have enough room to get that shot away, which flew off the boot of a Canterbury defender. So Auckland City do get the corner. They had a stream of them in the first half. Managed to convert one eventually into a goal. And Portal going back to Espiniso. Espiniso again trying to get his way through there. Canterbury on the break, but Portal getting back there very quickly. 2-on-1, Portal and Espinosa. And the referee saying it came off an Auckland City boot, and so Canterbury will have to throw in inside the Auckland half. All four Auckland players back, as you would imagine. And Jacob Grosvenor trying the little back heel, but unsuccessful. There's Portal again to Portal. Yet another corner for Auckland. Their second so far in the first couple of minutes of the second half. Back to Portal. And just trying to flick that on for their fifth goal was Bara Mamadi, but just couldn't get his toe on the ball. Attempting a little toe poke there as it just flew past him at a very high speed. And again, mounting an attack with this nice deliberate build-up from deep inside their own half. But it's gone into touch. So Hemi Innes with the throw-in for Canterbury. Just a couple of metres from his own goal line. Trying to work it out. With a little 1-2 here with his teammate across the other side of the court. But nice work again, using the strength of his upper body. Espinosa wrestles the ball free. And Auckland again planning a launch from inside their own half. Tussle going on between Espinosa and Innes. the height of Antomanov there, parrying the ball away, but they will get a corner out of it, Canterbury. Little 1-2 there between Grovna and Innes. Didn't come to much, but I think they might get another corner from it. Rather backfired, that planned move of Canterbury's, but they do get another corner because trying to return the ball to Grosvenor, it came off an Auckland player, and yet another corner. This is 4 inside a minute. And that one also is backfired. Opportunity for Auckland on the counter break here, but weren't able to control the ball on halfway for Canterbury. Reset very quickly. Espinosa again. Innes. Good work here from Canterbury. Stood on the ball, but they've given it away. Amadi looking for some support. And far too much power on that shot from Espinosa. And the play will restart with the Canterbury goalkeeper. Kind of Klink. Well, they're not pressing high here, so Canterbury got plenty of opportunities to work this ball out, and they have. And away goes Cameron Emberton, but Auckland with this ability to retrieve possession. Josh Markets back on the court, as is Dominic Hawkins, number 20. And Sean Morgan. And he wins a free kick, I think. Yep, down he goes, and that's enough to convince the referee to give Auckland a free kick. Indirect free kick it is, and Canterbury live to fight another day. Canterbury having trouble working that ball out from near their own line and having to revert in the end to these long balls, which has given possession back to Auckland, but they've surrendered it as well. Mitchell. Antomanov. Morgan for Auckland City. Hawkins, probably the smallest man on the court at the moment. Two big towering Canterbury defenders all over him, but Morgan again. Opportunity here, coming through at speed was Josh Markets, but couldn't control the ball, so it remains 4-2 as it was at half-time. We've had 6 minutes in the second half. Spate of goals towards the end of that first half. That ball almost touched the roof, actually. It was cleared so high, but Auckland City with the restart. Wrong ball, backfires for Auckland City, but taken nicely there by Margits. Goalkeeper has only 4 seconds before he has to release the ball, otherwise he's timed out. Auckland seeing plenty of activity in the first few minutes of the second half. As down goes Morgan, but I don't think there was anything malicious there at all. I have a feeling he just slipped, and he certainly damaged his knee, and it looks bad. He's in a lot of pain. He needs some medical attention quickly, this man. There's no sign of it coming. Well, there's a gentleman, I think, from the medical aid centre just walking very casually across the court. There he is, just out for a late Sunday afternoon stroll. While this Auckland City player continues to be in severe pain. I can't imagine he's going to be able to continue to play. I'm pretty sure it's Sean Morgan. So players retiring to their bench. And now he's walking away and leaving him there. All very strange. Again, no real sense of urgency at all between these gentlemen here who attended him briefly and now have left him lying on the floor, writhing in pain. 12 minutes and 49 seconds of the match remaining. There is probably the physio, I think, from the Auckland City team that is attending to him as well. And it looks like a stretcher is coming out, and that, yes, it doesn't surprise me because he's still in pain. He's still got his hand on over his forehead. Ambulance men just casually walking across the court with the stretcher. So they're now going to try and get him off the ground, which will be another painful exercise for him. So yes, you can see there that I don't think there was any interference from the Canterbury player. He was stretching for the ball and lost his footing, and down he went. He's on his feet and he's now getting onto the stretcher, and so he will take no further part in the game, of course. Looks like he might have done his knee. And of course, when you're talking about damaged knees, he could be out for quite some time. You haven't seen a lot of the game, and sadly won't be seeing any more of it. So a round of applause from his teammates. And looks like he needs a painkiller very quickly, actually, to calm him down. His teammates there giving him a pat as he So a long stoppage here for the injury to Sean Morgan, and play finally resumes. Canterbury with the ball. see the speed of some of these players, particularly the Auckland City players. Thomas Picken took off after that pass, nearly caught up with it, but they get the corner anyway for the deflection from the Canterbury player. And speculator in the first instance coming from Giro Twig. And Twig trying to find his brother Art, but they are foiled by the Canterbury defence, and a strong run coming here from Samuel Mitchell, who scored the opening goal in the game. They swinging from one end to the other at the moment, and Canterbury did well again to free the ball from the Auckland player who was looking to get inside the circle. Picken. Quick Twig. To his brother Giararu, but kicking to Canterbury, just inside the Auckland half. Mitchell again. And good save there by Antamanov. He's got a bit of a problem as well. Looked like the ball might have been just going to slip past him, but he reacted quickly, and he's got damage to possibly his knee as well. So here's the shot from Richards, and there might have been a collision there with one of those Canterbury players. Went over the top of him and has damaged his knee. So Auckland City on a bad trot at the moment with injuries to their players. They will have a backup goalkeeper, but he's on his feet anyway. And that looks like the spare goalkeeper, but I don't think he's going to be needed. Warren Somerville, or is he? Yeah, he is coming on, yeah. So that was very quick. He was only on the field for about 30 seconds, and Antamanov received some attention from his bench, and he's back in his regular position. You can see him there in front of the goal. So Somerville played a very brief part in the match. He was on for probably less than 20 seconds, but did get the touch and feel of the ball before he freed it. So back Canterbury trying again to work their way out of their own half. Halfway through the second half, 6 goals in the first 20 minutes, none so far halfway through the second spell. 10 minutes of the match remaining. Canterbury not out of this encounter by any stretch of the imagination. Auckland looked very much in control for much of that first quarter, rattled on 4 goals after conceding one. But then with Canterbury getting that goal from a direct free kick at 4-2, it's made a big difference. They are very much in this match now. One more goal. And here was an opportunity. But again, the ball just proving to be travelling too quick for Cameron Emberton. And Auckland restart. Well, a little tricky little back heel. He didn't know where it was going, and it went straight to the feet of the Canterbury player. So Antamanov again, looking at his options, decides to go to one of the Twig brothers, Art, to his brother Gireu. Art Twig. Scrambling defence there from Canterbury under Auckland City pressure, but they haven't really put them under that much pressure in this second half now, which is gone past the halfway stage. 9 minutes and 30 odd seconds left, and no change to the halftime score. Art Twig back to his brother Gireo. A combination of Art and Gireo. Obviously got a pretty good understanding as brothers, but it hasn't produced much yet. What can Canterbury do? They just need to find a way to kind of free the shackles that this Auckland defence has put them on. And here they go again, Auckland, with another raid on the Canterbury goal. And good work there from the goalkeeper. He saved one shot. Second shot came in from Art Twig. So 2 attempts foiled. And another one over the top. So Auckland just finding a bit more rhythm about their game now, 10 minutes into the second half. And we'll be looking to add to that scoreline of 4-2. And ensure that they stay in second place in this Futsal Super League, behind the front runners, capital of Wellington. Remember, these two teams meet again tomorrow for the second time tomorrow morning. So there will be an opportunity for one of these sides to make amendments for the result tonight. But at the moment, it's Auckland in the better position. 8 minutes remaining, and they're up by 2 goals. But they're probably getting a little frustrated too that they can't add to that tally, considering they managed to get 4 past their opposition goalkeeper in the first half. Back on the court is Espinosa, their powerful Spanish player who's getting shoved deep into his own half. That will be a foul. So Canterbury now with 3 fouls against their name in this second half. There's still 8 minutes of the match to go. And once they've conceded another 2, every other foul then will be virtually a direct free kick. One-on-one situation, so they need to be mindful of that. I mean, they are pressing hard, of course, to try and at least get this next goal to get them within 1. But in doing so, they've just got to be careful of their discipline. 3 fouls they've conceded in 12 minutes since half-time. Now, opportunity for Marty here, but he can't make the most of it. Didn't seem to bring a great deal of urgency to that shot. So Canterbury having to work again out of their own half defensively. Another opportunity here for Auckland this time, and Amadi doesn't make any mistake with that shot. All it required was just a simple little toe poke virtually, because the goalkeeper was stranded. It was an open goal, and you wouldn't expect a player like that to miss from a situation like that. The goalkeeper stranded high in the defensive circle, and no one stopping them. So there it is. It's finally come, the first goal for Auckland in the second half. And at 5-2, they've now got a certain level of comfort about the scoreline. They will be keen to add to it, I'm sure. Canterbury defence have been on the back foot for much of the second half and have struggled to get the ball out as the Auckland players have pressed high on them and made it difficult for them to find room. And down goes one of the Canterbury players, Cameron Emberton. Canterbury need goals, and they need them in a hurry. certainly no lack of urgency about the Canterbury play, but being able to convert that urgency into goals is their problem. Marty, the goalkeeper. Auckland have conceded just the one foul in the second half, so they don't have too many problems there with just 6.5 minutes of the match remaining. And shot fired over the top of the bar. And I think it would be fair to say that Auckland certainly have looked the more skillful of the two teams. And they've had Canterbury hard pressed to clear the ball from their own half. And having to take long build-ups just to get out of their own half, like we're seeing now. 5, 6 passes, and eventually they give the ball away, frustrated by that Auckland defence pressing high on them. Espinosa to Amadi again, and they get another corner out of it. So another opportunity here for Auckland. I think another goal now would probably put it comfortably beyond the Canterbury Dragons' reach. But at 5-2, well, 3 goals, you get one. Sometimes you do get this little cluster of 2 or 3 goals in a hurry. Espinosa, he decided he was going to hit that on the fly with his left foot, but all he did was hook it around that near post. Canterbury again trying to get the ball out of their own half, but with no success. Espinosa and Amadi. And Pordell giving chase down that right flank. Paulson still with the ball. Great work here from Adam Paulson, determined to have a shot, but eventually the Canterbury defence blocked him. And Espinosa losing the ball there to Bailey and Innes. 2 players down, out comes a yellow card. But we're all mates as they shake hands, the 2 players involved. So again, Canterbury looking a little flustered even when they have an opportunity to convert it into possibly a goal. Bailey back there for Canterbury. But again, misdirected, poor pass. And it's another foul. That'll be foul number 4, I'm pretty sure, yes. So now Canterbury are in foul trouble. They've got 5 minutes of the match remaining. And they've got one more foul that they can commit, as it were, before giving away direct free kicks, which is, I suppose, equivalent to what happens in basketball after the team foul gets to a certain count. From that point on, it's to the free throw line for a point. Well, it's something similar here, but this is just a free kick, and so they use their big, strong man, Espinosa, with that powerful left foot of his. But they do get a corner out of it anyway. So Auckland continuing to press here, looking for more goals. These 2 teams, remember, meet again tomorrow morning on the 3rd and final day of this National Series 1. Lots of passing lapses coming here from Canterbury as well at the moment. They're just struggling to hang on here. They look very vulnerable at the moment. And Auckland playing with a lot of confidence. Espinosa. Opportunity here for Canterbury, and they have narrowed the gap. Auckland just being a little too clever in trying to work the ball out of that defensive end, and in the end gave possession away. And here's the opportunity here. You see ball passed across, and it was Charlie Bailey on hand to just poke it into the back of the net. So Canterbury, foul trouble on the one hand, but now only 2 goals adrift of Auckland City. Plenty of time left to score 2 goals in a futsal game, 4 minutes and 31 seconds. So we've got about another 7 or 8 minutes of futsal here before we hear the final hooter. 2 goals so far in the second half. Canterbury wouldn't be amiss to getting at least another one here. They've got enough time to score 3, but well, they've got 1. If they can score another, they'll be then certainly interested in at least a draw. But they need that all-important 4th goal right now. Wagner. Now Auckland City, just for first time really in the second half, in fact for a long time, under just a little bit of pressure. They know that 2-goal advantage can disappear very quickly. And oh, it was so close there. Ribeiro clashing with the Auckland City goalkeeper, Mike Antamanov, and it looks like it's the same part of his right leg that caused him trouble earlier on in this half. There's Ribeiro, number 10, gets across, just couldn't quite get to the ball in time, but his body momentum just carried him inadvertently into the Auckland City goalkeeper, who he sent sprawling. Now Antamanov looks like he's happy to continue. He's on his feet, so that's a positive sign. I thought there's much point in him going, carrying on if he's injured. There's only 3 minutes of the match remaining. They've got a very competent reserve goalkeeper in Vaughan Somerville. He made a brief appearance about 10 minutes ago. Now, Auckland City happy to hang on to the ball here as much as possible. Keep possession out of Canterbury's hands as Twig goes for a run down the right flank and finds Hawkins, but Hawkins had to swivel and the goal mouth was blocked. So Ribeiro again, big strong man as well, a bit of jersey pulling going on there, but the referee, who had a good view of it, said nothing. Auckland captain Stephen Ashby Peckham disagreeing with the decision of the referee. Just 3 minutes left for Canterbury to try and find 2 goals anyway, if not 3. Might be a big stretch to expect them to score 3 in 3 minutes, but if they can get 1, they're back in this match. They can get something out of this match, but they've got to get that all-important 4th goal first of all, and Auckland City very aware of that. And the whistle had gone as the shot fired from Aotearoa, the Japanese player. There he is, number 7. Just pushing the ball around now. Auckland happy to count the clock down. Nothing too extravagant, but nice work there from, I think it was Art Twig, as he managed to elude the Canterbury defender. The ball just drove too quickly for him to catch up with, so a corner. They're not home yet, Auckland City, even though they've scored 5 goals in this match. Free kick to Canterbury. A desperate attempt to try and get that elusive fourth goal, but to no avail. Auckland City equal to the occasion at the moment. Just keeping them out as Antonov looking deliberately for that player down the left-hand side. As captain Stephen Ashby Peckham. But over the goal line it goes. So Ribeiro pass and cut, but couldn't catch up with it. Off the boot of Ribeiro, so Auckland City but Canterbury win it back. Twig tries to get away from his opponent, does so. Hawkins racing back to lend a hand, and Auckland City happy just to pass the ball around here, counting down the clock, and that'll be a foul against Auckland, so their foul count is also at 3 now, but both teams, I think, will avoid the indignity of conceding more than 5 fouls. Yes, no real attempt there to try and get at the ball. He just tried to stop his opponent, but Auckland did hang on to the ball for a good 30 or 40 seconds there, and now we're down to 1 minute and 26 seconds left. Hawkins, fairly aimless sort of kick, but gives possession back to Canterbury. Ashby Peckham again. This is nice play here from Auckland, controlling possession, and I think it was Art Twig in the end decided, well, I have the ball on toe here, down 5 metres from the goal, I might as well have a shot. And deflection has produced a corner. So Auckland pushing the ball around, and another corner, which is of no use to Canterbury. 50 seconds left, and even the prospect of a 4th goal now looking rather bleak, let alone 2, which they would need to get a draw. So these two teams will be at it again tomorrow morning here at the Trust Stadium, or the Trust Arena. And Auckland continue with their unbeaten run here this weekend. A draw, and by the look of it, this will be their 3rd win. Ball bouncing over the goal line, so that will result in a corner once more for Auckland. Desperate defence again from Canterbury, and are running away with the ball. So 22 seconds left in the match. Well, enough time, I suppose, for Canterbury to get 1 goal, which won't produce any points on the points table, but it'll give them some satisfaction to get within 1 of Auckland if they can. But Auckland might have the final say here. Just hanging on to the ball, just trying to count that clock down, keeping the ball in play. Now Canterbury as well, not wanting to lose possession. And there's what will be the final act of this match. And Auckland City, they had their moments of consternation through some determined play from Canterbury, but in the end they got home by 5 goals to 3. after the second half was scoreless until late in the piece, when Auckland scored one goal and Canterbury came back with another. And so these two teams, who are second and third respectively on the points table, Auckland in second place, followed by the Canterbury Dragons, and that's how it will remain, well, at least for about 12 or 14 hours, because they'll be at it again here tomorrow for the second time. So it's a tough assignment physically after a match like this, which was very physical, took plenty out of them, and then they've got to come back tomorrow and do it all again for another 40 minutes. So that's how it finished. Auckland City 4, Canterbury 3.
So a close encounter between Auckland and Canterbury, those arch-provincial rivals. Auckland City continuing with their unbeaten record here at the Trust Stadium this weekend with that 5-3 win. With me now is Nick Downs, the Auckland City coach. Pretty close looking at it on the score sheet. Did it feel close?
Yeah, look, it was tight the whole game. We probably would have liked it to be a little bit more comfortable, but they were always in it. So, I mean, they scored first. We did well to come back. And then it was close. You know, at any time and one more goal for them, you know, changes the game completely, and then it's chaos.
Yes, I imagine when you scored your fifth goal and got out to 5-2, you might have been thinking, yeah, this is probably pretty safe now.
Yes, yeah, that's of course that is in the mind, but then of course because futsal, now the goal changes it. So there's an element of, all right, we are in front, you know, this is enough to see the game out, but there's still certain things we have to get right so that we don't let them get back in the game.
The other, I guess, peculiar factor here, in a sense overshadowing this match, is the fact that these two teams are at it again tomorrow morning. I mean, presumably there will be a physical toll still when they take to the boards for this second match.
Yeah, and it's a funny draw, so we do get them back to back, and there's not a lot of turnaround overnight. We've tried to manage our squad as well as possible. You know, we've utilised the full squad. We've tried to keep the player minutes, or not overload players too much. So I mean, we've got a pretty serious injury out of this game tonight,
yes,
which is unfortunate. But yeah, I think the guys will go home tonight, and yeah, hopefully we do enough recovery to be okay tomorrow.
You got a physio on your team list?
Yeah, yes, yeah. Look, she's been with Sean for the rest of that game, so we'll check in how everything's going after this.
So overall, are you happy with what you've seen from your team this weekend?
Yeah, look, we are happy. You know, the mood is high. We are playing some good futsal most of the time. We're getting a lot of shots on target, on goal, and the goals are coming. So yeah, we're relatively happy. There's always things that we could do slightly better, but you know.
But you're still second.
Yeah, look, we and I'm not sure exactly where the points table is now, but we had 2 games in hand going into this.
Yes.
So I'm not sure when those two games catch up, but yeah, currently where we are, I think still sitting second.
So I imagine that your priority at the moment is to make sure that you finish in the top 4.
Yeah, that's the only priority for us, top 4. And
does it matter where you finish in the 4?
Well,
I suppose if you finish in the top 2, you probably get a easier.
Well, I mean, on paper, if you finish first, maybe on paper 4th is an easier game. But then look, there's no real easy games, especially when it's a one-off like that. So we just want to finish as high as possible. You know, win as many games as possible, score as many goals as possible, and then we'll see what happens.
Nick Downs, thank you very much indeed for your time, and I hope you can put 5 fit players on the court here tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much. Okay.
So there it is. That's the end of the second of 3 days here at this Super League, this Futsal Super League. We'll be back again tomorrow morning with the final session as we see probably the key match tomorrow being a replay of this exciting spectacle we've seen from these two very talented and skillful sides, the Canterbury Dragons and Auckland City. Kudos tonight has gone to Auckland City, but Canterbury have an opportunity to reverse that tomorrow morning, and we'll have it here live for you on this service.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.